5:37. When he walked down the peak of the mountain, Qin Pingan hesitated for a moment before he put on the black robe. It was called the 100-eyed Taotai, and he picked it up from Yang Mingxing of the Dayuan dynasty's Chongxian bureau. The golden robe was still too eye-catching. Previously, he changed the Taotai robe into an ordinary green robe as a precaution. He was worried that he would attract unwanted attention if he traveled along this strange path that led to the sea at both ends. However, after following Qi Jinglong to the sword ceremony on the mountain peak, Qin Pingan changed his mind after some consideration. After all, he was now in the willow tendon realm, which attracted the most attention. Wearing a robe of good quality could help him absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth faster, which was beneficial to his cultivation. Lujiao County was one of the largest counties in the Fufu Kingdom. It had a rich literary culture. Qin Pingan bought many books from the bookstore in the county city. Among them, he bought a collection that had been collecting dust in the bookstore for many years. It was a collection that was issued in the early spring of the Fufu Kingdom to encourage farmers. Some of the writings were brilliant, while others were plain. Along the way, Qin Pingan carefully flipped through the collection. It was only then that he realized that the similar scenes that he saw every spring in the land of the three continents were actually rules. Officials patrolled the fields and encouraged farmers to cultivate. The good thing about studying and traveling was that one might find a book by chance. It was like the sages of the past, helping the future generations to pick up a string of stringing together the affairs of the world into a string of beads. It was a dazzling collection. Qin Pingan roughly toured the scenic spots in Lujiao County. That day, he stayed in an old inn in the county city. After entering Lujiao County, he deliberately suppressed the absorption of spiritual energy from his robe. Otherwise, he would attract the attention of the city god pavilion and the civil and martial temple. In reality, every Qi refinement warrior, especially those who had entered the middle five realms, was like a flood dragon traversing the rivers and mountains of the mortal world. It was not considered small. However, under normal circumstances, they would continue to cultivate after leaving the mountains and absorb the spiritual energy of the mountains and rivers of the world. This was in accordance with the rules. As long as they did not go overboard and show signs of draining the pond to catch fish, the gods of the mountains and rivers of the world would turn a blind eye to it. In the darkness of the night, Qin Pingan lit the lamp on the table in the room of the inn. He once again flipped through the book that recorded the agrarian edicts over the years. After closing the book, he began to immerse himself in it. Qin Pingan did not rely on the Taotai magic robe to absorb the thin spiritual qi in the county city, but it did not mean that he did not practice. Absorbing spiritual qi was never the whole goal of practice. Along the way, in the mini-world of the human body, there were two key acupoints like the water mansion and the mountain temple. The accumulation of spiritual qi and the refinement were also the foundation of practice. The two natal items were interdependent with each other, so he needed to cultivate a phenomenon similar to the mountain root and the water flow. In short, it required Qin Pingan to refine spiritual qi and stabilize the foundation of the water mansion and the mountain temple. However, Qin Pingan's current spiritual qi accumulation was far from reaching the realm of overflowing. Therefore, the most important thing now was to find an ownerless place with good feng shui. However, this was not easy, so he could settle for the next best thing, which was to practice in seclusion in an immortal and like the Longdu of the Green Oriole Kingdom for a few days. In fact, he could also use the fairy money that contained spiritual qi to directly refine it into spiritual qi and store it in the qi mansion. However, Qin Pingan had not even finished refining the spiritual qi that he already had. This method was not worth the loss. The lower the realm, the slower the absorption of spiritual qi. However, the spiritual qi of the fairy money was extremely pure and dissipated too quickly. This was like many precious talismans after opening the mountain. If the mountain could not be sealed, then one could only watch a priceless talisman turn into a worthless piece of waste paper. Even if the fairy money could be temporarily absorbed by the magic robe after being crushed and refined, this would imperceptibly clash with the camouflage method applied to the magic robe and become more conspicuous. Every person who practiced Taoism was actually the god of each mini-world of their own. They relied on their own skills to be their own saint. The key was the size of the territory of one side of the world, as well as the degree of control of each god. The road of cultivation was actually tantamount to the expansion of territory by a cavalry on the battlefield. In the end, the level of the realm and the size of the Taoist skills depended on the number of mansions that were opened up. There were thousands of kinds of houses in the world, and there were also differences in quality. It was the same for the cave mansion. The best quality was naturally the cave mansion. After Chen Ping'an held his breath and focused his mind, he took the lead to come to the door of the underwater mansion. With a thought, he could naturally pass through the wall as if the rules of heaven and earth were unrestrained, because he was the rules and the rules were him. However, Chen Ping'an still stood outside the door for a moment. Two green-robed children quickly opened the door and bowed to the master. The children's faces were full of joy. Chen Ping'an's underwater mansion was now based on a suspended water character seal and the water fortune mural, one big and one small. Those green-robed children, who finally had work to do, were obviously in a good mood now. They were very busy and no longer had nothing to do every day. In the past, every time they saw Chen Ping'an patrolling the mini-world and their own cave mansion, they liked to squat on the ground neatly in a row. They looked up at Chen Ping'an with resentment in their eyes and did not speak. They were very diligent little people and never slacked off. It was just that they had encountered a master like Chen Ping'an, who was extremely uninterested in cultivation. It was really difficult for a clever woman to cook without rice. How could they not be sad? Now, the scene was completely different. The underwater mansion was in full swing everywhere. The little guys were running around happily. They worked hard without complaint and enjoyed it. From a small pond that was like a narrow well, Chen Ping'an stretched out his hand and scooped up water. Ever since the Tsongyun Lake, Chen Ping'an had gained a lot. In addition to the few streams of water that were rather pure and dense, he had also obtained a bottle of water pills from the lake lord of the Tsongyun Lake. The green-clothed boys in the water manor were divided into two groups. One group used their innate ability to continuously send strands of dark green water into the slowly spinning waterward seal. Another group of children, on the other hand, were holding tiny brushes that had appeared out of nowhere. They dipped the brushes in the pool of water and dashed toward the mural. They carefully painted and added color to the water transportation diagram on the wall that seemed to be drawn with fine brushes. On the enormous mural, there were already water deities the size of rice grains and slightly larger ancestral temples. Chen Ping'an recognized that they were all the water deities of various sizes that he had personally traveled to. Among them was the Azure Manor, where the goddess of the river was buried in the Tong Yi continent. However, it should be called the Azure Palace now. However, the water gods did not have eyes, and the water god temple did not have the lively scene of incense. For the time being, it was still a dead object. It was not as vivid as the surging river on the mural. Chen Ping'an stood beside the small pond and looked down with rapt attention. Inside, there was the water dragon that was carried into Tsongyun Lake by the green-clothed children. It swam slowly and was not directly killed and refined into water luck by the green-clothed children. Other than that, there was also a strange phenomenon. He did not know how the green-clothed children did it, but they seemed to have all been refined into a strange little bead that looked like a dark green pearl. No matter how the little flood dragon swam in the pond, it was always hanging by its mouth, like a dragon holding a pearl, leisurely swimming in the pugilistic world, passing through clouds and rain. Chen Ping'an planned to go to the temple to take a look Some of the green-robed children smiled at him and raised their small fists. They should be asking him, Chun Pingon, to continue working hard. Chun Pingon was a little helpless. The more condensed it was, the more it was like a green jade. The more it was the foundation of the great Tao of the water god in the world. How could it be so easy to find? It was even an item that was difficult to buy with money. Imagine if someone was willing to pay 100 grains of grain rain money to buy the foundation stone of a temple with Chun Pingon. Even if Chun Pingon knew that it was a profitable business, how could he really be willing to sell it? It was just a paper business. The cultivation of the great Tao should never be settled like this. Chun Pingon went out of the water mansion and began to visit the mountains. He stood at the foot of a mountain that looked like a blessed land. He looked up at the top of the mountain that was surrounded by colorful clouds. The mountain was like a thick fog showing a grayish-black color. It still gave people an ethereal feeling. The mountain's atmosphere was far inferior to the previous water mansion. Fortunately, there were some bright white stones at the foot of the mountain. However, compared to the entire towering mountain, the snow-white area was still pitifully small. But this was already the result of Chun Pingon's hard work after he left the fairy of the Green Oriole Kingdom, the big boss of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Chun Chengdu's eyes were like torches. He said that if his natal porcelain was not broken, he would have the qualifications of an Earth Immortal. In the secular sense, Earth Immortals were Earth Immortals. Cultivators of the Golden Core stage were Earth Immortals. But perhaps in the eyes of the big boss, there was no difference between the two. Therefore, Chun Pingon would not be arrogant, but he also did not need to belittle himself. Chun Pingon knew very well that if it was a real genius like Qi Jinglong, who carried the fate of a continent in the water mansion, the atmosphere would only be greater. But after all, the number of cultivators in the world was much smaller. If Chun Pingon did not even have this level of willpower, then he would have already suffered a setback on the path of martial arts when he was at the Great Wall of Sword Chi. As for cultivation, his mental state would be shattered time and time again, and he would not be any better off than the broken longevity bridge. The foundation of a Chi cultivator, such as Chun Pingon's Earth Immortal qualifications, was a natural iron rice bowl. But it was also about qualifications. There were thousands of kinds of qualifications. It was best to find a cultivation method that was most suitable for oneself. When competing with others, whether it was strength or reason, there would always be shortcomings. If one lost, it would be difficult to achieve perfection in one's life. But competing with oneself would be beneficial in the long run. Every little bit that was accumulated would be one's own property. Every time one made a mistake, as long as one could correct it, the wrong path in the past would be like the riverbed with gurgling streams and surging rivers. Even if the path in one's heart was difficult to erase, the riverbed would be there for a long time, and there would be no need to worry about floods. This was the cultivation of the heart. No matter how big of a disaster a cultivator encountered, as long as he did not die, his Taoist heart would not collapse. Looking at oneself with the state of mind, even if there was a crack on the surface of the mirror, would one really think that one was unrecognizable when looking at the person in the mirror? Chun Pingon was once afraid that he would become a person of the mountain, just like how he was afraid that he and Gu Kan would become the people he hated the most in the past. For example, the person who almost killed Lu Xianyang in the Mud Bottle Alley, the drunkard who kicked Gu Kan's stomach, and later on, Fu Nanhua, the mountain-moving ape, Lu Jimao, and Jiang Shangjin. Chun Pingon was even afraid that the old Abbey Dean's theory of sequence would one day quietly overshadow Mr. Wen Sheng's theory of sequence, after he used it time and time again to weigh the world's affairs and people's hearts, without him knowing it. But in reality, when one walked step by step on the ground, the principles of the world, regardless of whether it was the 3 religions or the 100 schools, were never scary. What was scary was that one did not understand, but thought that one already knew. When one truly opened one's eyes, one would see the light. This sentence was not only thought of by Chin Pingan when he opened his eyes after sleeping soundly on the peak of the mountain, but it was also carefully engraved by Chin Pingan on the bamboo scroll. Chin Pingan recorded almost all kinds of poems and sentences on the bamboo scroll, but the words that he understood and engraved on the bamboo scroll seriously could be counted on one's fingers. Chin Pingan left the five-colored mountain temple and went to a pass. The sword Chi was like a rainbow, like iron cavalry knocking on the pass. It was aggressive, but it could not break through the indestructible city. This was the final pass of the 18 halts of sword Chi. Chin Pingan stood on the peak of the mountain where the iron cavalry and the pass faced each other. He sat cross-legged, holding his chin, and was silent for a long time. After getting up, he went to the two sword tombs, which were the refining grounds of the 1st and 15th. The two flying swords, which were pocket-sized in people's eyes, were in Chin Pingan's two Chi residences. The swords were as large as mountains, suspended upside down. On the two large and flat mountain plains, the sword tips were pressed against the stone plains formed by the beheading dragon platform. Sparks flew everywhere, and the entire Chi residences was a magnificent scene of fire splashing everywhere like rain. Even though Chin Pingan had already experienced this scene, every time he saw it, his mind would still be shaken. He could imagine if the two flying swords left the small world of Chi residences and returned to the vast world. If they were also like this, how would his enemies feel? Chin Pingan's mind left the place where he sharpened the swords, collected his thoughts, and left the small world. In fact, there was another place like the Heart Lake where he cultivated, but whether he saw it or not did not make any difference, because it was all him. Even if he did not use his spiritual sense, Chin Pingan could clearly see it. After opening his eyes, Chin Pingan gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and then continued to close his eyes, using the breathing method to slowly refine the spiritual energy in the mountain temple of the water residences. Soon it was dawn. Chin Pingan stopped refining the spiritual energy. After practicing his stance for 2 hours, he paid the bill and left the inn. There were no immortal inns in Lujiao County, and there were no major immortal schools in Fufu Kingdom. Although it was not a vassal state of the Yuan dynasty, the emperors and ministers of Fufu Kingdom, as well as everyone in the court, all admired the literary tradition of the Yuan dynasty. They were almost obsessed with it. Not to mention the strength of the country, just this point alone was a bit similar to the literary world of Dali in the early years. Almost all the scholars stared at the moral essays and poems of the Lu dynasty and the Great Sui Kingdom with their eyes wide open. No matter how good their own knowledge was, without the recognition of these two academies, they would still be considered vulgar and inferior. There was once a young, arrogant scholar in the Lu dynasty who once said that even if he used his foot to hold the brush, the poems he wrote would still be better than those written by the Dali barbarians. Later, it was said that this arrogant scholar, who was drunk every year in the capital of the Lu dynasty, encountered the horse hooves and sabers of the iron cavalry under the command of the Dali Song Zhengqiang. No one knew what exactly happened, but in the end, this person changed his life and became one of the civil officials stationed in Dali. Later on, he went to the Hanlin Academy in the capital of Dali and was in charge of editing the history books of the previous dynasty of the Lu dynasty. He personally wrote the biography of the loyal minister and the deceitful minister, and put himself in the last chapter of the deceitful minister. Some people said that the imperial tutor Cui Dong hated this person. After this person finished writing the two biographies, he secretly poisoned him to death, and then disguised himself as the deceitful minister. There were also people who said that this arrogant scholar, who was never able to become an official in the Lu dynasty, had become a historian of the Dali barbarians. Every time he wrote a biography of the loyal minister, he would place a pot of good wine on the table. He would only pick up his brush at night and drink as he wrote. He would often shout loudly in the middle of the night. Every time he wrote a biography of the deceitful minister, he would write in the daytime. He said that he wanted to expose these traitors and traitors to the sun in broad daylight. Then, this person would vomit blood into an empty cup. In the end, it would gather into a jar of wine of regret. Therefore, he did not commit suicide by hanging, nor did he commit suicide. He was depressed. There was a celestial fairy in the neighboring country of the Futsu kingdom. Moreover, there was a special route that led directly to the grotto heaven of the Dragon Palace. The fairy route would pass through the Great Blasphemy. Along the way, most of the scenic spots were scenic spots. Moreover, there were many stops to allow passengers to tour and explore the scenic spots. This was actually a sightseeing route in itself. The trading of celestial wealth was secondary. If not for the relationship between the Chongxian Bureau, the Yunshao Palace, and Yongmingxing, the Dragon Palace Grotto Heaven was a must. Chun Pingon would have made a trip to this famous grotto heaven for generating wealth. The Dragon Palace Grotto Heaven was owned by 3 families. Other than the Chongxian Bureau of the Dayuan dynasty and the Yang family, the Fuping Sword Lake of the female sword immortal Luo Kai was also one of them. Logically speaking, the Fuping Sword Lake was an important protective talisman for Chun Pingon to explore the Dragon Palace Grotto Heaven. It would definitely prevent many accidents. However, friendship was a matter of incense and incense. If he could save it, he would save it. According to the customs of his hometown, it was better to have leftovers like the New Year's Eve dinner and the first day of the Lunar New Year. Many of the relationships between friends were necessary. However, the prerequisite was that one had to return the favor at any time. Chun Pingon did not feel that he could return the favor of the Hempsex Zhu Quan or the Fuping Sword Lake's Luo Kai. As for Qi Jinglong, he was an exception. Why was he being polite with him? Wasn't this looking down on this land, flood dragons' taste in making friends? Chun Pingon left the Luzhou city without any wind or waves. With the sword immortal on his back and the green bamboo staff in his hand, he slowly traveled through mountains and rivers to the neighboring country. In the end, he did not have the chance to meet the scholar from his county, who called himself Lu Dun. Life was often like this. Once you met, you parted, and you would never see each other again. There was no feeling that even if things remained the same, but people had changed, there would still be stories left in one's heart. Chun Pingon walked on the path of cultivation. Everyone was. 538. Water Sky Country was a famous lake country. Most of the cities, including the capital, were built on islands of different sizes. Therefore, water transportation was busy, and there were many boats. There was a big stream that entered the lake called Peach Blossom Water. The water was very soft, and peach trees were planted on both sides. There was an endless stream of tourists on the road. Most of them were elegant scholars and celebrities from neighboring countries. Chun Pingon followed the stream and did not go straight to a lakeside county. Instead, he branched off into a small path and came to a fairyland called the Peach Blossom Crossing. Cultivators only needed to break through a shallow camouflage spell to enter the crossing. After entering the secret realm, their vision suddenly opened up. There was a green mountain at the Peach Blossom Crossing. Surrounding the mountain was a tranquil lake. The lake water was dark green. White clouds hung above the crossing all year round, like a fairy in green with a snow-white crown on his head. Fairies to and fro had to pass through the sea of clouds. Ordinary people often could not see the fairies. Peach Blossom Crossing belonged to the biggest fairy mansion in Water Sky Country, Sparrow Mansion. The mansion was full of female cultivators. They purified the water of the Peach Blossom Creek and many fairy plants and flowers all year round. They also used an ancient secret technique to weave a kind of robe. Sparrow Mansion used all their manpower and resources to weave only 6 robes a year. It was said that the fairy masters in the central mountains of Aquarius continent had already reserved the robes for 100 years. Most of them were prepared for the direct disciples of the Hall of Patriarchs near the bottleneck of the lower 5 realms. Chun Pingon was already familiar with taking the ferry. He asked about the ferry in a tall building with a plaque of "Spring at the head of the stream" hanging at the ferry. He paid for a peachwood plate with a delicate pattern and set off for the cave of the Dragon Palace at midnight tonight. He would stop many times along the way because he would stop at many immortal scenic spots so that the guests could get off the ferry and travel around the mountains and rivers. This way of making money was actually available in the underground Dragon Path of Aquarius Continent and Osmanthus Island of the Fan family in Old Dragon City. Passengers liked it. They enjoyed the beautiful scenery and bought some ferry specialties. The local ferry mansions were even more popular. People came and went, and all of them were ferry money. The ferry could earn some incense from the ferries along the way, and maybe even a bonus. It was killing 3 birds with 1 stone. The Sparrow Manor had set up a heavenly clothing workshop at the ferry. Tourists could enjoy the weaving process of dozens of robes without having to pay deity fees. Anyone could enter the workshop to enjoy the process. Chun Pingon certainly would not miss this opportunity. After he went in, he walked slowly through the corridors with the crowd. There were young female cultivators working in every room. The closer they got to the back of the house, the more dazzling the robes were. Chun Pingon actually had the thought of buying one, but he had just arrived and was a layman when it came to Taoist robes. He was worried that if he failed to bargain, he would be taken advantage of. In many transactions on the mountain, Taoist Master Fuxian was indeed more economical than Taoist Master Fuxian. The reason for this was that it was not a one-off transaction. When the seller made a bid, they would think more about the background of the Taoist Master Fuxian. As for Taoist Master Fuxian, who was in a precarious situation, his head that was tied to his belt could fall to the ground one day. Chun Pingon believed that the Sparrow Mansion would keep 1 or 2 of the best quality robes, as well as a collection of robes in the treasury in case of emergencies. However, the Sparrow Mansion would not care about ordinary cultivators. Chun Pingon was a little regretful that Qi Jinglong was not by his side. Otherwise, he could ask for a fair price from the female cultivators of the Sparrow Mansion. It would not be too much. If there was a fairy in the Sparrow residence who happened to admire this land dragon of the North Continent and insisted on selling the robe at its original price, Chun Pingon would not be able to stop her. Would he? When he left the heavenly clothing workshop, Chun Pingon was full of melancholy. No matter how low the quality of a robe was, it would not be too much even if one was from a celestial clan, even if there were mountains of them in the treasury. This was the reason why the military school's armor pill was priceless. The cultivation of Tao was to achieve longevity. Light was everlasting, and one did not have to worry about cold or heat. The only thing one had to be wary of was the possibility. The celestial robes were the same as the 3 armors of the military school's deity Qinglu, Golden Crow Jingwei, and burning incense. They were all used to defend against that possibility. When a cultivator left the mountain to train, there was a huge difference between having a robe and an armor. As soon as Chun Pingon left the workshop, a female cultivator with an extraordinary aura slowly walked towards him. Since she was the local bully of the Sparrow Mansion, she was here to look for him. Chun Pingon stopped in his tracks and took the initiative to greet her. After the female cultivator returned the greeting, she smiled and said, "I'm a cultivator in charge of the Sparrow Mansion's Ancestral Master Hall. My name is Wu Jiong, Jigawu, and Shan Junxian." Chun Pingon was puzzled. He did not know why this great cultivator from the Sparrow Mansion, who was not in the workshop earlier, came to see him. She even introduced herself. "My surname is Chun, and my name is Shaling." She did not blush at all. However, this female cultivator's name had a good meaning. It was as good as Chun Shalang's. The female cultivator was used to seeing cultivators hiding their identities. She did not think much of it. After a slight hesitation, she went straight to the point. "Immortal Master Chun, do you know Lu Jinglong of the Taihui Sword Sect, Mr. Lu?" Chun Pingon smiled. Who in the North Continent does not know Lu Jinglong? In the North Continent, people were still used to calling him Lu Jinglong, by the name recorded in the ancestral hall of the Taihui sword sect, and not Qi Jinglong before they came up the mountain. Chun Pingan did not ask about this secret, and Qi Jinglong did not explain it in detail either. Wu Jiong could not help but laugh. This answer was not sincere, but it seemed that there was nothing wrong with it. Wu Jiong smiled. Our mansion lord is now in seclusion. However, she was fortunate enough to travel with Mr. Liu for a period of time. It benefited her cultivation greatly. She has always admired Mr. Liu's character. However, Mr. Liu has never passed by the mountain all these years. Our mansion lord feels that it is a pity. In fact, Wu Jiong was telling the truth. According to seniority, the young mansion lord of the Sparrow Mansion was Wu Jiong's martial nephew. However, she was much more talented than her martial uncle. On the path of cultivation, those who were more accomplished were the seniors. The cultivators of the North Continent valued strength. Not only did her mansion lord admire Lu Jinglong, but she also adored him. Therefore, she was not in seclusion this time. Instead, she was following the spider silk from the Futsu kingdom during the sword ceremony. Chun Pingan asked, Senior Wu, may I ask, how much are the 2 items? Wu Jiong did not give a direct answer. She smiled and invited, Immortal Master Chen, do you mind chatting while we walk? We have a tea house at Peach Blossom Crossing that uses peach blossom water to brew tea. The tea leaves are also unique to the back mountain of the Sparrow Mansion. There are only 12 old tea trees in total. Before the Ming Dynasty, they are harvested by a rare bird that is reared in the mountain gate. Then they are stir-fried into a ball by a cultivator using a secret method. It was once written by a great writer in a book of poems that has been handed down to the ages. The boiling tea has the wonders of the rising and falling of the tides and the shifting of the stars. This tea house is not open to the public. Chun Pingan, of course, followed the customs of the place. It would be even better if the tea house and the robe could be sold together. After all, Chun Pingan is still a bag shop that travels everywhere and opens the door to buy and sell. Things are precious when they are rare. 539. 9 o'clock was also known as man's meditation. Especially for Qi cultivators, man's meditation was the most important time for cultivation. It was the best time to calm down and concentrate because Chun Pingan needed to catch the ferry that would depart at midnight. He had to temporarily give up his peaceful state of mind and withdraw his mind from the small world of the human body. He no longer continued to squat on the mountain top to watch the scene of the sword Qi knocking on the pass. He got up and prepared to hurry. However, the owner of the tea house had already walked over with a celadone teapot in her hand. She was standing outside the pavilion. Chun Pingan walked over quickly. The female cultivator from the Sparrow House bowed and handed him the celadone teapot. She smiled and said, Immortal Master Chen, this is the small Xian wall that we picked this year. It's just a small gift. Chun Pingan took the celadone teapot and asked, Is there any small Xian wall left in the tea house? I want to buy some. The female cultivator shook her head and said apologetically, There are only a few old tea trees in the back mountain of the Sparrow House. Most of them have been reserved. The tea house only has a limited supply, and there are not many left. Chun Pingan smiled and said, Then I'll take the teapot for free. The female cultivator nodded and smiled without saying anything. Chun Pingan asked, Is there any autumn landscape bulletin in the Peach Blossom Crossing that I can buy? I've missed a lot of them on my way here from the Luing Kingdom. The female cultivator said, There are some in the tea house. Immortal Master Chen, you don't have to pay for them. It's meaningless for us to keep them. Chun Pingan lifted the teapot and said helplessly, It's not good to drink tea with Senior Wu, take a bottle of small Xianwall, and ask for a few more landscape bulletin for free. The female cultivator smiled and said, It's just right. Chun Pingan said helplessly, You're right. Trivial favors were also real favors. In his memory, Sun Jiashu in Old Dragon City, the female cultivator in Qing Fufang who hid her identity, and the female cultivator in front of him were all good at these things. He just had to remember them. On the road of life, there were too many sceneries to look at left and right. There was no harm in not forgetting them as you walked. The female cultivator asked Chun Pingan to wait for a moment and went to get 3 copies of the Immortal Bulletin to give to the distinguished guest. After Chun Pingan left the tea house, he began to read the court bulletin as he walked. The reason for Wu Jiong's hospitality was simple. Fu Chu country was right next to him. If he and Qi Jinglong performed the sword ritual one after the other, it would cause too much of a commotion. The North Continent's landscape bulletin, which seemed to have no scruples, had another unwritten rule. When a sword immortal died in battle at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the news would quickly spread back to the North Continent. The landscape bulletin would not record anyone's sword sacrifice. Qi Jinglong had given a clear reason, because this was not something that could be used as a pastime. Every custom in the world has its own logic. Over at the tea shop's waterside pavilion, the patriarch of discipline, Wu Jiong, was sitting in his original position. However, the person opposite him had already left. Wu Jiong had no intention of drinking tea. He just sat there quietly, admiring the lake water under the moonlight. The female cultivator stood outside the stairs of the waterside pavilion. Wu Jiong asked, "Is there not a single mountain head who knows about the happenings in the capital of Dejuan and wrote it in the Shanshui Imperial Gazette?" The female cultivator shook her head and said, "It seems that the emperor of Dejuan, Lu, had given a strict order not to leak any information." At that time, there were only a few people watching the battle at the city wall and the Yushi River. The saint of the academy was there personally, so no earth immortals dared to spy on the battle. Even if they used the divine power of mountain view to observe from afar, they did not dare to do so. Wu Jiong smiled and said, "That saint has a bad temper." However, after he intervened twice, the situation in the central part of the North Continent has become much more peaceful. The female cultivator asked, curiously, "Grandmaster Wu, why didn't you just give Mr. Chen a high-quality Dharma robe?" Wu Jiong gestured for the junior to take a seat. After she sat down, Wu Jiong smiled and said, "Give him what he likes. If he values etiquette, then let's follow the rules and talk about etiquette. If he is greedy and lustful, then we need to do something else." The female cultivator said carefully, "It's just a small jar of dark wall." When Immortal Master Chen accepted it, he was really happy. Wu Jiong glanced at the smart junior, who was helping the mountain head greet and send people off. Being the manager of the tea house in the Sparrow Manor, she must have a good heart. However, since she was in this position, it meant that her future in cultivation was bleak. She was in the same awkward position as most of the fairy managers in the world. Wu Jiong did not want to say more. Cultivators had to be mindful of things. Talking about these matters that involve the fundamentals of cultivation with this junior of the sect would be very heart-wrenching. In any case, the other party's way of dealing with people could be said to be watertight, and he never did anything superfluous. That was enough. Wu Jiong sighed. He wondered if his mansion master had met that land dragon. There were too many stories about Lu Jinglong, who was not a Khanate sword embryo from the Taihui sword sect. However, many of the rumors were too far away from a third-rate immortal force like the Sparrow Manor in the North Continent. However, because the Manor Lord had traveled through mountains and rivers with Lu Jinglong in her early years, and she had never concealed her admiration for this Mr. Lu, she openly asked everyone about love and romance. She had even asked for advice from Wu Jiong. Therefore, the female cultivators of the Sparrow Manor were filled with curiosity and longing for this Mr. Lu. Generally speaking, women admired the elegance of sword immortals, while men yearned for fairies. Therefore, Wu Jiong was actually very curious about how those immortal couples on the mountain could be united. If disaster befell them, would they really be able to live and die together? Wu Jiong did not know. She also hoped that she would never know about it and cultivate in peace. Unfortunately, Wu Jiong knew that she was not talented enough. She could only wait for death. Thinking of this, Wu Jiong asked the manager of the tea house to bring 2 jars of wine. The female cultivator was about to hide it. Wu Jiong smiled and said, "What's wrong with drinking in the tea house? Besides, I'm the ancestral master of the Sparrow Manor. Who dares to stop me?" Only then did the female cultivator stand up. Her footsteps became lighter as she went to get the wine. Even the ancestral master Wu Jiong was like this. She was just a cave-dwelling realm cultivator with no hope of achieving the great Tao. She could only guard this tea house for years. How could she not secretly drown her sorrows in wine? A colorful rainbow light descended from the sky and landed on the lake. She flew into the pavilion. She was extremely beautiful. She sat opposite Wu Jiong and said in a muffled voice, "Drinking is good. Count me in." Wu Jiong smiled and said, "Not very good? That Mr. Lu, or the blockhead that the manor had mentioned?" The person opposite Wu Jiong was the earth fairy cultivator of the young manor head of the Sparrow Manor. She was the famous female cultivator Sun Qing. According to seniority, she was lower than Wu Jiong. Sun Qing shook her head. "Mr. Lu has changed a lot. When we met this time, he said some straightforward things to me. I understand that Mr. Lu is doing it for my own good, but I still feel a little unhappy." Wu Jiong was puzzled. What did he say? The young manor head waved her hand and said, "Let's not talk about this. It's a little embarrassing." Wu Jiong was speechless. "You're already blocking the way, and you're still talking about being embarrassed?" However, Wu Jiong was really puzzled. Although his manor head was not considered a heavenly favored one, he had reached the Orus core bottleneck in less than 100 years. He was also one of the 10 fairies of the North Continent. To put it bluntly, no one would find it strange if an upper 5 realms sword immortal took the initiative to ask to become immortal Tao companions with this promising manor head. But then again, if this was a utilitarian calculation, to be fair, his manor head really could not compare to the water classic mountain fairy Lu Sui. Not only was she in the 10 fairies of the North Continent with Lu Jinglong, but she was also more beautiful than Sun Qing. Wu Jiong asked softly, "Have you completely given up on Mr. Lu?" Sun Qing laughed loudly and said, "How can that be? I like him even more." Wu Jiong face-bombed and was speechless. Why was Mr. Lu, who loved to reason the most, so unreasonable? The 3 of them drank together. The female cultivator in charge was still a little reserved. However, when the 3 female cultivators of the same sect, whose seniority and status differed greatly, deliberately gave up on the abugina of cultivators, they would get drunk, and their faces would become as beautiful as peach blossoms. In the end, the 3 of them were just women. When a woman spoke dirty words, it was true that nothing was taboo. She had a unique charm that was especially moving. The adult and the child rode the wind north to the Taihui sword sect. As Qi Jinglong had to take care of the new disciple, Whitehead, whose cultivation level was not high, he did not travel quickly. Then he bumped into the manor head of Sparrow Manor, Sun Qing, on the way. Qi Jinglong was now quite confident. It was nothing more than applying what he had learned and talking to Fairy Sun step by step. The extremely beautiful Sun Qing did not act strangely from the beginning to the end. However, when she left and her graceful figure disappeared, the white-haired young man shook his head and clicked his tongue. "Surnamed Lu, such a beautiful fairy sister actually likes you. You must be blind. If I remember correctly, Manor Head Sun is one of the 10 fairies of the North Continent. Mr. Lu, it's not that I want to criticize you, but so what if you don't become Tao companions? I think that Sun Qing will still agree to you." How can you bear to reject such a good thing? Qi Jinglong, who was somewhat relieved, continued to ride the wind north with the youth beside him. He said with a smile, "Reasoning with you, especially about the love between a man and a woman, is like playing the lute to a cow." Whitehead said angrily, "Then why did you take me in as your disciple? Why didn't you let me return to Deer Mountain?" Qi Jinglong said slowly, "Compared to the North Continent having another sword cultivator who kills for money, I would still prefer to see a young sword immortal who has truly achieved the Tao." Qi Jinglong said again, "Don't worry. After entering the Taihui sword sect and being registered in the Ancestral Hall, you don't have to call yourself a disciple of the Taihui sword sect when you go down the mountain in the future, and you don't have to admit that you are my disciple. Within the rules, you just have to attack the sect, and I will not deliberately restrict your temperament. However, you must be clear about the rules of the sect and me. I don't want you to say that you don't know the rules when I punish you in the future." Whitehead was sullen. The youth did not even want to understand half of the rules of the Taihui sword sect. And Lu, it must be boring, pedantic, rigid, and extremely boring. What kind of immortal master was he to be? What kind of sword immortal was he to be? How could it be as satisfying as being an assassin of Deer Mountain? The people of the Jianghu also cared about heroism and gratification. The assassins of Deer Mountain did not care about these. After receiving money, they killed for others. They were responsible for their own life and death. That was true freedom. Qi Jinglong was silent for a moment. He said softly, "Whether you listen or not, I have to tell you, as long as you follow the rules, no matter who you attack in the future, whether you lose or get beaten up, you just have to tell me when you come back to my side. I will reason with them for you until they are completely reasonable." Whitehead crossed his arms. "Don't give me that. How can a genius like me lose to others after practicing the sword? All right, I can't beat a sword immortal for the time being. However, for people of the same age, if you ask them to jump in front of me, I will casually cut them into pieces. After you really practice the sword, you won't have much strength to talk big." Qi Jinglong said with a smile, "As for not needing my help to reason, you can attack by yourself. Of course, it's better." Whitehead's face was full of disapproval. However, he caught a glimpse of Lu's side profile from the corner of his eyes. The youth's state of mind was still a little strange, like a child in ragged clothes in the difficult winter when he was young, basking in the warm sun that could not be seen or touched. However, this feeling disappeared in a flash. Whitehead suddenly shouted, "If I memorize the rules of the Taihui sword sect's ancestral hall, you will allow me to drink. How about that?" Qi Jinglong shook his head. "No money." Whitehead said angrily, "If you have no money in your pocket, don't you know you have to pay on credit with that Chinharan?" Qi Jinglong thought for a moment. "I'm afraid of being persuaded to drink. It's not worth it." The money for the pot of wine was borrowed from Gu Mo of the Taixia lineage. Every time Qi Jinglong left the sect to travel, he did not bring any money or other things. Eating clouds and drinking dew, the essence of the sun and moon, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, these were the 5 grains of cultivators. As the sword cultivator with the greatest killing power in the world, he did not need any robes or any offensive treasures. When he borrowed money from her, luckily he did not blurt it out. Otherwise, it would be even more troublesome. Qi Jinglong originally wanted to say that he would return the money when he passed by Taixia Mountain. However, in a flash, he understood that if he said such words, she would definitely misunderstand that he had bad intentions and wanted to use the opportunity to get close to her Guemo. He might as well not say it and just remember it in his heart. After Qi Jinglong thought about it, he increasingly felt that he could be considered to have comprehended the side path by analogy. Once he opened one orifice, he would be able to open all the other orifices. Whitehead asked, surnamed Lu, "Is there a particularly beautiful girl in your Taihui sword sect?" "And a pretty girl around my age." Qi Jinglong asked doubtfully. What's wrong? Whitehead sighed. They are really pitiful to meet me. They are destined to be obsessed with a man who will not like them. Qi Jinglong smiled and said, Who taught you these words? Whitehead said firmly, That guy who calls himself Chen Haoren. Qi Jinglong shook his head, and then he was a little uncertain. In order to persuade people to drink, that guy would do anything. He could really put a lot of luck into a wine pot and drink it all in one gulp. So he asked, Did he really tell you that? Whitehead began to exaggerate. Qi Jinglong smiled. It seemed like it was not. Whitehead was a little puzzled. How did Lu know that it was not that guy who taught him? Qi Jinglong looked into the distance. Come with me to see the two gentlemen later. Remember to speak less and listen more. Whitehead slapped his head. Now that he heard the word gentleman, he felt a headache. Above a golden sea of clouds, two cultivators stood side by side. One of them was a middle-aged man with a slender figure. He wore a scholarly robe and had a jade token at his waist. The other was an old cultivator with a hunched back and a long sword on his back. The former was the sage of the academy, and he was the most famous one in the North Continent. His name was Zhou Mi, and he came from the Central Divine Continent's Li Ji Academy. It was said that the Academy's Grand Chancellor gave this disciple the word anger control. It was also this person who, after leaving the Academy, still beat up the two big cultivators who did not know what to do. He shouted angrily, Did you pass? What else could the two big cultivators do? They could only try to convince him. In the end, they were beaten up again and said, What **T did you pass? But of course, Qi Jinglong knew that the sage of the academy was very knowledgeable. Not only was he specialized in his field, but he was also proficient in Buddhism. He was once praised by someone as rigorous in his knowledge, impenetrable, gentle, kind, respectful, and prudent, a pillar of the academy. In fact, if there were only 12 words in the 16-word evaluation, no one would question it. Unfortunately, because of the 4 words gentle, kind, and prudent, this scholar of the Li Ji Academy was controversial. Think about it. A disciple of the academy who was about to rush to another continent to be the sage of the academy was given the word anger control by his own teacher. Was it really related to gentle, kind, and prudent? But Zhou Mi himself was the most proud of those 4 words. But he never admitted the other 12 words. The other old cultivator with the sword on his back was called Dong Zhu. He was a sword cultivator who had fallen in the Jade realm. He was a big cultivator who had ascended to the immortal realm, but did not establish a sect. He had always considered himself as a mountain cultivator. For more than 100 years, he had been seriously injured and needed to recuperate in his own mountain. Otherwise, he would suffer every time he went out, which was why he did not travel to the inverted mountain. There was a rumor that sword immortal Dong Zhu was actually the disciple of the young rogue cultivator, Huang Shi. However, both parties never said anything about it, allowing the outside world to speculate. As Huang Shi was not a sword cultivator, most of the mountains thought that it was nonsense. During the battle between Qi Jinglong and Huang Shi, he also thought so. But after the real fight, Qi Jinglong was not sure. This was because Huang Shi was indeed a sword cultivator and possessed 2 intrinsic flying swords. Huang Shi was willing to reveal his identity as a sword cultivator and not escape directly because his opponent was called Lu Jinglong. In fact, for so many years, Qi Jinglong had never mentioned it to anyone. Qi Jinglong brought the young man and landed in front of the 2 seniors. Qi Jinglong bowed to both sides. Dong Zhu did not think much of it. A good young sword cultivator who had a chance to reach the top of a continent. Why did he have to learn to be a scholar? He really did not like it. If the academy had not discovered Qi Jinglong's whereabouts and wanted to talk, Dong Zhu would not have bothered to talk nonsense with this land dragon. If they really wanted to talk, he would wait until Qi Jinglong broke through the realm and ascended to the pure Jade realm. Then he Dongzhu would go to the Taihui sword sect to ask. The white-haired youth hated these complicated formalities and messy politeness the most. The young man simply hid behind Qi Jinglong and acted like a wooden man. You don't know me, and I don't know you. Why are you being so polite? Qi Jinglong did not deliberately force the young man. Everything would wait until they reached the Taihui sword sect. The saint of the academy was Zhou Mi. At first glance, he was actually an ordinary scholar with an elegant appearance. Zhou Mi said straightforwardly, now that the two sword celestials of the Taihui sword sect are not on the mountain, and you are about to break through the realm, when the three of them fight, do you need me to help you hold the line? In case someone uses this custom to deliberately suppress you, and the Taihui sword sect. Qi Jinglong bowed again and stood up with a smile. There's no need for Mountain Lord Zhou to hold the line. 3 swords it is. Even if there are senior sword celestials with selfish motives, I can't block them. I won't complain. Zhou Mi turned his head and smiled. Old Dong, how about it? Dongzhu bared his teeth and said, All right, count me in. Together with Li Kai of the floating duckweed sword lake. The last one is the most dangerous. Dongzhu said to the young man in green, Don't thank me. I'm asking the sword. I won't lose weight. Kid, don't cry for your father and mother when the time comes. I don't have an illegitimate child outside. Qi Jinglong nodded and said, It's better to accept. Then I won't thank you. Zhou Mi smiled knowingly. Dongzhu reached out and rubbed his chin. Why are you so annoying? Qi Jinglong smiled and said, Senior, let me break through first. The young man who pricked up his ears hid behind Qi Jinglong and muttered in his heart, Cut him, cut him, cut him. Don't waste time. Cut Lu, and I'll run away. Zhou Mi smiled and said, Why did you take in such a disciple? Qi Jinglong said, His heart isn't bad, but he's hard to teach. He needs to be taught well. Zhou Mi nodded. That's not bad. The white-haired old man sighed. Dongzhu also felt bored. Actually, with the old and the young together, it would probably be easy to talk. Zhou Mi said, Qi Jinglong, I came to see you this time to hold the line. Since you don't need it, I can save some effort. Qi Jinglong hesitated and asked, Mountain Lord Zhou, can I ask about the results? Zhou Mi smiled and said, Kid, you also care about this? Why, do you have some relationship with those two? Qi Jinglong thought of the guy who took 3 punches from Guyu and smiled. Somewhat. Zhou Mi said, Let's talk as we walk. I'll tell you some of my reading experience and make old Dong feel disgusted. It's not a wasted trip. Dongzhu was helpless. Zhou Mi's bad temper was to Dongzhu's taste. He asked for it. Dongzhu didn't want to talk about knowledge with these 2 guys who read a lot. He squinted at the young man. The young man squinted at him. Dongzhu stared and said, Hey, kid, haven't you heard of the great sword Immortal Dong? The young man stared and said, So what if I know? I have a father, mother, and ancestors. I'm not related to you. Dongzhu clicked his tongue and said, Little bastard, you're quite bold. The white-haired old man raised his eyebrows. When I reach the upper 5 realms, if you have the ability, come and try it. Then you'll know who's the bold one. Dongzhu slapped the young man's head, and the latter fell to the ground. He laughed and said, Don't you know that when you say these words, you're still wearing open-crotch pants? You're learning from those old playboys and saying that you're in love? Who taught you that? Your master, Lu Jinglong? The white-haired old man stood up, but he didn't shout at the old man. He wasn't an idiot who had water in his head. A real man knows when to stand tall. The white-haired old man snorted and said, The one surnamed Lu is not my master. I only have one master in my life, but I still have a drinking friend who hasn't been recognized by me. His name is Chun Haoren. If you have the ability, go find him. What kind of senior are you bullying me? He can make you cry for your parents and run away with 1 sword. Qi Jinglong turned his head and frowned. The white-haired old man. The young man immediately said in a sickly voice, "Well, Chunharan is not as good as senior for now." On the ferry, Chunpingon had already put away the mountain and river court bulletin. He didn't find the result he wanted to know. The latest court bulletin didn't mention anything about the situation in the capital city of Great Seal Country. In the battle between Guyu and Jiyu, the sword immortal of Ape Toot Mountain, it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Qi Jinglong had mentioned this before, saying that Guyu had always been cautious in his actions. He definitely wouldn't do it purely because of personal feelings, and wouldn't just go to Jade Seal River to throw his life away and wash Jiyu's sword. Chun Pingon stood at the railing of the ferry's bow and flipped through several mountain and river court bulletins. It wasn't that he didn't gain anything. For example, in 10 days at noon, there would be a great battle on Julie Mountain. The two sides who would fight to the death on this mountain had great backgrounds. One was the famous wild cultivator Huang Shi, the other was a female martial artist Xionyang. Both of them were among the top 10 youths of North Continent, and their rankings were close, one fourth and the other fifth. As for the reason for this battle, the two mountain and river court bulletins had different records. One said that Huang Shi returned to his old profession and met that female martial artist with a strange name in Jianghu. Another said that the two of them fought in a broken heavenly abode for the sake of an immortal treasure. They couldn't determine a victor, so they agreed to fight on Julie Mountain. This battle was extremely eye-catching and would definitely attract the attention of many cultivators of the upper 5 realms. It was completely conceivable that the mountain near Julie Mountain that was bought by the Jade Forest sect and built many immortal residences would definitely be packed with people. In the Suhen shop on the cross-continent ferry of the Hemp sect, Chunpingon had bought a spirit tool that could be used on Julie Mountain's mirror flower, water, and moon. It was a glazed, glossy, and lustrous porcelain brush washer. However, although it was said that he had bought it, it was only later that he found out that it could be recorded on Julie Mountain. Regarding the Aquarius continent, the mountain and river court bulletins actually had a few pieces of news, and the length was not small. From this, it could be seen, regarding the small Aquarius continent that no one would pay attention to after the hooves of the Song clan's cavalry trampled all the way from the northernmost to the southernmost old dragon city. The cultivators of the other continents already had a big change in their perception of the smallest continent under the heavens. The true master of the Dali cavalry, the martial artist Song Zhangqiang. After challenging the heavenly monarch Xieshur, the sword immortal of the wind snow temple, Wei Jin rushed to the great wall of sword Qi. These two, of course, had the greatest contribution. Then there was that martial mountain's Ma Kuxian. In a short half a year, he had killed 2 powerful Jindan, sword cultivators of the Zhuiying dynasty, and was already hailed as the number 1 young cultivator of the Aquarius continent by the North Continent's mountain and river court bulletins. Then, this person single-handedly destroyed the Ocean Tide cavalry, humiliating the clan that had a grudge against him. A young female cultivator luckily did not die, and instead became Ma Ku Xian's personal servant. In the eyes of the chief writer of the mountain and river court bulletins, Ma Ku Xian, unique existence, should not have been born in the Aquarius continent. He should have been like the female sect leader of the Cool Breeze sect, He Xiaoliang, taking root in the North Continent and establishing his own sect. Since he was destined to be a dragon that could overturn rivers and seas, it would be a pity to shake his head and wag his tail in a small pond, like the Aquarius continent. The chief writer also said that he was going to write about the 10 young cultivators of the Aquarius continent, and when the time came, he would make a comparison with the 10 new cultivators of the North Continent. The articles written by the North Continent's mountain and river court bulletins towards the cultivators of the Aquarius continent inevitably revealed a sense of superiority. But compared to the early years, they were too lazy to even look at them, and did not even mention them. It was very different. Other than that, there was also the matter of the great god of Dali, Wei Pai's breakthrough. Within the jurisdiction, there were auspicious signs everywhere, and there were continuous auspicious signs. It was obvious that he was going to become a mountain god of the upper 5 realms. From this, it could be seen that the prosperity of the Song clan was not to be underestimated. The court bulletins began to remind the many businessmen of the North Continent that they could place their bets on the Dali dynasty early. If they were late, they might not be able to get a share of the pie. Regarding this matter, intentionally or unintentionally, it also mentioned a few words about the hemp sect and was full of praise for the sect leader Zhu Quan. This was because, according to the rumors, the Skeleton Beach and the Wood Clothing Mountain were obviously one step ahead, and the cross-continent ferry should already have some connection with the Dali Northern Peak. Then there was the True Realm sect of the Tong, Yi Continent's Jade Gui sect, the location of the book, Slip Lake, and the court bulletins were not stingy with their detailed descriptions. When Chun Pingon saw those words, it was as if he could clearly feel the anger of the person who wrote them. There was no other way. The first sect leader of the True Realm sect was called Jiang Shangzhen. He was a troublemaker whose cultivation level was not too high, but the North Continent was helpless against him. This guy alone had harmed 3 of the 10 fairies of the North Continent in the early years. It was also rumored that the other 2 female cultivators of the sect, who were outstanding beauties, seemed to have interacted with Jiang Shangzhen in the past. However, there were no clear clues as to whether or not they had a heart-wrenching love affair. Therefore, at the end of the court bulletins, there was a lot of criticism about the Dali cavalry and the new emperor of the Song clan, because they were simply eating **T. They actually watched as the True Realm sect successfully chose a location and took root in the middle of the Aquarius continent. If the Song clan secretly colluded with Jiang Shangzhen, they would be eating **T and drinking piss. They could have plotted with anyone else to achieve great things, but they just had to do business with a sinister villain like Jiang Shangzhen. What else could it be other than asking a tiger for its skin? From this, it could be seen that the Dali Xiu who deceived his master and destroyed his ancestors was not that smart. Even if he was lucky enough to take credit for himself and annexed a continent, he would not be able to protect his country. It would only be a flash in the pan. A mountain and river court bulletins could be said to be strictly worded, reasonable, and beautiful. Only when it came to the True Realm sect and Jiang Shangzhen's side, it began to break down, cursing and scolding like a woman in the marketplace who had read books. Chun Pingon was actually very curious about the origin of these mountain and river court bulletins. That year at the book Slip Lake, he only knew a little. Earlier, at the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, there was a venerated pavilion shrouded in clouds and mist, which specialized in collecting the inside stories of the Jianghu. Chun Pingon returned to the fairy house and took out a book written for the fairy. It was a small book that described the scenic spots along the way. After setting off from the Peach Blossom Ferry, the first scenic spot was a celestial sect on the border of the water sky country called Cloud Above City. The founder of the sect traveled far away to the Liuxia continent by chance and obtained a half-refined cloud sea from a broken blessed land. At first, it only had a radius of 10 miles. Later, it was established at the border of the water sky country, which was relatively rich in water luck. After generations of founders' continuous refinement and enhancement, it absorbed the essence of the mist and supplemented by the cloud seal talisman to stabilize the cloud sea. Now, the cloud sea had a radius of more than 30 miles. The ferry would stop at Cloud Above City for 12 hours, hovering at the edge of the city. Before dawn, the ferry slowly came to a stop. Chun Pingon stopped the 3-in-1 fist stance and woke up from the mysterious half-asleep state. When he walked out of the house, he carried a bag on his back. Outside Cloud Above City, there was a market where wild cultivators gathered. They could trade goods from the mountain and they were all in the same trade. Chun Pingan took out a few worthless celestial objects from the pile. They were all leftovers from the shop on Laohui Street. Their quality couldn't be considered good, but they were relatively rare. Their appearance was pleasing to the eye, and they were suitable to be sold to those spendthrifts who thought it was difficult to buy good things with money. However, this time, the bag shop was selling a few talismans that had nothing to do with the true works of alchemy. Most of them were the secret manuals of the array master from the first batch of Deer Mountain assassins. Among them, 3 were the Tian Bu Ting talisman, the Great River Flowing talisman, and the Earth Raising talisman. They were quite powerful when used in battle. Before Qi Jinglong left, he also taught Chun Pingan 2 heterodox barrier-breaking talismans. They were called the Bays Road Leading Talisman and the Sword Aura Bridge Crossing Talisman. He had learned them himself from ancient books, and they didn't involve any sect secrets. The 2 talismans' quality wasn't high, but outsiders who wanted to buy the talismans and secretly learn them could forget about it. This was because there were many tricks to drawing talismans, and the strokes were cumbersome. Moreover, it was very different from the main branches of the talisman sections. It was only because Qi Jinglong explained it in detail and helped Chun Pingan repeatedly ponder over it that Chun Pingan was able to learn the 2 talismans. Therefore, Chun Pingan always felt that it was a pity that Qi Jinglong didn't go to the academy to teach. A martial artist drew talismans to maintain a breath of pure Jinqi. However, the talisman didn't last long. It could only open a mountain but not seal it. However, the advantage was that it didn't need to consume the spiritual qi of a cultivator's qi dwelling. Moreover, talisman drawing itself was an uncommon martial art practice. It could refine that breath of Jinqi. However, Chun Pingan discovered that after reaching the 3rd realm of qi refining, talisman drawing became much smoother. However, the benefits to his body were extremely small. Chun Pingan didn't want to use too much cinnabar talisman paper. After all, a talisman that couldn't retain spiritual qi was equivalent to losing divine money every moment. Moreover, if a real battle were to break out, his little talisman skills wouldn't be enough. It wouldn't even be the icing on the cake. Instead, it would delay the battle. However, when a cultivator drew talismans, they would naturally seal the mountain. The spiritual qi in the talisman gallbladder would dissipate very slowly. However, the more powerful the talisman was, the easier it was to wear out the gallbladder. According to legend, the ancestor who slayed demons and devils, the celestial master mansion of Longhu Mountain had a forbidden area. There was a talisman that required the grand celestial master of each generation to bless it once every 60 years. Historically, there was a great disturbance in the celestial master mansion. After the old celestial master ascended, the candidate for a new celestial master was still undecided. It just so happened that the 60-year cycle of talismans was critical. However, if the new celestial master didn't appear, the celestial master seal wouldn't be handed over to others. Therefore, the new talisman couldn't be completed. This caused a slight flaw in the ancient talisman, which allowed it to escape from a great demon that had been suppressed for countless years and disappeared without a trace. For some unknown reason, the first thing the new celestial master did after succeeding the position was to personally take the immortal sword and Dharma seal to White Emperor City. The talisman Chun Pingan sold was all talismans drawn after the mountain temple in the water mansion formed a landscape. Otherwise, it would be a scam. Although the business of the bag shop depended on the eyesight of the buyer and the seller, similar to the antiques in the secular world, there would be some who would be eye-catching if there was a bargain. However, Chun Pingan was still willing to talk about Jianghu ethics. To talk about ethics, one had to spend money. Because these talismans required Chun Pingan to consume a considerable amount of spiritual qi in the water mansion. However, there were gains and losses. What he lost was some savings in the small pond in the water mansion. What he gained was that he could try to gradually open up a fundamental meridian for the operation of the water mansion, similar to a hidden water vein in the rivers and lakes. Therefore, the group of boys in green didn't have any objections. On the contrary, they supported Chun Pingan's talisman drawing. On the path of cultivation, how to view gains and losses was Tao. As for the balance between gains and losses, it required Chun Pingan to draw talismans for a long time. He had to constantly explore and ponder. Fortunately, the boys in green in the water mansion would also remind him. Chun Pingan wore a black robe and held a green bamboo cane. He walked out of the house and looked up. In the secular dynasty, there were families in the depths of the clouds and immortals in the mountains. As expected, there was a city above the clouds. Outside the city, there was a small market town that was brightly lit. The city above clouds was an important place for cultivation. It was heavily guarded, and very few outsiders were allowed to enter. It was probably because of the different environment. The city above clouds, which was under the jurisdiction of the Water Heaven country like the Sparrow Mansion, also made robes called the Cloud Robe. However, the quantity and quality of the robes were far less than the Sparrow Mansion. It wasn't famous, and its business was mediocre. Most of the cultivators in the lower 5 states, especially those in the mountains and lakes, would weigh their money and buy one. It was probably because of the limited financial resources of the sect that the bag shop appeared in the market, not to mention the shops that didn't have legs. Even the stalls with legs had to pay a sum of money to the city above clouds. The ferry stopped at a distance of 500 feet from the sea of clouds. It couldn't get any closer. Otherwise, if the bow of the ferry accidentally hit the sea of clouds, or if the distance was too close, it would drift with the wind. The slight friction between the body of the ferry and the sea of clouds would cause damage to the foundation of the city above clouds. Therefore, those who disembarked from the ferry could ride on the clouds or spiritual beasts as they wished. If it was a pure martial artist below the golden body state, this distance of 500 feet would not be easy. Chun Pingan took a deep breath and took a few steps back. Then he rushed forward and jumped high. He stepped on the railing at the bow of the ferry and used the force to leap forward. After landing on the ground, his body swayed a few times, and then he stood still. On the ferry that belonged to a vassal of immortals in the Dragon Palace Grotto Heaven, a middle-aged female steward extended her hand to her friend and said with a smile, "Give it to me." The two of them were betting on whether the young man with a sword on his back, who boarded the ferry at the Peach Blossom crossing of the Sparrow Mansion, was a sword cultivator from the mountains or a swordsman from the Jianghu. The woman on the ferry guessed that he was a pure martial artist who carried a sword on his back, while the old cultivator in the sea-viewing realm guessed that he was a young sword cultivator who hid his strength. The old cultivator shook his head and said, "Can't this person deliberately use a camouflage?" This was stubbornness. It was obvious that he was going to renege on his debt and not pay. The woman sneered and said, "The young sword cultivators of our continent, those sword embryos, which one of them doesn't have the cultivation of the cave state, the demeanor of an earth immortal, and the tone of an upper 5 state." "Is there such a person?" the old cultivator said seriously. "The world is vast. It's not strange for there to be someone who is willing to hide his strength and be cautious." The woman steward said angrily, "Don't use your mouth to shit. Give me the money, one small sum of money." The old cultivator sighed and took out an immortal coin. He slapped it heavily on the woman's palm and then rode the wind to the city above clouds. The reason why the old cultivator disembarked from the ferry was because he wanted to buy a good quality cloud traveling robe for his direct disciple. After all, the women in the Sparrow Mansion were too black-hearted in doing business. The goods were good, but the price was too high. The old cultivator could only settle for the next best thing. In the early years, he had paid a deposit to the workshop that made the robe in the city above clouds. Therefore, the style and cloud seal talisman were all custom-made. He could also add some heavenly materials and earthly treasures to increase the robe's efficacy in the city above clouds. After that, as his master, he had to work hard at the foot of the mountain to earn money from all over the place. Just like that, he diligently accumulated money for dozens of years. He finally managed to gather enough immortal coins when his proud disciple reached the cave state. Cultivation was not easy, especially when there was a small mountain. Like the head of a family, he had to worry about daily necessities. The woman steward was just about to be happy when she suddenly realized that the weight of the immortal coin in her hand was not right. The spiritual energy did not match the immortal coin. She looked down and immediately jumped and cursed. It turned out that it was just a piece of snow. However, the old cultivator was already full of energy. He flew past the market and went straight to the city above clouds. After the woman finished scolding, she felt a little better and smiled again. She was able to pluck a handful of feathers from this notoriously stingy rooster. Even if it was only a snowflake, it was still an amazing thing. She was a golden core cultivator, not a cross-continent fairy. A golden core steward was enough. Moreover, a golden core cultivator in the Dragon Palace Grotto Heaven could be treated as a nascent soul cultivator in terms of status. This was because besides her own sect, she was also related to the Cloud Palace of the Great Yuan Dynasty and the floating duckweed Sword Lake. To the cultivators on the mountain, business relationships that could earn them money were more reliable than the monarch and vassal relationships at the foot of the mountain. As for the old cultivator that she had known for a long time, his future was not good. He was already so old at the sea-viewing realm. One had to know that this person back then was not a miser at all. Instead, he was very carefree, romantic, and heroic. However, after more than 100 years, everything seemed to have been worn away. He was no longer young and handsome. He also did not have the spirit of the past. He had become an old cultivator who spent all his time in the noble mansions at the foot of the mountain and searched for treasures in the Jianghu. However, she still liked him. As for whether she only liked the man back then or the old man now, she could not tell. Chun Pingon entered the market. There was an empty spot on the bustling street with many pedestrians. He had just opened his bag and set up a stall. Inside, he had already prepared a large piece of green cotton cloth. Opposite him and beside him were people of the same trade. Some were yelling with all their might, some were willing to take the bait, and some were yawning listlessly. Soon, a young man and woman wearing snow-white robes came to collect money. A piece of snow a day would cost money. Chun Pingon asked if he would pay half price if he stayed for 4 to 5 hours. The young male cultivator smiled and shook his head. He said that a piece of snow would cost money. Chun Pingon did not say anything else. He handed out a piece of snow to spend money. The Skeleton Beach at the southernmost tip of the continent and the Yaoya River sold gloomy tea. The rules were similar. Chun Pingon asked a few more questions. If he wanted to rent or buy a shop in the market in the city above clouds, what would be the price? The young male cultivator told him one by one with a pleasant expression. Shops were divided into 3, 6, and 9 grades. There was also a price difference between renting and buying. In the end, this foreigner who came down from the ferry boat to try his luck only expressed his thanks and no longer mentioned the matter of the shop. The young male cultivator's expression also didn't change. He even said some celebratory words to this young cultivator from the mountains and lakes, wishing him luck in opening the shop. Chun Pingon squatted down and began to arrange his belongings. There was the hard yellow goddess painting from the city of murals, the treasures of several great monsters such as the Empress of the Skeleton Beach, and also several items from the Dragon Palace at the bottom of Songyun Lake. There were more than 20 scattered items, all of which were far from being magic treasures. However, there were even more talisman sheets. The 5 types of talisman were neatly arranged on the green cloth, like soldiers in a battle formation. Chun Pingan looked up. The young man and woman from the city above clouds were walking side by side on the main street, slowly disappearing into the distance. The young man seemed to be the manager of this market. He was familiar with the shopkeeper and many of the bag dealers. The young woman did not speak much. She looked more at the man beside her. Her eyes were whispering to him. Chun Pingan held his hands in his sleeves, calmly watching this scene. The scenery was excellent. The tourists on the streets here, because they were all cultivators, were much more taciturn compared to the mortals who visited temple fairs, shops, and stalls. Moreover, they were much more patient. Almost all of them strolled through the various bag dealers, but they did not casually ask about the price. Their footsteps were slow. Occasionally, they would come across an item that caught their eye. Only then would they crouch down and carefully examine it. After some inspection, they felt they had a good idea of what was going on, so they silently stood up and walked away. Some would try to haggle. Generally, they would ask for a cut in half when they opened their mouths. The good-tempered stall owners would stubbornly explain the origin of the immortal artifact, how it was not easy to obtain, and how it had a great origin. The bad-tempered stall owners would simply ignore them. Buy it if you want. I don't want to serve you bunch of poor people who don't have good eyesight. Chun Pingan soon welcomed his first customer. It was an old man holding a young child's hand. He crouched down and glanced at the various items on the green cloth. Finally, his gaze fell on a row of 10 yellow paper talisman. The old man stared at the 5 types of talisman. The talisman paper was very ordinary, and the cinnabar quality was not bad. However, the final appearance of the talisman, as well as the method of drawing talismans, different talisman had different grades. The old man quickly came up with an estimate in his heart. He had to open his mouth and haggle. He did not expect to have such an unexpected gain tonight just by taking his grandson out of the city for a walk. The old man pointed at a row of thunder talismans and smiled. Shopkeeper, how much is the price of these thunder talismans if you buy them individually? Chun Pingan smiled. 1 thunder talisman. 11 snowflakes will cost you money. If you buy all 10, 100 snowflakes will cost you money. However, this stall of mine does not haggle. The old man nodded and smiled. The talisman is a good talisman. It's just that the material of the talisman paper is slightly inferior. It can't bear the full power of this thunder talisman, so it's greatly discounted. Also, the price is a bit expensive. Chun Pingan smiled and did not speak. The other party should be at least half an expert. Then there was even less need for him to say anything. The old man then asked about the price of earth talismans and water talismans. They were more or less the same. A talisman was only worth 1 or 2 snowflakes. The thunder talisman was the most expensive. After all, thunder arts were known as the ancestor of all arts in the world. Moreover, one of the foundations of Longhu Mountain's celestial master abode was the 4 words Thunder Arts Orthodox. However, according to Qi Jinglong, this thunder talisman could only be sold at a passable price if paired with yellow seal talisman paper. Otherwise, the power of drawing talismans on ordinary yellow paper was too mediocre. Ordinary cultivators of the middle 5 realms might not even pay attention to it. In the end, Chun Pingan said, Qi Jinglong thinks that you're not an ordinary talisman. Do I still need to be a bag shop to sell it? Finally, the old man shifted his gaze and asked if I'm not wrong, are these 2 talismans of the barrier-breaking talisman type? Chun Pingan nodded and said, it's a secret taught by an expert. It's the only one in the world. I studied hard for many years before I succeeded in drawing talismans. However, I can only guarantee a success rate of 50 to 60%. The talisman paper is wasted. If I sell it cheaply, I'll be ashamed to face the expert. The old man looked up at the young stall owner in a black robe with a long sword on his back. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, "Shop owner, can you tell me the name of these two talismans?" Chun Pingon was relieved. He really knew what was good for him. Chun Pingon asked back, "The name of the talisman in the world is often in accordance with the true meaning of the talisman method. It will reveal the secret of heaven itself. If I may ask, when martial artists of Jianghu meet on a narrow path and kill each other, will they report the name of their fist moves?" The old man smiled and said, "Of course not." Chun Pingon said, "If you want to buy talismans, even if it's only one each, I'm willing to reveal the two secrets of heaven for you." The old man held back his laughter and shook his head. "Not to mention a shop that sells talisman. Even if it's a traveling shop like yours, if you really want to sell good talismans, it's normal to reveal a trace of the true meaning of the talisman. There's no need to hide it too much. There's no need to worry about selling good things." After Chun Pingon finished speaking, he smiled and said, "However, since old Mr.'s eyesight is so good, I'll make a deal with you. You only need to buy one charm, and I'll tell you the names of two charms." The child squatting beside the old man widened his eyes. "Damn, this guy's skin is really thick." The old man nodded and said, "Okay, then I'll buy this talisman." The old man pointed at the sword energy bridge talisman. Chun Pingon smiled and asked, "Won't you ask about the price first?" The old man said, "It's good luck to open a business in this world. I see that the shop has just opened, and I'm the first customer. Even if it's for good luck, I should sell it at a lower price. What do you think?" Chun Pingon nodded and said, "The original price is 15 snow coins. For this good luck, I'll sell it for 10. If the talisman's true meaning of the sword energy bridge talisman could be exchanged for divine money, it would be much more expensive than the heavenly thunder talisman, the great river talisman, and the earth talisman. However, the price of the magic arts and treasures on the mountain had always been much higher than the price of the defensive ones. Moreover, the talisman-breaking talisman was the entry talisman of the world's talisman, so it was difficult for the seller to raise the price. They relied on small profits and quick turnover to win, by quantity. Often, the cultivators of the mountains and lakes needed more offensive magic treasures, while the masters of the archives were more willing to pay for talismans like the talisman-breaking talisman because the latter had more people and more consumption. The old man took out a money bag from his sleeve, took out 10 snow coins, and handed them to the other party. After Chun Pingon received the money, he was just about to pick up a talisman-breaking talisman. Unexpectedly, the old man smiled and picked up one himself, putting it into his sleeve. Good fellow. His eyesight was really sharp. This was the talisman with the most divine intent among the talisman-breaking talismans. It was the last talisman of the talisman Chun Pingon drew. Chun Pingon glanced at the other side of the street from the corner of his eye and told the old man with the increasingly skilled Heart Lake ripples, "The talisman old Sir bought is called the Sword Energy Bridge Talisman. It contains sword intent and is the rarest. While it breaks through the fog of mountains and rivers, it also has an invisible deterrence. As for the other talismans, they are guide talismans." When Chun Pingon mentioned the second type of talisman, he intentionally omitted the two words "Bai Zai." This was because when Qi Jinglong taught this talisman, he did not directly call it Bai Zai. He said that it was reasonable to show some respect, so Qi Jinglong wrote the two words Bai Zai. This was an extremely trivial matter, because all the cultivators on the mountain knew that Bai Zai had long been jointly suppressed by the Confucian sages in one of the 9 majestic towers of the vast world. Even if they shouted Bai Zai 10,000 times a day or even cursed, it would not violate the taboo. It was completely different from directly calling the name of the Confucian sage. It was just that Chun Pingon was able to become friends with Qi Jinglong. It was on these extremely trivial matters that the knowledge and rules were connected. Chun Pingon used his hand as a pen and wrote the 5 words by Zhe Guide Talisman in the air. After the old man read it, he nodded. The shopkeeper is honest and did not deceive me. So I plan to buy another guide talisman. Chun Pingon said, the original price is 15 snow coins. Just treat it as old sir's business transaction, and it's still 10. The old man did not hesitate and handed over 10 snow coins. The child tugged at his grandfather's sleeve and said softly, a talisman-breaking talisman for 10 snow coins. It's so expensive. The old man laughed. Even if making money is difficult, snow coins are common, and good talismans are hard to find. These 2 talismans-breaking talismans are a good thing to keep. Chun Pingon said from the bottom of his heart, Old Sir is wise. Then he changed the topic as he wished, not at all stiff. So, Old Sir might as well buy these 10 thunder talismans together. These thunder talismans can be considered to have met a noble person, so they won't meet a bad person and be wasted. No matter how good the child's upbringing was, he still couldn't help but turn his head and roll his eyes. The old man thought for a moment and laughed. Then, including the talisman-breaking talisman, I will buy 5 of each of the 5 types of talisman. These 2 talismans-breaking talismans are good talismans, and I am indeed moved. So, 15 snow coins for one, I won't bargain. 150 snow coins. As for the other thunder talismans, water talismans, and earth talismans, they are not the best. I am only willing to pay 120 snow coins. Chun Pingon frowned and said, after dividing it evenly, 1 talisman is only 8 snow coins. The old man said, Shopkeeper, by selling twice, I have bought 27 talisman in one breath. This is not a small business, and everyone on this street is watching. I am helping the stall to attract business. This is the truth, right? Chun Pingon said righteously, I guess most of the customers on the street already believe that we are in the same group. So it really can't be considered to be soliciting business. Maybe it will leave a bad impression and delay the next business of my stall. Old Sir, to be honest, I am also telling the truth, right? The child only felt that it was an eye-opener. The old man laughed and said, Okay, then I will add 10 snow coins for the remaining 3 talismans. Chun Pingon said with emotion, Old Sir, you have such good taste. You should have that kind of magnanimous demeanor of doing business, so that it can match Old Sir's vision and identity. The old man shook his head with a straight face and said, Shopkeeper, if you continue to bully honest people like this, I will not buy a single talisman. Chun Pingon smiled and said, Good. Old Sir is so kind. My little bag shop, it is rare for me to puff myself up at my own cost, so I will be magnanimous this time. I don't want the 10 snow coins that Old Sir increased the price. 25 talisman. I will only charge Old Sir 270 snow coins. The child didn't feel that this guy was magnanimous at all. He raised his 2 small hands and moved his fingers slightly. He quickly calculated the price in his mind, worried that this guy would cheat people. Fortunately, the price was like this. The child put away his palm, still feeling that it was too expensive, but his grandfather liked it and felt that it was good, so he didn't help to bargain. Otherwise, when he haggled, even he felt afraid. The old man took out 3 pieces of small summer money from his money bag and used the extra 30 pieces of snow money to bargain with the young man. He bought the painting of the goddess, which showed his skill, and the small Schwambi tea cake. He planned to give it to his good friend when he returned. The old man chose 5 talisman from each of the 5 rows. Chun Pingon let the old man choose, but the old man's choice made Chun Pingon a little surprised. He asked softly with the ripples in his heart, Old Sir has such good taste. Why don't you choose the better talisman, but choose the slightly inferior talisman? The old man seemed to find it very strange. He smiled and said, Shopkeeper, your business experience is very unusual. Chun Pingon didn't say anything more. There was no need to say more. There were many strange things in the world, but people were still the most unpredictable. The old man left. Others came. Chun Pingan's stall became much more lively. There was an endless stream of onlookers, but there was no one who was really willing to pay. The old man, whose name was unknown, was still shopping with his grandson and looking at the shops. Then he disappeared. Chun Pingan squatted on the ground with his hands in his sleeves. In his sleeves, he rubbed the snow coins with the words, often envious of the world's talisman, and Susie's poems are like paintings. The snow coins in the world were so interesting. There were many different characters. Within a continent, the snow coins had many different characters, but most of them were 4 characters on one side. It was extremely rare to see a snow coin with as many as 7 ancient characters. What made Chun Pingan happy was that other than earning the unexpected 3 snow coins, he was also happy that he had collected a brand new snow coin. Moreover, the 3 snow coins had a premium when it came to snow coins. Adding the rare characters, it was a small premium. Originally, Chun Pingan's estimate of the value of all the talisman was to cut it in half. This trip to the bundle shop in Cloud City. Generally, in the shops at the Immortal Fairy, as long as the talisman was made of yellow paper and the talisman was drawn like a talisman gallbladder, it was already a high price to sell 1 snow coin. Chun Pingan was actually prepared for the worst if the price was too high, and he lost a snow coin. He never thought that he was fated to have 3 snow coins. They insisted on running into his pocket. He really couldn't stop them. Everything was difficult at the beginning. With that rich old man with good eyesight, it was a good sign. Next, he sold 2 more thunder talismans. No one cared about the water and earth talismans and the barrier-breaking talisman. Many customers almost cursed when they heard the price. One of the men with a rough appearance used 5 snowflakes to buy an old treasure from the Dragon Palace of Tsang Yun Lake. The smell of cosmetics was very strong. The man most likely wanted to give it to the woman he liked, or as a gift to some female cultivator. After hearing the young vendor say that 5 snowflakes cost money, the man cursed, but in the end, he still obediently paid the money. Then he pointed at the dignified, heavenly thunder talisman and asked for the price. Chun Pingan smiled and said, 2 mother of asterisk curs and 2 more snowflakes to spend money. The man cursed, "Kid, are you killing a pig?" Even with Chun Pingan's thick skin, he didn't know how to respond for a moment. The tourists who were watching the fun laughed. The man also realized that his words were inappropriate. He scolded others and himself. No matter how he looked at it, it wasn't worth it. The man scratched his head. He really needed to buy an offensive thunder talisman to deal with a great demon that occupied a mountaintop. If he succeeded, he would be able to plunder the great demon that occupied the top of a mountain. If he succeeded, he would be able to plunder the great demon, and it would be a steady profit. However, if he failed, then he would be in for a huge loss. In the end, the man still couldn't bear to cut the meat and left resentfully. Chun Pingan didn't ask him to stay. The man walked out for a distance and couldn't help but turn his head to look. He saw the young man smiling at him. The man's thoughts fell through, and he felt even more uncomfortable. He strode away, out of sight, out of mind. Chun Pingan continued to do business. It was also worry-free. In any case, the price of the talisman and all the items were fixed. After earning 3 small coins, his bag shop became more and more stable in his fishing platform. In any case, less than 2 hours had passed. There was still quite a bit of time before the ferry set off. Chun Pingan originally planned to do business while nourishing his fist intent. In addition, he cultivated by the Heart Lake. He didn't delay any of the 3, but for some reason, he only enjoyed the leisure at the moment and didn't practice boxing for the time being. He was still multitasking, carefully sizing up the tourists on the street. At the same time, he let his mind wander thousands of miles, thinking about some people and some things. As he was currently in Cloud City, Chinpingon thought of the Cloud Gem book. Speaking of which, the first bag shop that Chinpingon met in his life could actually be considered the guy who wore a bamboo hat and carried a bamboo blade. At that time, Wei Pai was still the local lord's chest on Mountain. It was just that this bag shop didn't accept money. Alliance squatted on the ground. In front of him, the long wooden box called Delicate Yellow was placed. He shouted for business and called for everyone to go over and pick a treasure. He and Zhu Lu were also there at that time. Lin Shui ran the fastest. He was the first to choose the Thunder Technique Secret Manual of Love at first sight. Li Huai was clever. After he chose an item, he desperately urged Lin Shui and Li Baoping to pick the narrow saber auspicious symbol. When Li Baoping picked up the saber, Li Huai grabbed the palm-sized painted puppet with lightning speed. He helped Zhu Lu choose a book and a pill. Back then, Chinpingon still didn't know how much that small pill called Hero's Gallbladder meant to a pure martial artist. Even though Chinpingon had walked so many roads, he still hadn't seen anything similar. Even Lu Tai and Qi Jinglong had never heard that the world's martial artist's gallbladder could be refined into a pill. Chinpingon was the last person to choose. In any case, there was only that light golden lotus seed left in the wooden box. He couldn't pick anything else. Chinpingon, who was no longer a teenager, now hoped that one day in the future he could learn from Alliance and give the good things in his hands to those juniors who could pick them up and receive them. Not only would they not feel distressed, but they would also be filled with anticipation. In the world, there were always some words and deeds that would be imperceptibly passed down from generation to generation. It wasn't Taoist magic, but it was better than Taoist magic. After daybreak, the old man who threw money away held the child's hand and walked through the gate of Above Cloud's city. When the gatekeeper saw the old man, he respectfully greeted him as Taoist Wan. The old man smiled and nodded in greeting. They returned to a rich and powerful mansion in the city. There were only a few treasured lands in Above Cloud City that were willing to hand over their deeds to outsiders. This mansion was one of them. This was because the old man's name was Huan Yun. He was a Taoist perfected one who was famous in the central part of the North Continent. The old perfected one's cultivation and combat strength were not of much use in the North Continent, where sword cultivators were common. He could only be considered an ordinary golden core cultivator who was not good at fighting. However, he was of high seniority, had a wide network of connections, and had many followers. He was a person who had attained Tao from a branch of the Central Plains talisman lineage. He was proficient in talisman and had far surpassed his cultivation level. He had a good relationship with the other Taoist lineages, including the Yang family of the Cloud Palace, as well as many great cultivators of the North. He liked to travel around the world as his home. Of course, he would buy a mansion in a place with beautiful scenery. He had already bought a mansion with a wide view at Julie Mountain. It was cheap back then, but now it was unknown how many times the price had increased. The old perfected one had a wide network of friends. His mansion on Julie Mountain was always occupied by people. On the contrary, the old perfected one himself might not even stay there for more than 10 years. The child's name was Huan Bai. He was a potential cultivator. Even the descendants of Earth immortal cultivators might not be able to cultivate. None of the children of the old perfected one could cultivate. Such a good seedling had appeared in such a large family for more than 100 years. Therefore, the old perfected one liked to bring the child with him when he traveled all over the world. When they arrived at the study, the old man carefully took out an exquisite small box made of beautiful wood from the spring dew garden. It was very lively with cloud patterns and water splashes. This box had a great history. It was called Cloud Lock Box. It was the Immortal's Cave that was specially used by talisman experts to store precious talisman. The old perfected one's face was full of smiles as he gently placed the 27 talisman that he bought from the stall into the wooden box. Huan Bai was smart since he was young. He immediately knew that his grandfather did not take advantage of the situation. It was even possible that he had picked up a bargain. The old man sat on the chair and carried the child on his knees. He said earnestly, "Every immortal sect on the mountain will have a founder. Then, for the talisman drawing of the talisman in the world, the talisman drawing has reached a higher level but has not reached perfection. Those who first pick up the brush to draw the talisman that looks the most superficial in terms of technique and spirit, are the most precious and rare. Therefore, grandfather purposely chose the talisman with the worst appearance. At that time, that young man was still doubtful and took the initiative to remind grandfather that he is a good young man. He is talented in talisman drawing, and his conduct in business is not bad." The old man was in a good mood as he told his grandson the inside story. He pointed to the wooden box that was already closed. "As long as these talisman are maintained properly, there will be some mysterious opportunities. Of course, the possibility of that is extremely small. But cultivating on the mountain, the what if is a bad thing that can cause one's Tao to disappear, but it can also be a good thing that can bring great fortune. Even if we don't mention this accident, these talisman cost grandfather almost 3 small pieces of money. It is not a loss." Huan Yun suddenly smiled. "The city lord has arrived. Let's go and welcome him." Huan Yun put down his grandson and walked out of the study to the courtyard. Immortal cultivators who were close to him naturally did not need to knock on the door. They only needed to release some of their qi. The city lord of the city above clouds was called Shenzhenza. He was a golden core cultivator like Huan Yun. He wore a white robe and looked elegant. He was a middle-aged man, and it was obvious that he was a divine immortal. After his grandson bowed, Huan Yun went straight to the point. "There is someone selling talisman in your family's market. It is of excellent quality. If you are late, you will miss it. I recognize 3 of the talismans. They are the Heavenly Thunder Talisman, the Great River Talisman, and the Earth Talisman. They are not authentic, and thus are not considered rare. But there are 2 barrier-breaking talismans that I have never seen in my life. The Guiding Talisman and the Bridge-Crossing Talisman are excellent. The former is not only suitable for cultivators to go up the mountain and into the water, it can also be used to open the way for otherworldly items to go to the underworld. The latter contains a trace of pure sword will. Cultivators of the 5 realms in the city above clouds can use it to intimidate ordinary ghosts and demons." Shenzhenza was a little shocked. If an ordinary earth immortal cultivator said that a talisman was good, he would not dare to believe it completely. But when this old Taoist perfected said it, there was no doubt about it. Huan Yun continued, "It is a pity that the talisman is of poor quality, and the cinnabar used to draw the talisman is also ordinary. Otherwise, a talisman would cost more than a dozen snowflakes." Shenzhenza was confused. Perfected Huan, a barrier-breaking talisman, costs a dozen snowflakes. Is it not a good deal? Huan Yun smiled. "Have I ever been wrong about whether a talisman is good or bad? Hurry! I will not let the city above clouds waste money on those snowflakes." Huan Yun described the young man's appearance and stall. Shenzhenza nodded. "I will be back soon." Huan Yun suddenly reminded him, "That talisman is very shrewd in his business. I advise you not to buy it yourself. It is also to prevent others from coveting it and harming that little cultivator. Although this person purposely took out the small dark wall tea from your neighbor's sparrow residence when he set up his stall, it can barely be used as a protective talisman. But money moves people's hearts. If someone really covets his wealth, this little relationship will not be able to prevent disaster." Shenzhenza understood and flew away with the wind. He went to the center of the city to buy a talisman and then returned to his residence. This time, He came to discuss something with the old, perfected master Huan Yun. In the territory of the western neighbor of Water Sky Country, in a remote mountain, there was a secret realm of mountains and rivers. A mountain woodcutter came across it by chance. He only found the entrance to the cave, but did not dare to explore it alone. After he left the mountain, he treated it as a fortuitous encounter and told his fellow villagers about it. Then a mountain cultivator who was passing by heard about it and went to the local government office. He carefully looked through the local county records and maps. He went to the cave alone, but was unable to break the immortal restriction. Then he joined forces with two other cultivators. Unexpectedly, the Yin-Yang cultivator broke the restriction in the middle of the night and triggered a mechanism in the cave. Two cultivators died, and only one survived. This news spread. After listening to Shenzhen's story, Huan Yun smiled and said, if a level 4 Yin-Yang cultivator could break the mountain and river's restriction in such a short time, it means that the quality of the cave is not high. Why, as a golden core earth immortal, do you want to fight with those mountain cultivators for this fortuitous encounter? Shenzhen shook his head and said, I only plan to let a few young disciples of Cloud Above City go and gain experience. Then I will send a Dragon Gate cultivator to secretly escort them. As long as there is no danger to their lives, they will not show themselves. Huan Yun smiled and said, if the fortuitous encounter is not small, Cloud Above City will not fight for it. Shenzhen still shook his head. Cloud Above City has suffered greatly. Perfected Huan, please don't make fun of me. Distant relatives were not as good as close neighbors. They were both on the mountain, and at the foot of the mountain. However, there were many bad neighbors on the mountain. For example, Cloud Above City and Sparrow Manor, which were both in Water Sky Country. Ever since the battle between the previous city lord and the manor lord, although the two families did not become mortal enemies, the cultivators on both sides no longer interacted with each other. There was no longer any friendship between them. The relationship between the two sects that had been allies for hundreds of years was also broken because of an unexpected fortuitous encounter. At first, the old city lord was the Tao protector of his family's juniors, while his disciples were in charge of searching for treasures. However, in that untraceable broken Grotto Heaven's secret realm, there was a Taoist book that led directly to the Golden Core realm, Shenzhen's father, and the previous manor lord of Sparrow Manor could not resist the temptation of the treasure, which they thought was within their reach. They did not expect that in the end, a rogue cultivator who hid extremely well took advantage of the stalemate between the two sides to severely injure the two Golden Core cultivators. He obtained the Taoist book and left. The two Golden Core Earth Immortals of Cloud Above City and Sparrow Manor suffered a misfortune because of their good fortune. They did not manage to reach the nascent soul realm and passed away with regrets. Since then, the two families hated each other and could not become a pair of immortal Taoist companions. Moreover, the most interesting thing was that the two Jindan stage cultivators did not have much hatred for the wild cultivator, whose background they could not find out until the end of their lives. They regarded the priceless Taoist book as the Taoist fate that this person deserved. Before that, the two families were actually in-laws, which was rare on the mountain. Because of this, generations of emperors of Water Sky Country had been worried. They had tried many times to help the two families reconcile. However, Cloud Above City and Sparrow Manor did not accept their help. Huan Yun smiled. You want me to take care of them, just in case? Why, did your direct disciples leave the city for training? Shenzhen nodded. Not just one. Both of them are at a bottleneck and have to make this trip. Huan Yun said, at this juncture, the sealed grotto abode has reappeared. This is probably the opportunity for your two disciples. They cannot miss it. As the Taoist disciple, you are too involved with your disciples. If you are too close, it will not be good. Shenzhen sighed. On the path of cultivation, there were not only good things to enjoy. Even the opportunity to break through to the next level would be filled with hidden dangers. It was impossible to guard against. Moreover, there were many experiences and rules that were exchanged with the lives of many seniors and masters. Huan Yun said, "All right, I will be the Taoist protector." Shinjinza stood up and bowed. Huan Yun did not avoid him. The child Huan Si was obedient and sensible. He had already run away. Even if it was just a Taoist protector on the path of cultivation, he was still a Taoist protector. Shinjinza had put in a lot of effort into this. It was natural for him to bow to a Taoist protector for his two direct disciples. One of Shinjinza's confidants rushed to the courtyard. He took out those talismans from his sleeve that couldn't be bought even if he tried to bargain for a single piece of snow. He said, "City Lord, that person insisted on keeping the last thunder talisman." Shinjinza turned to look at Huan Yun, guessing if there was a secret behind this. Huan Yun smiled. "That little cultivator has a strange temper. He left a talisman behind and didn't sell it. I don't think there's much to it." Ooh. Shinjinza took out one of the sword Aura Bridge talismans. He rubbed it lightly with 2 fingers. It was indeed extraordinary. However, it was expensive. He kept all the talisman in his sleeve. He nodded and smiled. "I can give it to my disciples. The city above clouds can still keep 2 of them." Huan Yun smiled. "I was just giving some advice. It might be meaningless. However, the city above clouds should use the rest of the talisman sparingly. Don't squander it recklessly. As for the city above clouds, spending money to buy another batch of talisman, forget about it. Otherwise, they will lose out." Shinjinza could not be bothered with the deeper meaning behind this. He had already obtained the results he wanted by visiting Huanjinren today. Huan Yin smiled and asked, "I followed the commotion at the Fu-Chu Kingdom sword ceremony. Did you hear anything?" Shinjinza shook his head. "It happened so suddenly. I believe that the Sparrow residence, which is closer to the sword ceremony, can only confirm that one of them is Lu Jinglong. There are no clues about the other sword immortal." Be it the Fu-Chu country, the north and south countries bordering the Fu-Chu country, or our water sky country, there are no clues. However, the city above clouds is not worthy of such a great sword immortal. Compared to the Sparrow residence, there is a beautiful fairy who is an old acquaintance of Lu Jinglong. Huan Yun joked, "You're too jealous." Shinjinza was honest too. That's because of Residence Lord Sun Qing's ability. Can't the city above clouds be envious? Huan Yun stopped joking with the city lord of the city above clouds. It was normal to complain in front of an old friend due to internal and external problems. The internal worry was Shinjinza of Cloud Above City. He could not be compared to Sun Qing, who had an excellent aptitude for cultivation and was extremely beautiful. On the other hand, Sparrow Manor was good at making money and had a vast source of income. If they were really ruthless, they could rely on the immortal money to produce a second Earth immortal of gold core. On the other hand, Cloud Above City was short of manpower. Among Shinjinza's direct disciples, there was not even a single Dragon Gate realm cultivator. As for external problems, they were neither small nor large. Any mountain that opened its doors for business would have them. Didn't immortal Huan Yun see through the awkward situation of Cloud City on this trip? That was why he purposely came to stay after 60 years to cheer for Shinjinza. Shinjinza said self-deprecatingly, "If that sword immortal whose name I don't know is on good terms with the city above clouds like Perfected Huan, a useless golden core cultivator like me would have nothing to worry about." Ooh. Huan Yin shook his head. "Don't be discouraged. According to the Tao sect, if you beat yourself to death in your own home without knowing it, the great Tao will be truly severed." Shinjinza smiled bitterly. He understood the logic, but so what? On the market street, Chun Pingan was still squatting in his sleeves. He looked up at the sky. and estimated the time. If that person did not come, he would have to pack up his stall in less than an hour. The fairy waited for no one. On a large piece of green cloth, there were 50 talisman. Only a lonely, heavenly division thunder talisman was left. As for the other miscellaneous items, most of them were sold. In total, they only earned about 70 or so snow coins. The ones who really earned the most money were still those talisman. It was rare for the business of the bag shop in the mountains to be so prosperous. As for the cultivator who came later, it was obvious that he came from the city above clouds. Compared to the first old man, be it in terms of foresight or business methods, his Tao was far inferior. It was only because Chun Pingon was fair in his dealings. Otherwise, it would be easy for him to earn 100 or so snow coins from the other party's pockets. When it came to business, the seller liked it when the other party had no choice but to buy. Although it was clumsy, it could not hide its intentions. This was equivalent to giving money to the seller. Chun Pingon basked in the early winter sun and closed his eyes to take a nap. On the street, the people with ferry passengers had already begun to pack up their stalls. Most of their business was average, and there was no joy on their faces. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, a man pretended to shop around a few bag shops. Then he dawdled over to Chun Pingon's side. He did not squat down and smiled. "What? You can't sell these?" Chun Pingon raised his head and said unhappily, "What? Did you pick up money on the road? You want to buy them all? I'll give you a 30% discount, including this thunder talisman. How about it?" The man was very sullen. Chun Pingon did not speak anymore. The man squatted down and picked up those items. However, he did not look at the thunder talisman. The man occasionally asked about the price of some miscellaneous items. The stall owner would answer all of his questions. However, he did not speak much. It seemed that he was about to pack up and leave. When Chun Pingon stretched his hand out of his sleeve, the man gritted his teeth and asked, "Since you can't sell this thunder talisman, how about you sell it to me at a discount?" Chun Pingon glanced at the man's boots. They were carefully sewn, but they were very worn out. They could not be considered good craftsmanship and could not be compared to the ones sold in shops. They were only good at heart. He smiled and said, "You're a cultivator. Don't you think it's shabby to wear such rags when you're outside?" The man was stunned for a moment and subconsciously withdrew his feet. Then he became angry out of humiliation. "Why do you care what kind of boots I wear? It's fine as long as the boots can be worn. What else do you want?" Chun Pingon also said angrily, "Show me some respect. You're just a little cultivator of the fourth realm. How dare you talk to a great cultivator of the cave realm like that?" The man was a bit stunned, and also a bit guilty. He glanced at the black robe on the other party. If it was really a robe that not even the immortal masters of records on the mountain could afford to wear, then he could not afford to offend him. The man became more and more helpless and decided to give up. If he did not want to buy it, then he did not want to buy it. There was no reason to be humiliated. Unexpectedly, that person suddenly said, "I'm going to close my stall. Today's luck is not bad. I have a good start, so I won't keep this thunder talisman. I want to start well and finish well, so as not to ruin my next fortune. That's why the item you bought earlier, if I remember wrongly, cost 5 snowflakes. If you sell it back to me, I'll sell you this priceless thunder talisman that only appears once in 100 years at a 50% discount. How about it?" The man was in a dilemma. He lowered his head and glanced at the pair of old boots on his feet. It was not that he did not have the money to buy a new pair. No matter how expensive the boots on the street were, how many taels of silver could they be worth? It was just that traveling far away, he had to have something to think about, especially for a cultivator of the mountains and swamps like him. His realm was low, the mountains and rivers were dangerous, and his life and death were uncertain year after year. Without any thoughts unrelated to cultivation in his heart, life was really difficult. The man waved his hand and stood up. Forget it. Chun Pingon once again covered his hands in his sleeves. He pointed his chin at the Thunder Talisman. Forget it. Earning money is a small matter, but fortune is a big matter. I'll sell it to you at a 50% discount. 8 pieces of snow will cost me. The man asked, how about 7? Chun Pingon said straightforwardly, get lost. The man hurriedly crouched down and grabbed the Thunder Talisman that he could vaguely sense the flow of spiritual energy. When he was about to take out the money, he suddenly paused and asked, could it be that you switched it? Now you're selling me a fake talisman? Chun Pingon's expression did not change. He added one more word. Get lost. The man weighed the pros and cons. He opened his eyes wide and repeatedly checked the Thunder Talisman. Only then did he throw down the 8 pieces of snow to spend money. He got up and left. After walking a dozen steps, he broke into a mad dash. He was probably worried that the bag shop would go back on his word. It was Chun Pingon's turn to be somewhat hesitant. He picked up the snow pieces one by one and carefully weighed them. They were all genuine, not fake money. After closing his stall, the package became a lot lighter. He returned to the ferry. Chun Pingon planned to continue being a bag shop. When he returned to the house, he did not stop for a moment and buried himself in drawing talismans. It was a matter of cultivation. How could he slack off? However, after drawing more than 10 talisman in a row, there was movement in the water mansion. Chun Pingon had to stop drawing. It just so happened that the ferry had officially set off, and there was also a view of Cloud City that could not be missed. As long as a ferry docked in the Sea of Clouds, Cloud City would take action. He should be able to earn some scattered immortal money from the ferry. Chun Pingon walked out of the house. There were cultivators from Cloud City riding 3 ordinary talisman boats. Above this special Sea of Clouds, they cast a large net to catch a kind of flying fish that liked to peck the clouds. Of course, the flying fish itself could also be sold for money. Chun Pingon leaned on the railing and admired the painting. Just like the fisherman who cast a net to catch fish, the scenery was green, but here was the Sea of Clouds. After that, he left the territory of the water firmament country and came to the long and narrow territory of the biting country. During this time, he passed by a Huanyuan mountain that had incense burning but no Taoist temple. The good men and women in the world, if there was a wish, there would be a wish that would be fulfilled. Many places that used to burn incense might be thousands of miles away from their hometown. Many devout old people who were too old or sick and could not travel far would entrust the young disciples of their family to make a trip to Huanyuan Mountain, which was not too far away, to burn incense and worship the gods. There was not only one Huanyuan Mountain in the North Continent. On the other hand, there was no such example in the Treasure Vase Continent and the Tongyi Continent. Chun Pingon was not blinded by lard. He did not stay here as a bag shop and went down the boat to burn incense. However, he did not make a wish, nor did he fulfill a wish. He only burned incense to worship the mountain. At the back of Huanyuan Mountain, there was a reverse waterfall. Chun Pingon watched there for a long time but could not figure out the reason. On the other side of the deep pool, there was an unsheathed spring. Every time a sword cultivator or swordsman unsheathed his sword by the water, a mouthful of spring water would shoot up into the sky. Of course, if one was full of energy and shouted at the top of his lungs, the spring water would also fly up. However, it did not have the artistic conception, and the spring water was scattered. It was not as wonderful as the unsheathed sword, which seemed to appear out of thin air. When Chun Pingon was looking at the inverted waterfall, he was also looking at the spring water that was forced out by people's roars. The sword immortal behind him rippled with sword energy in its scabbard. Chun Pingon said telepathically, "Can we not be so childish? You should at least show some demeanor that an immortal weapon should have, right?" Only then did the sword immortal quiet down. Was it because a semi-immortal weapon was called an immortal weapon? Chun Pingan was a little worried. Was the feng shui of Luapa Mountain really bad because of him? It did not make sense. How could he be compared to Pei Qian and Zhu Lian? Du of the Ghost Hatchet Palace was the only one who was good at this. Chun Pingan burned incense, saw the reverse waterfall and unsheathed spring, and returned to the ferry. He was still hesitating about one thing. Should he get off the ferry halfway and take the initiative to search for treasures for the first time in his life? Earlier, on the ferry, some cultivators were whispering about the discovery of a new immortal cave in the Biting Country. However, those cultivators felt that there was no need to go. Just the city above clouds and Sparrow Palace of the Water Sky Country, as well as the many powerful cultivators of the Biting Country, as well as the well-informed mountain and lake cultivators would have already left. Among the cultivators' words, the most taboo for these immortal masters was the group of mountain and lake cultivators who hunted for money without regard for their lives. If there was a conflict, they would either die or be injured. It was not worth it. Moreover, this kind of almost public immortal lucky chance was not a lucky chance at all. Chun Pingan calculated that the ferry to the Dragon Palace Cave Heaven had a fixed route, about once a month. It would pass by the Peach Blossom Ferry of the Sparrow Mansion, the city above clouds, and the Hebo Ferry of the Biting Kingdom. Therefore, if he got off the ferry, it would take about a month. Finally, at the Hebo Ferry, Chun Pingan got off the ferry. This trip was to learn from the scholar of Lujiao County, who used the pseudonym of Lu Dun to explore the immortal world. It was a simple visit without any intention of winning, but Chun Pingan was a little nervous for the first time because he was used to not asking for help. As for the exact route of the nameless mountain, it was not difficult to know. There were cultivators leading the way. He stuck a steel-carrying talisman of the Ghost Hatchet Palace on his body, and his injuries were almost healed. Although he had not recovered to his peak, he could survive 3 more punches from old Senior Gu. Chun Pingan hid himself and traveled over land and water without making a sound. If Zhu Lian and Pei Qian saw him, they would definitely praise him from the bottom of their hearts for appearing and disappearing unpredictably. On this night, Chun Pingan sat on a high branch and rested. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and received a flying sword message from Lu Jinglong. The content of the letter was still short. It only had 2 sentences. Gu Yu and Ji were dead. Gu Yu drew an ancient sword sealing talisman on his chest and sealed Ji Yu's intrinsic flying sword for a moment, exchanging a life for a life. After Chun Pingan fed an immortal coin to the sword box, the messenger flying sword left instantly. Chun Pingan held the back of his head and looked up at the departing messenger flying sword. When Qi Jinglong returned to the north, the longer the journey, the easier it would be for the messenger flying swords to be lost. Therefore, this was the last messenger flying sword before Qi Jinglong entered seclusion to break through. Chun Pingan sat on the tree branch. Some things were expected, so he was not too sad. However, he was a little disappointed, so he could only stay silent and not drink. End of chapter. "540. The latest issue of the journal has been released on the public account. Everyone can take a look. Fenghua, 1985. The 3 of them traveled at night. The sound of the mountain stream was pleasant to the ears. It was a tall and skinny old Taoist. His eyes shone brightly, and he wore a loose Taoist robe made of silk. The Taoist robe looked old and was relatively complicated. There were still 12 pieces of embroidery on the robe, which should correspond to the 12th month of the year. He carried a peachwood sword on his back and a string of copper bells on his waist. Walking under the moon, the old Taoist looked like a celestial being. A handsome young master with a bamboo cane and straw shoes was dressed in white. He carried a short saber with a golden scabbard. A sloppy man carried a bag and looked like a young man's follower. The three of them suddenly stopped. They could vaguely see someone sitting on the cliff with his back facing them. He seemed to be looking at something under the moonlight. The man glanced at the bell on the old Taoist's waist. It did not move. The three of them heaved a sigh of relief. This bell was a rare spiritual artifact with a strong foundation. It belonged to the pagoda bell. It was originally an artifact hanging under the eaves of an ancient temple in the Yuan dynasty. Later, in order to increase the scale of the Chongxian Imperial Temple, the emperor of the Great Yuan dynasty demolished several halls of the ancient temple. During this period, the bell of the pagoda was lost among the people. After changing hands several times, it finally disappeared without a trace. By chance, the current owner found it on a skeleton in a deep mountain cave. Together with the bell of the pagoda, he also obtained the corpse of the real body of a python. He earned 200 snow coins and kept the bell of the pagoda. It was not that he was worried about not being able to sell it for a high price, but that he was reluctant to part with it. Truly good things were always priceless. This bell was personally recorded in the silent collection by the owner of the Inner Voice House, Yu Yuan. However, this pagoda bell's ranking was rather low in the catalog. But as long as it was a bell recorded in this catalog, there was no need to worry about a lack of buyers. With this bell, cultivators would no longer need to use the necessary talisman, such as the barrier-breaking talisman, fiend observation talisman, heart-cleansing talisman, and so on. It would be obvious once or twice, but when accumulated, these talisman would become a huge expense. Moreover, with the bell in hand, they could sell it at any time. Any immortal shop at the ferry port would be willing to spend a fortune. It was naturally best to directly find the Inner Voice House and sell it to the most knowledgeable nascent soul cultivator, Yu Yuan. The Buddhist bells had the three meanings of alarm, joy, and enlightenment, the baleful qi, and the demonic ghost's cultivation. The stronger the filthy, baleful qi, the stronger the demonic ghosts. Apart from this, it could also be used to break through barriers. Many of the barriers were similar to the mountains and rivers that made people and ghosts go around walls. With the bell's protection, cultivators could clear their eyes and calm their hearts. They would not be deceived. The young master communicated with his two friends telepathically. The three of us are all experts in close combat. We're still lacking someone with offensive techniques and treasures. Why don't we try our luck? The tall and thin old Taoist felt that it was feasible. Whether it was the Taoist robe on his body or the peachwood sword on his back, they were all camouflage. He was actually a wild cultivator who had stayed in a small Taoist temple for more than 10 years. The biggest regret in his life was not that he could not learn any Taoist spells in that shabby Taoist temple, but that he could not buy a Taoist genealogy certificate from the Taoist temple and the imperial court. According to seniority, it should have been his turn to buy the certificate. He did not expect his master to secretly sell the quota to a rich playboy from an influential family. He told him to wait for another 3 years. In the end, it would be 3 years after 3 years. After his master failed to keep the appointment, he said it would be his turn next time. He did not expect that he would die and pass the position of the Taoist temple to a junior brother from a well-off family. After he left the Taoist temple in anger, he went on the path of a rogue cultivator. He secretly took away the Taoist temple's treasure. It was a secret book that generations of Taoist temple masters had carefully kept, but no one could comprehend the way to immortality. The man felt that it was inappropriate. God knows where that guy came from. It was a temporary team. With a strange guy in the team, it could easily be a disaster. The young man smiled and said, "Let's take one step at a time. It'll be best if we succeed, but we won't lose anything if we don't. Besides, we'll split the loot. It's 3 against 1. Maybe we can get an extra sum of money, right?" The tall and skinny old Taoist smiled while stroking his beard. The man nodded and agreed. The young man smiled and said, "Let me test him. Taoist son and Brother Huang, please wait." The young man walked forward alone. After a few steps, the black-robed man, who had his back facing the three, still did not move. When the young man slightly increased his pace and walked for more than 10 steps, the black-robed man suddenly turned his head and stood up. He stared at the young man, who looked like the gongsun of a rich family. The young man stopped and smiled. "I'm Qin Jiyuan from the Jiao country. The two behind me are my friends. Among them, Taoist Sun's place of cultivation is the Thunder God residence in the infant mountain of East Sea. The person who preaches is one of the immortal masters of the Thunder God residence, the old immortal Taoist Master Jingming. Unfortunately, Taoist Sun is still a registered disciple and has not entered the Hall of Patriarchs. Taoist Sun has traveled far to the east, slaying demons and eliminating devils. He has accumulated a lot of merits. After killing demons together, he became good friends with us. This time, he heard that an ancient immortal's cave appeared in the Biting Mountain, so he wanted to come with us to see if there's a fated chance. On the other side of the stone cliff by the stream, there was a black-robed old man. His hands were hidden in his sleeves, and ripples flowed out of his sleeves. It was obvious that he was very wary of these 3 uninvited guests that he had met in the mountains. The black-robed old man squinted his eyes and asked, "The Thunder God residence in the Infant Mountain? What a coincidence, I've heard of it. It's rumored that the Thunder Talisman in the Infant Mountain can control thunder and lightning and summon wind and rain. It's very powerful. Not only that, I have a talisman of the Thunder God residence's secret technique." The old man took out a thunder talisman from his sleeve and held it high. He sneered and said, "I wonder if Taoist Sun can recognize the evil sun ghost suppressing talisman or the temple exorcism talisman from the Infant Mountain." The young man stood with his hands behind his back. One of his palms was open, and the other was a fist. He signaled for the 2 people behind him to act according to the situation. When he pressed down on the hilt, it meant that they could attack each other in advance. However, this was the worst-case scenario. If the other party's talisman was too good and made people wary, they would temporarily brush past each other. On the surface, they would mind their own business. However, the 2 sides had already formed a grudge. As soon as there was a good opportunity, they would cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. The registry master on the mountain naturally didn't need to do this. This young bladesman was a disciple of a noble clan whose clan had declined. However, he was not from the Jiao nation. Qin Jiyuan was also a pseudonym. The real Qin Jiyuan was someone of the same age who made him suffer a lot in the Jiao nation. His real name was Di Yuanfeng. His swordsmanship was wholeheartedly taught by a consecrator of a family born at the border. The sword he carried was an immortal treasure passed down from his ancestors. He had only wandered the Jianghu for a few years, so he couldn't be considered a true rogue cultivator. However, he had already experienced the shrewdness of rogue cultivators below the mountain twice. The first time, he met that coarse-looking Big Brother Huang. The second time, he turned from an enemy to a friend and formed an alliance with Taoist Sun. The tall and thin old Taoist took a few steps forward and casually glanced at the talisman in the black-robed cultivator's hand. He smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist doesn't need to test me like this. Although the talisman in your hand is undoubtedly a thunder talisman, it definitely isn't the 2 secret talismans of our Thunder God residence. My Baby Mountain's Thunder Talisman is an ancient well. It resonates with heaven and earth and produces a pool of thunder and plasma. The divine firmament brush refined from this has a pure talisman light and a trace of scarlet red. This is something that no other talisman can have. Moreover, The talisman of the Thunder God Residence's 5 great ancestral halls has a secret that isn't passed on. Fellow Taoist clearly passed the mountain but didn't manage to ascend it. It's truly regrettable. If there is a chance in the future, you can return to the baby mountain with this poor Taoist. At that time, you will know the mystery. The black-robed old man nodded and put away the Thunder Talisman into his sleeve. He bowed to the registry master of the Thunder God Residence on the baby mountain. Greetings, Taoist Sunday. The young master heaved a sigh of relief. These **king wild cultivators were each more cunning and shrewd than the other. They were really hard to please. The tall and thin old Taoist was naturally not a Taoist from the Thunder God Residence. The Thunder God Residence was a big mountain with 2 nascent soul ancestors overseeing it. It was a place where the great blasphemy sea entered the area and was one of the top Taoist schools. How could the one surnamed son be so lucky as to become the disciple of one of the 5 great Taoists of the baby mountain? Although Taoist Master Jingming was the last earth immortal of the Gold Core realm in the Thunder God Residence and couldn't be compared with the other 4 earth immortals, he was still an unreachable old Taoist immortal at the foot of the mountain. Fortunately, since this Taoist son dared to walk around the foot of the mountain under the guise of being a talisman of the Thunder God Residence, he still had some knowledge about the talisman of the Thunder God Residence. However, if the other party really took out a secret talisman of the Thunder God Residence's Hall of Ancestral Masters, the one surnamed son would probably stare blankly because the latter was only hearsay. The 5 great talisman of the Thunder God Residence had a lot to pay attention to, but Taoist son was not qualified to know what exactly it was. Fortunately, even if the other party wanted to get to the bottom of the matter, Taoist son didn't need to answer half a sentence. After all, if he really was the registry master, how could he casually reveal the secrets of his own Hall of Ancestral Masters? Therefore, Taoist son's response was reasonable. Putting himself in the other party's shoes, the young master himself had to eliminate most of his doubts. Right at this moment, the black-robed old man suddenly said another sentence without rhyme or reason. Divine General Iron Chain suppressing mountain cry. The tall and thin Taoist laughed out loud. 5 thunders divine decree from the Crimson Palace. The old man obviously heaved a sigh of relief and bowed again. I was rude. I apologized to Taoist Sunday. The black-robed old man obviously didn't care too much about the young man and the sloppy man. Di Yuanfeng's heart is full of criticism. Sure enough, the golden signboard of an immortal master of the Thunder God's Residence is useful wherever he goes. During their travels, they have visited several small vassal states and third-rate mountains in that place. Di Yuanfeng and Li Wuyo have benefited from this and were treated as distinguished guests. The old man seemed to want to walk down the stone cliff and treat the 3 with respect. Halfway, he suddenly asked, Taoist son, why didn't you wear the Thunder God Residence's standard Taoist robe when you went down the mountain to gain experience? Di Yuanfeng was furious. Was there an end to this? He almost couldn't help but reach out and press the hilt of his knife. This old man was so cautious everywhere. Perhaps there really were many variables in the alliance. At the very least, the 3 of them wouldn't be able to kill him so easily. The tall and thin Taoist smiled while stroking his beard. He shook his head and said, wearing the mountain's Taoist robe and swaggering through the streets will only make me tired of socializing. Could it be that the experience is to be gained at a banquet with wine cups intertwined? The black-robed old man smiled slightly and finally walked down the stone cliff. He sighed with emotion. Taoist son, you're indeed a Taoist master of the infant mountain. Your cool heart away from the riches and honor of the mortal world is indeed admirable. Presumably, when you return to the Thunder God Residence's ancestral mountain this time, you'll definitely be able to progress further and become the direct disciple of Taoist Jingming and the ancestral hall. Ooh. Then the old fox wild cultivator in the eyes of the three people became a bit more respectful. He still only had Taoist sun in his eyes. He smiled and said, "My surname is Chen. I come from Wuling country, which is poor in Taoist magic. My cultivation is insignificant, and my sect is not worth mentioning. It's just a sad thing. I learned the art of drawing talismans by chance. It's just a small skill that makes me a laughingstock. I don't dare to show it in front of a talisman master like Taoist Sunday. I used the talisman to test you. Now that I think about it, I'm really ashamed. Taoist Sun is magnanimous. Please don't lower yourself to my level." Taoist Sun smiled and said, "When we're outside, there's nothing wrong with being careful. Brother Chen doesn't need to feel guilty." Taoist Sun took the lead and walked towards the black-robed old man, Di Yuanfeng, and the sloppy man naturally followed behind. In fact, among the three of them, Di Yuanfeng had always been the leader. Therefore, he could take 40% of the loot, and the other two would take 30%. The black-robed old man gave way to the stone cliff path. When Taoist Sun was climbing the mountain, he stepped in and followed behind Taoist Sunday. He did not give Di Yuanfeng and the sloppy man any face. Di Yuanfeng and the man carrying the luggage quickly looked at each other and smiled. This style was very similar to a wild cultivator. After being cautious, he became familiar with how to steer the rudder according to the wind. He should be a fellow Taoist. It's a good thing. The four of them sat together on the stone cliff. Taoist Sun smiled and asked, "Fellow Taoist also came for the abode in the mountain?" This black-robed old man who was wrapped in a green cloth probably believed that Sun Daozong was the immortal master of the infant mountain register. After probing him 3 times, he no longer had any doubts. At this moment, he revealed a helpless expression and said frankly, "Of course, it's just that I didn't get the local government's map. After entering the mountain, I've been wandering around here for a long time. Otherwise, I would be hundreds of miles away in the deep mountains. If my luck was better, I would be able to find the abode, with the abode's restriction broken." Taoist Sun looked at the noble young master Di Yuanfeng with the bamboo cane and straw shoes. The latter smiled slightly and took out a neatly folded map of the county. It was a copy. The map of the various regions had always been a taboo item in the imperial court of each country. It must not be leaked to outsiders. Di Yuanfeng and the other two could successfully copy it. Of course, it was because of Taoist Sun's identity. However, the county governor was not someone easy to deal with. He made Taoist Sun reveal his celestial spells and dozens of Taoist talisman that could be posted in the government office. The tall and skinny Taoist talisman drawing was actually clumsy. He had only seen a few beginner talisman from the infant mountain, and his drawing was 70 to 80% similar. The secret manual that he stole from the Taoist temple did not have any records of talisman. However, the old Taoist talisman gallbladder did have a trace of spiritual energy. It could be used to resist the qi of evil that was not dense in the marketplace. Of course, those talisman would not be posted on the government office's door. Instead, it would be taken by the county governor to be sold to those local tyrants who were afraid of death and did not lack money. The black-robed old man expressed his gratitude and reached out to take the map. He looked at it carefully, as expected of Taoist Sun, to be able to copy this item. The tall and skinny Taoist stroked his beard and smiled. He did not say anything. The sloppy man called himself Great Teacher Huang and continued to remain silent. The black-robed old man wanted to say something but stopped. Di Yuanfeng knew that this person had finally taken the bait. Unfortunately, whether it was him or Taoist Sun, neither of them took the initiative to speak a word. The other party had to show some sincerity and capital This black-robed old man who was in a dilemma was, of course, Chun Pingon, who was wearing a mask. His face was old, and he carried a long sword on his back. He looked dispirited, and his eyes were cloudy. Chun Pingon did not believe that he was the unofficial disciple of the Thunder God Residence's Taoist Jingming from the Infant Mountain. Otherwise, he would not have used such a shallow method to test the other party's authenticity. Since the Infant Mountain was an important mountain gate at the western estuary of the Great Blasphemy Continent, he knew about it before coming to the North Continent. Later on, he asked Qi Jinglong about the Thunder God Residence's talisman mission in detail. Although Qi Jinglong was from the Taihui Sword sect, everyone in the continent knew that this land, Dragon Talisman's realm, was very high. Chun Pingon even knew that the real key of the Thunder God Residence's Ancestral Hall's Thunder Technique 5 talismans was to seal the 5 ancestral seals, including Jade Mansion Governor, 5 inspectors, and main hall leader. Not only that, Qi Jinglong also personally drew talismans and showed Chun Pingon the 5 thunder techniques. Naturally, its power was not as good as the Thunder God Residence's Earth Immortals work. After all, it lacked the vital 5 Thunder Sect Dharma seals. However, Chun Pingon believed that other than the 5 palm print masters, there was no other Ancestral Hall's direct disciple in the Infant Mountain who could compare with an outsider like Qi Jinglong. Comparisons were odious. Moreover, it was useless to be angry. The reason why he deliberately believed the other party's identity was that Chun Pingon wanted to rely on the 3 of them to hide his identity, instead of searching for the cave alone. As for how to deal with the wild cultivators, Chun Pingon had some experience in scheming against Lu Laocheng and Lu Jimao after all. Although each continent had its own customs, a mountain cultivator was still a mountain cultivator after all. White wine was good for the face, while gold was bad for the heart. Traveling thousands of miles for wealth, profit was the most important thing. After carefully weighing the pros and cons, Chun Pingon asked carefully, "I wonder if Daoist Sun needs another helper?" After thinking about it, Daoist Sun pretended to nod and agree. He knew that Qin Jiyuan would stop him. As expected, there was no need for the 2 of them to communicate telepathically. Di Yuanfeng asked, "Brother Chen, this is our first time meeting. If it were you, would you randomly have an unknown companion?" Chun Pingon gritted his teeth and slowly took out a stack of yellow paper talisman from his sleeve. He sorted them out in order beside him. Other than the Heavenly Thunder talisman, there were also 2 Great River talismans and 2 Earth-picking talismans, as well as several mountain and water barrier breaking talismans. They were all drawn with gold and silver powder. Compared to the 50 talismans sold in the above Cloud City, other than the fact that they were made of the most common yellow paper, the rest of the talismans were worlds apart in terms of brushwork, appearance, and power. The price could not be compared. There were many rules in talisman drawing. In terms of dipping the tip of the brush in ink, there were ordinary cinnabar, gold and silver powder, and immortal cinnabar. As for immortal cinnabar, it was a bottomless pit with a great disparity. Therefore, for Qi refinement warriors who cultivated the talisman, drawing talismans was burning money. The more authentic the talisman was, the more immortal money it would consume. Fortunately, as long as a talisman cultivator reached a higher level, he could immediately earn money to support the mountain. However, for a talisman cultivator, it was too much of a test of one's aptitude. Whether one could succeed or not, one could tell whether one's future was good or bad from the first few strokes of the brush. Of course, nothing was absolute. There were also great talents who suddenly became enlightened late in life. However, they were usually unorthodox cultivators who had long been abandoned by the immortal families. These talisman that Chun Pingon took out were all yellow paper gold-threaded talismans made from gold ingots of the imperial family. Compared to the secular cinnabar and silver powder talisman, Their quality and value were naturally better. Dao's son swept a glance at the talisman and then looked at the black-robed old man. This immortal master of the Thunder God residence only smiled without saying anything. Only then did Chen Pingon smile, awkwardly. He took out the first talisman of Tianbu drawn with cinnabar from the Spring Dew Garden Mountain and gently placed it on the ground. Di Yuanfeng smiled and asked, "Brother Chen, where did you buy these treasured talisman? They look quite good. I also want to buy some." The black-robed old man said rather proudly, "Although I'm not an immortal master of the imperial family, nor do I have a talisman master, I still have some aptitude in the talisman Dao." At this point, the old man immediately withdrew his proud expression and said resentfully, of course, in front of Dao's son, "It's no different from a child's play in the countryside." Dao's son felt that the time was about right. He said indifferently, "Brother Chen, don't underestimate yourself. To be honest, although I've cultivated in the infant mountain for many years, Brother Chen should know that the Thunder God Residence's Taoists can be roughly divided into two types apart from the direct disciples of the five immortals. One is to focus on cultivating the five thunders Dharma, and the other is to study the talisman, hoping to be bestowed a secret method of the direct talisman from the ancestral hall. I'm the former. Therefore, if Brother Chen is really an expert proficient in the talisman, we're actually willing to invite you to visit the mountain." The sloppy man who called himself Master Huang said, "I wonder how powerful the talisman that Brother Chen painstakingly drew is." Chun Pingon hesitated for a moment. He picked up a great river-traversing talisman and formed a seal with one hand. He seemed to be chanting something, and after a moment he threw it into the stream. With a light shout, his hands quickly formed seals, dazzling the eyes. The talisman melted as soon as it entered the stream, but the talisman glowed with spiritual light. In the stream, it shone brightly like strands of intertwining fishing lines. The three of them saw the black-robed old man give a light shout. He no longer formed seals but put two fingers together and shouted the word, "Rise." Then, with a light swipe, a flood dragon rushed out of the stream. After circling around Shurya, it returned to the stream, where the old man's two fingers pointed. The old man obviously wanted to show off more of the talisman's demeanor, and indeed, he still had some strength left. The rank of the talisman was quite high. After this, there was still more, because in the stream, more than half of the sparkling silk lines were still there. The black-robed old man raised his sleeves, and pillars of water rose from the ground. They rapidly revolved around Shurya and the other three people. For a moment, mist filled the air, and a chill seeped into their bones. Di Yuanfeng asked Master Huang telepathically. The latter used his martial arts ability to condense his voice into a line, and replied, "He has some skills, but his killing power is weak. These tricks look powerful, but they're actually broken with a few punches. However, if this person can control all the talisman, it will be of great help. After all, we lack a cultivator who can attack from afar. Moreover, a talisman cultivator is most suitable to be in charge of breaking the barrier and opening the path." The black-robed old man withdrew the talisman's divine ability, and the stream returned to its calm state. There were no more talisman galls condensed from spiritual chi in the water. Chun Pingon looked around and sighed. If he was alone in that cavern, he might be able to find some clues if he pondered for a while. However, the place where Di Yuanfeng's palm was placed at the death gate of the 8 trigrams formation might have made his heart beat like a drum. However, this Daoist son was able to rely on the compass to calculate that it was indeed an auspicious place where life and death would change. This was why that young Master Qin didn't hesitate to punch. As for the matter of needing the water talisman, Chen Pingon didn't deliberately hide it without needing Di Yuanfeng's reminder. He had already flicked the talisman out of his sleeve. The other party must have already seen it. Even if he didn't care at the time, he must have started to think about it now. Chun Pingan was simply reminding this young Master Qin of the Jiao country that his cultivation wasn't good, but his brain was still sharp. Therefore, he wanted to enter the Immortal's Cavern. Even if it was a double cross, he should at least take action later. On the other side of the cavern, 2 young men and 2 old men stood side by side under the statue. One of the old men smiled and put away a talisman that appeared out of thin air. With a light shake, it turned into ashes. The scene of the 4 people successfully breaking the formation, and their words were all taken in. If Chun Pingan was present, he would be able to recognize the 3 people at once. The old man who bought the talisman from Cloud Above City and the young man and woman who were patrolling the streets of the market. They were the old Taoist Master Huanyang and the 2 direct disciples of Cloud Above City, Lord Shinjinza. The woman was surprised and shocked. She asked curiously, "Taoist Master Huan, you wanted us to leave the cavern first, but left this talisman behind. Did you know that this group of wild cultivators could lead the way for us?" Huan Yin laughed. He didn't pretend to be an expert. He shook his head and said, "When they approached the entrance of the cavern, the talisman along the way moved. I just didn't want to get into a conflict with them. When we meet on a narrow path, there's no way to retreat. Do we have to fight and kill? What's more, although the young Marquis of the Biting Kingdom and his men haven't left the pavilion yet, judging from their posture, they've already regarded this place as theirs. If we make a big commotion here, they'll rush over. At that time, there will be a 3-way battle, and more people will die. Your master sent the 2 of you down the mountain to train, not to send you to your deaths." Huan Yun walked to the dragon claw on the ground that had returned to normal. He sighed and said, "That's why it's said that on the path of Tao, taking a step back occasionally is just a few steps up the mountain." Huan Yun suddenly laughed and said, "Oh, you're indeed accompanied by 2 level 7 martial artists, 1 punch from each of you, and you destroyed my 2 valuable roadside talisman. There must be an expert in the group. Normal martial artists wouldn't be able to detect the ripples. Or is that little girl actually an Earth Immortal of the Golden Core stage?" The woman saw that the old Taoist master was only squatting there and didn't move. She asked worriedly, "Why didn't you hurry and trigger the mechanism?" The old Dragon Gate Realm Consecrator from above Cloud City said slowly, "If that group of wild cultivators who took the lead were waiting for you, think about it. If the 2 of you followed them recklessly, would you die with a single punch? Even if you didn't die, you would be injured. Wouldn't you still die?" The young man and woman looked at each other and felt a lingering fear. The old Taoist master hesitated and asked, "Taoist Master Huan, can I destroy the entrance of the cavern?" Huan Yun smiled and said, "If you're not afraid that the other party won't have a way out and we won't be able to return after that, then we'll have to wait for our deaths in the mountains of gold and silver. Naturally, you can do it." The old Taoist master was speechless. He could only let it go. Huan Yun glanced at the man and woman from the corner of his eyes and sighed in his heart. The difference in temperament between the 2 was obvious. The woman was anxious while the man was calm. If this continued, it would be hard to say if they could still become Tao companions. "541. The 4 of them paused for a moment until Di Yuan Feng, who had his hand on the hilt of his saber, and Huang Shi looked at each other. Only then did they rush towards the Green Mountain. The place where they had landed previously had a large round green stone that resembled a caisson pattern. It was supposed to be above the interior of the Taoist temple. Who would have thought that someone would step on it in this immortal secret realm? In the center of this caisson was a lotus flower. Outside the circle were 2 dragons, and outside the circle were 16 flying heavens. There were many layers, dense and exquisite. Di Yuan Feng knocked on it many times with his bamboo cane. There was the sound of metal and stone. It was indestructible. However, even if they could move it away, Di Yuanfeng would not dare to act recklessly. After all, they still had to leave this immortal mansion ruins through this place. Just now, he and Huang Shi had pretended to stop just in case. If someone had secretly followed them into this place, they would have suffered a knife and a punch from the two of them. Chun Pingon, who was at the back, secretly took out a Yang Qi lantern lighting talisman. There was still no sign of evil spirit. Compared to the outside world, the talisman burned more slowly. It should be, because the spiritual energy here was abundant. The other three just glanced at it and did not pursue it. Among the green mountains and clear waters, there was a white jade arch bridge. It was like a white rainbow lying on the water. On the bridge railings, there were carvings of all kinds of strange beasts. None of them were the same. They were ingenious, like sleeping creatures. Under the bridge, there was a large stone pier near the water surface. It was carved with one of the legendary dragon species. It had 2 horns on its head and dragon scales all over its body. It was sculpted to lie on the ground and look at the water. Chun Pingon fell into deep thought. The object under the bridge was not a rare sculpture of a strange beast. However, the name of this dragon species was very strange. In Haoran world, it was commonly known as Basya or Basya. However, in Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, Chun Pingon had seen this creature when he visited all the rivers and bridges in Nanyuan Kingdom. The only difference was that its style was slightly different from Haoran world. Moreover, according to the books that the imperial tutor Zhongqiu had brought back from the Ministry of Works, the book that Chun Pingon had read the most, Construction Methods, recorded this creature as a water-repellent beast that could swallow river water. It was reared by the master of Jianghu in ancient times. According to legend, it was disliked by the god of fire, who used the method of boiling the lake and burning the sea to kill it. However, in the vast world, there were no such strange records. There were only vague records of one of the 9 sons of the dragon, and they were mostly the same. There was absolutely no such thing as the master of Jianghu. Chun Pingon suppressed the thoughts in his mind. He took out a sword Qi bridge amulet and hesitated for a moment. In the end, he didn't pass it to Huang Shi and the others. Instead, he walked onto the bridge. There was no wind, no waves, no shock, no danger. Chun Pingon walked across the white jade bridge just like that. He looked back and waved his hand, indicating that there were no traps and that they could cross the bridge without worry. The other 3 had different thoughts. Dao's son thought that this fellow Daoist Chen was probably trying to show off since they were about to enter the treasure mountain. It was futile. This fellow Daoist would still die if he deserved it. He shouldn't have agreed to go along with them when they were at the cliff by the stream. He shouldn't have entered the ruins of this immortal mansion filled with treasures. Just thinking about it made the tall and skinny Daoist feel frightened. Could it be that he would also meet with misfortune? The young, immortal master of archives left the mountain to experience the world. He was here to search for treasures and also to cultivate. As long as he didn't meet with an enemy sect, he would usually be harmonious. Even if he met with strangers by chance, he would reveal his identity. It would be a form of fate and friendship. However, most of the mountain cultivators were in groups of 3 or 4. If there were too few people, they wouldn't be able to do anything. If there were too many people, there would be trouble. If there was even the slightest disturbance, they might not be able to survive until the time when the spoils were unevenly divided. Fighting with the immortal master of archives for opportunities was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Therefore, in the process of fighting, they were often more willing to risk their lives than the former. Once they were in a desperate situation, the rogue cultivators would even unite against a common enemy and be reluctant to give up their capital. However, after the spoils were divided, what was so difficult about it? As a mountain cultivator, after the situation was settled, If he didn't have the thought of taking all the benefits for himself, what kind of rope cultivator was he? Di Yuanfeng noticed that Dao's son's eyes were wandering. He smiled and said, "What's wrong? Are you worried that Master Huang and I will trap you? This is such a big and rare paradise. How much can the three of us take away in the end? Since we can't take it all away, do we still need you to kill me, or I to kill you?" When Dao's son heard this, he felt that it was reasonable. He couldn't help but stroke his beard and smile. The three of them walked across the white jade bridge. While no one was paying attention, Dao's son squatted down and touched the white jade bridge. This wasn't the ordinary white jade of the secular world. Mother of asterisk Kerr. Wouldn't this be another sum of money lying here without moving? Dao's son bent his finger and tapped it lightly. The sound was crisp and pleasant to the ears. It was like the first time in his life that he heard the sound of two small coins gently tapping against each other. It was fascinating and could never be tired of hearing it. When Di Yuanfeng approached the mountain gate, he raised his head and looked at a flight of stairs that led to the summit. He smiled and said, "We'll take a small detour and look at the scenery. After confirming that there's no one around, we'll directly ascend to the summit." The other three had no objections. At the mountain gate there was a simple and huge memorial arch. The words "Heavenly Paradise" were engraved in large and vigorous letters. The couplets on both sides were carved from stone, silent and motionless, connected as God. Those who obtain beauty on earth are the most spiritual. Chun Pingan stared at the couplets for a long time. In fact, it was not the least bit neat. However, the tone was big, the meaning was big. Huang Shi was the first to stop looking at the plaque and couplets. His gaze had long shifted to the distance and higher ground. Di Yuanfeng looked at the back of the memorial arch. There were 36 stone tablets of different heights on both sides. However, for some reason, the words carved on them had been smoothed out. It seemed that the only thing that could tell the later generations about the origin of this place was the 4 words, "Heavenly Paradise." As for the 2 couplets, they were even more inexplicable. Dao's son raised his head and looked at the ancient plaque. He clicked his tongue and said, "What kind of nonsense is this? It deserves to be destroyed." Throughout history, the Heavenly Paradise had undergone many changes. It was not always the same. Either it was destroyed by great cultivators, disappeared mysteriously, or fell to the ground and became a paradise. However, Dao's son believed that there was absolutely no such thing as a heavenly paradise. Moreover, although the spiritual energy here was abundant, there should still be some distance between it and the legendary heavenly paradise. This was because there were many similar records on the mountain. When the heavenly paradise was mentioned, it was usually related to the spiritual energy as thick as water. The water fate here was rich, but it was still very far from this saying. Compared to the 3 beside him, Chun Pingan knew more about the heavenly paradise. However, he had also never heard of the heavenly paradise. As for deducing the age of the heavenly paradise based on the architectural style, it was also futile. After all, Chun Pingan's understanding of the North Continent was still very shallow. Every time this happened, Chun Pingan would have a deeper understanding of the immortal master of records who came from a sect. The heritage of a mountain indeed needed to be accumulated by generations of disciples of the Hall of Ancestral Masters. He could only memorize it first. If there was a chance, he would go back and sketch the main buildings. In the future, he would pass the drawing paper to Cui Dongshan to take a look. Di Yuanfeng retracted his gaze and nodded with a smile. "It is indeed strange." After that, the 4 of them hurried on their journey. Their footsteps were not slow. They passed by many grand halls, beautiful houses, pavilions, corridors, and vermilion railings. The 4 of them could see skeletons and corpses from time to time. Looking at the position of the corpses, they had all died suddenly. No one pushed the door open and entered. They still wanted to go to the Taoist temple on the mountain to investigate. Generally speaking, the treasures of a mountain gate would be at a high place. There were fine scratches everywhere in this unknown immortal residence, but they were not deep. It was as if a majestic storm of sword chi had come without warning. It came so suddenly that no one was prepared for it. This sword, it was undoubtedly the work of a sword immortal, but it was unknown whether it was a jade unpolished realm or an immortal realm sword cultivator. As for why there was such a strange sword attack, the sword chi covered the sky and earth. Moreover, it seemed to be able to accurately find a person to be the place where the sword landed. Chun Pingan looked up. Only God knows. In short, such a huge immortal sect collapsed and dissipated in an instant. Along the way, they gradually climbed higher. It was deathly silent. Dao's son was nervous along the way, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head. He had been subconsciously reaching out to touch the pagoda bell. If there were demons and ghosts hiding here, what should they do? Or perhaps, among these corpses, someone's soul condensed into a malicious ghost after death and occupied this immortal mansion for hundreds of years. Even if he was an idiot when he was alive, he should have cultivated an earth immortal ghost, right? Therefore, Dao's son had to touch the pagoda bell more to be at ease. In truth, the bell had other wonderful uses. The lower the realm of the filthy existence, the more rapid and dense the bell would ring. The higher the realm of the filthy existence, the higher the realm of the bell. When it reached the Dragon Gate realm, the bell would be so noisy that it would annoy the owner of the pendant. However, once the golden core demon was nearby, the bell would not shake violently. To an outsider, it would appear to be silent, but in truth, it would ring in the heart of the owner who refined it. It was the silent reminder of the pagoda bell that allowed Dao's son to escape. Dao's son only prayed that the bell would not ring in his heart lake this time. The three allies had discussed before. It was not a big problem to deal with a Dragon Gate realm cultivator, even if it was an immortal master with a Dharma treasure. Therefore, Dao's son hoped that no matter how violently the pagoda bell at his waist shook, it would not be a problem. When the four of them passed by the corpses, Di Yuanfeng would wave his sleeve, and the clothes on the corpses would be destroyed by his aura chi. Not only that, many of the cultivator's accessories that should have contained spiritual chi also could not escape the fate of being turned into ashes. Only the corpses remained unscathed when the aura of his fist brushed past them. It was another strange thing. After a dozen or so attacks, Di Yuanfeng did not gain anything. The tall and thin old man began to act first, imitating him. Unfortunately, his luck was not good, and he still did not encounter a magical robe. Di Yuanfeng then turned his head to look at Huang Shi. "Brother Huang, why don't you try your luck?" Perhaps it was really feng shui. Huang Shi really did go up the stairs. After waving his arm, the clothes on the corpses were still intact. Dao's son immediately ran over to take off the clothes. To hell with the Thunder God Residence's expert demeanor. I am a mountain cultivator who has never touched a single grain rain coin in my life. However, after he succeeded, Dao's son still reluctantly handed it over to Huang Shi. This was the rule of mountain cultivators. Of course, there was an even greater rule waiting for the four of them. However, it seemed that they were waiting for that fellow Daoist Chin alone. Daoist's son had a rare moment of reluctance. Could it be that he had to be kind for once and persuade Di Yuanfeng and Huang Shi? If everyone returned with a full load and was unable to empty the storehouse, there was no need to kill and rob, right? However, Dao's son was somewhat hesitant. He felt that there was no hurry and that he should look at the harvest first before discussing anything else. Otherwise, If in the end they could not even fill 1 or 2 bags, his indecisiveness and soft-heartedness would only cause those 2 fellows to feel disgusted. They might even kill him as well. Chun Pingon had been following behind the 3 of them all along. After reaching the last step of the stairs, on the white jade square in front of the temple, there were 2 smaller corpses on the ground. After Di Yuanfeng waved his sleeve, their clothes were completely gone, but each of them left behind a relic. However, the 2 treasures on the mountain had many cracks and were damaged. Di Yuanfeng crouched down and carefully kept them in his sleeve. Huang Shi said, "It seems that the spiritual treasures here are not too good." Di Yuanfeng nodded and smiled. "Then let's win with quantity." Daoist Sun was overjoyed. Huang Shi also revealed a rare smile. Chun Pingon still did not participate. He was still used to thinking of a way out first before talking about treasure hunting. Standing at the top of the mountain and looking into the distance, Chun Pingon could see everything within 100 li apart from the green mountains and clear waters. However, there was a difference in distance. His vision gradually became blurry, but further away, there seemed to be an incomparably clear line. After crossing the line, everything changed abruptly and became foggy. It gave Chun Pingon an oppressive feeling of emptiness at the end of the road. This was both a good and a bad thing. The good thing was that this immortal cave was a rumored rootless land. It was similar to the broken ancient paradise and was not built in a real mountain. This meant that this immortal ruin had a long history and had a deep origin. Perhaps there really were priceless heavenly treasures and 1 or 2 immortal secret manuals that could lead one to the Earth immortal realm. The bad thing was that it was easy to enter but difficult to leave, unless someone could break the restrictions of the small world. Chun Pingon had a sword immortal sheath behind him. Of course, he could do it. No matter how sturdy the sky was, it could not be compared to the Ghost Valley. However, by then, he would become the target of everyone. This was contrary to his original intention of secretly earning some money and leaving quietly without caring about me. Chun Pingon did not want to become the second Jiang Shangshan and become a rat in the eyes of the North Continent cultivators. The reason why Huang Shi and the other 2 were so calm was probably because they had not noticed the phenomenon of the mountains and rivers in the distance. It could be seen that Huang Shi, a golden body realm cultivator, was not made of paper. However, he was not too strong either. The existence of that line did not mean much to Chun Pingon at the moment. However, if the worst-case scenario happened, he would be the only one who could see it and walk out of the small world. As for the other 3, they were still in the dark. Perhaps they were secretly discussing how to take advantage of this fellow Taoist. The Taoist temple in front of them was not big. The plaque was gone. Before the 4 of them walked into the temple, they could not help but look at the green, glazed roof. There were many buildings on the mountain, but this was the only place with such roof tiles. Time had passed, but the tiles were still shining. Obviously, they were not the ordinary glazed tiles in the palace of the mortal world. They were the real treasures of the mountain, used by the immortals. In short, every tile was worth immortal money. This scene made Daoist Sun tremble. He estimated that they were worth at least 7 or 8 small summer coins. If they were really made with the immortal's secret technique, it was possible to exchange the small summer coins for Guyu money. Huang Shi and Di Yuanfeng were purely martial artists. The value of these glazed tiles had never crossed paths with the sex on the mountain. Like Daoist Sun, they could not accurately estimate the value of these tiles. However, the immortal sex on the mountain had never covered their roofs with such glazed tiles. It was not rare to see such a thing in the mortal world below the mountain. Chun Pingon looked at the direction where the 4 of them came from. There was still no movement. If he had the chance, he would like to ask the next group of people a question. When did they enter this small world? Actually, Chun Pingon had been calculating the time. Once there was a significant difference between the speed of the River of Time and the vast world, Chinpingan would have two plans, the best and the worst, biting country's young Marquis Zhanqing, and the rest came to the entrance of the cave. The golden body realm martial artist, who was worshipped by the family, was investigating the footprints on the ground. Fuyo country's General Gao Ling said in a deep voice, "Young Marquis, there are many people hiding near the mountain." Zhanqing smiled and said, "They are just following behind us and eating our dust. Since they have the guts to enter the cave, they should have the guts to reincarnate." He did not have a good impression of the wild cultivators of the mountains and the immortal masters of the archives. Even if he himself was a serious cultivator, perhaps he was still a descendant of a rich family deep down. He was used to seeing emperors, generals, ministers, and marquises' mansions, so he was used to scheming and taking advantage of a situation instead of relying on a pair of fists and a few treasures to kill here and there. Therefore, Zhanqing was really tired of those high and mighty people of the same kind. However, if it really came to a situation where he needed to use spells to kill people, Zhanqing would naturally not hesitate. Bai joked, "Are you really not in a hurry at all? Aren't you afraid that those two groups of people will beat you to it?" Zhanqing smiled and said, "If they can refine the immortal treasures and eat the secret manuals in the blink of an eye, then I'll consider myself unlucky and admit defeat. Otherwise, where can people and things escape to?" Gao Ling looked at this person in a new light. Previously, he only thought of the biting country's young marquis as a good-for-nothing who had reincarnated. Now, it seemed that in the future, if anyone dared to underestimate this person, there would be a so-called battle of the great Tao on the path of cultivation. The other party would definitely fail, miserably. The two golden body realm martial artists opened the way and entered the dark cave with candles. Bai was in a relaxed mood. As long as there were no major accidents, there was no need for him to personally come to the mountain to search for treasures. Even if Sun Qing from the Sparrow Manor and Shinjinza from the city above clouds came personally, it could only be considered a small accident. The two level 7 martial artists in his group were enough to deal with them. The group came to the cave with the 4 painted murals of the heavenly kings. Zhanqing frowned slightly. She was not good at breaking formations. Her nascent soul realm master, as a wild cultivator of the mountains and lakes, had learned a variety of things. He should be familiar with it. However, he never taught Zhanqing any ways to search for opportunities in secret realms. He always said that those unorthodox mechanism techniques would delay his cultivation. He would only talk about other things after Zhanqing entered the Dragon Gate realm. Since the first group of wild cultivators and the cultivators from the city above clouds had disappeared, they must have entered the ruins of the immortal residence. Bai smiled and said, "What do we do next? Are we just going to stand here and stare at each other?" Zhanqing said helplessly, "If we know the location of the exit, we can just wait for it. I'm just afraid that we won't be able to discover it from 100 miles away." Bai put his hands behind his back and looked around. "Let's look for clues first. If it doesn't work, you'll owe me a huge favor." Zhanqing asked, "Is the price very big?" Bai nodded and said, "It's not small. It will cost me 10 years of cultivation." This direct disciple of the water dragon sex ancestor carefully took out a natal item. It was an extremely rare green talisman. It was a talisman pattern of flowing water. It was simple yet strange. The water flow on the talisman flowed slowly. One could even vaguely hear the sound of flowing water. A golden core realm cultivator from a sect was willing to refine a talisman as his natal item. Then the grade of this talisman should be at least a magic treasure. Bai said, "This is an ancient talisman. My master got it by accident in the early years. It came from the ruins of one of the 3 ancient temples of Jibu. It's called the Inch Golden Talisman. It has many benefits: cultivation of water arts is twice the result with half the effort. Because of the ownership of this talisman, there was some discord in the sect. Let's not talk about it. Anyway, one of its benefits is that it can help us enter the secret realm. The inch golden talisman was also known as the time talisman. It was extremely mysterious. Although Zhan Qing did not know the origins of this talisman, she still shook her head and said, "Forget it, by side. I'm already an earth immortal. It's equivalent to 10 years of cultivation of a Dragon Gate Qi refinement warrior. What's the big deal? The further you go, the greater the difference of one level. It's the same for Qi refinement warriors, and even more so for martial artists." Zhan Qing smiled bitterly and said, "Sister Bai." Bai smiled and said, "Just call me Sister Bai. That's enough." Even for someone as cold as Zhan Qing, who was a descendant of a noble family, she could not help but want to reach out and hold her hand. However, Bai shook her head and said calmly, "There are many women who are willing to die for you. Why aren't you touched? Just because I'm an earth immortal and lost a few years of my cultivation. You're moved? I don't think it's worth it to have such feelings. If in the future a nascent soul female cultivator is willing to sacrifice so much for you, wouldn't you change your mind? A true immortal Tao companion on the mountain is not so shallow." Zhan Qing felt as if she was struck by lightning and was speechless. Suddenly, Bai said, "Before using the inch golden talisman, think about the clues and force your way in. We can't waste the fists of two golden body realm martial artists. If neither of them works, let me do it." Zhan Qing felt a little better. Looking at this beautiful Sister Bai again, she felt like a stranger. After Huan Yun appeared in the immortal cave abode, he immediately pasted a unique talisman on the 3 people beside him to hide their auras. As for the auras of the 3 people when they walked, Huan Yun was only an earth immortal of the talisman sect, and not a Taoist heavenly lord. He could not do it perfectly. The Dragon Gate elder of the city above clouds heaved a sigh of relief. It was a good thing that they did not get ambushed. Huan Yun suddenly said, "You guys go on your own from now on. I won't care about the 3 of you other than fighting to the death. As for the gains and losses outside of life and death, it's up to fate." Then Huan Yun smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't fight with you. At most, I'll pick up the leftovers or those that you didn't find." Huan Yun's body dissipated. He was like a cloud and mist without any trace of ripples. The elder smiled and said to the 2 juniors, "Perfected Huan always keeps his words. Let's go. What you need to worry about next is how to deal with those wild cultivators." Hearing the meaning behind the words of the Tao Protector, the lady asked worriedly, "Martial uncle, you—" The elder said helplessly, "Do you need me to help you pick up and carry things? Are you here for sightseeing? Am I your martial uncle to be your porter?" The elder flew up with the wind. He wanted to see how high the ceiling of the cave abode was. Looking down from above, it was easier to see more hidden secrets. However, to be safe, the elder took out a spiritual weapon that was not his natal item. He flew into the air first to prevent himself from crashing into the mountain and river formation, entering the ruins of an unowned immortal cave abode. There was naturally money to be picked up everywhere. There would also be killing intent waiting for those who picked up the money. Actually, the elder was both happy and worried. He was happy that the opportunity here was not small and was beyond imagination. It was definitely not a cultivation abode of a Dragon Gate cultivator, but an entire sect. Just looking at the scale of the buildings, it was not inferior to the city above clouds and the Sparrow Palace. Therefore, the city lord, Shenzhenza, giving him the fengsuan item was the right thing to do. He was worried that this immortal cave could not be taken away. If it was really the cultivation abode of a nascent soul earth immortal or even a great cultivator of the upper 5 realms when they returned to the city above clouds, as long as the slightest bit of news was leaked, Even a golden core cultivator would not be able to get anything when they came to search for treasures. They would only be moved away by the sect close to the water pavilion with the legendary ability to move mountains. The nearest sect to the Biting Country was in the west, and the other in the north. There was not much difference between them. The difference was completely negligible to the cultivators of the sects who owned their own fairies. The elder only hoped that the previous owner of this place was just a nameless earth immortal, and that his realm was not higher. It would be best if he was a golden core cultivator. Nascent soul cultivators would be troublesome, and it would be difficult to clean up after the matter. There might even be an immortal master from a sect who came to visit the city above clouds. The city lord could only hand over most of the fat meat, and was worried that the other party would not be satisfied. Once it was the ruins of a mountain guarded by a cultivator of the upper 5 realms, there was no need to think about it. It was highly likely that fortune and misfortune came together. After a great fortune came a great disaster. Unless the city above clouds could immediately destroy this small world and destroy all traces in one go. Unfortunately, the city above clouds could not do it. Unless Shinjinza made a prompt decision and took the initiative to find one of the sects after the 3 of them returned to the city above clouds with Huan Yun and negotiated a fair share of the profits. As for this treasured land with rich water luck and so many ready-made magnificent buildings, it would naturally be a summer resort for the other sect in the future. The spirit tool used to scout the way flew in all directions without any hindrance. The elder then flew into the sky with the wind at ease. Just when the old consecrator was a few hundred feet above the ground, the spirit weapon shattered with a bang. The old consecrator knew that something was wrong and was suddenly pulled by someone falling to the ground. The elder was shocked and then heaved a sigh of relief. It was the old perfected master, Huan Yun, who held his shoulder and brought him down to the ground. Then the elder sensed a wisp of chi above his head. It flashed past and disappeared in an instant. Huan Yun said in a low voice, "I advise you not to go up anymore." Even a golden core earth immortal military cultivator could not withstand that wisp of sword chi. Previously, the old perfected master used a few patrol talismans and threw them in all directions. He realized that every time a talisman went to a higher place, it would turn into dust instantly. The old consecrator raised his head and looked over. That trace of aura from before had already disappeared. The Dragon Gate cultivator of the city above clouds was shocked. Could there be a sort of mortal guarding this ruin? Huan Yun, who had secretly circled around the Green Mountain, shook his head. They are all dead. There are no living people or ghosts. Only this wisp of sword chi continues to exist in this small world. Huan Yun's expression was serious. Let me tell you another piece of mixed news. This place is a mysterious area left behind after an ancient blessed land was destroyed. The area is about 100 miles in radius. It is hard to say how old this small world is. It could be 1,000 years old or even older. However, I can roughly estimate when this cave residence on the mountain disappeared quietly. It was about 700 or 800 years ago. But this is not normal. In the history of Biting Country, there is no such immortal sect. Huan Yun stopped descending and was about 1,000 feet above the ground. He hovered in the air with the old consecrator and said slowly, "There is only one possibility. After the destruction of the sect here, this small world was brought along by an unknown expert and moved all the way to the Biting Kingdom. But for some reason, this immortal did not manage to occupy this secret realm and cultivate smoothly. Then he used this place to establish a sect outside. Either he met with a mishap and carried a treasure of this small world which was not discovered by anyone and fell into the deep mountains of Biting Country, or this person came to Biting Country and did not travel far. He hid here and cultivated in seclusion. Then he quietly reincarnated." Huan Yun sighed. Life and death are uncertain. The great Tao is unpredictable. Every time he thought about this, he could not help but feel depressed. After a while, Huan Yun woke up. However, after Huan Yun sighed, he immediately woke up. He remembered what he had said to Shunjinza in the city above the clouds, and instantly returned to normal. There was no more haze in his heart. In Taoist cultivation, self-mistakes were the most harmful. This was why there was the most difficult heart awakening stage among the 3 sections. The old immortal Huan Yun was actually very talented. It was just that all the earth immortals along the way felt that Huan Yun had a bright future on the talisman path and was compatible with his own great Tao. That was why he was so successful today. Actually, Huan Yun knew that this was called suffering in silence. There was once an expert who said that if Huan Yun had entered the Zong school of immortals early on and stopped learning those fancy scribbles, he would have been a nascent soul cultivator with a chance to enter the upper 5 realms. Therefore, Huan Yun was very emotional about the gains and losses. When he was really helpless, he could only treat it as a cultivation to train his Taoist heart to relieve his worries. In the Taoist temple at the peak of the mountain, there was a statue of a middle-aged Taoist in a sitting position. He looked forward, and his hands were placed in front of him. There was a small brass incense burner on the incense table. There was still half a burner of incense left. Everyone knew that the small incense burner was definitely a Taoist treasure. However, no one dared to touch it. Di Yuanfeng asked softly, "Taoist son, have you seen this person in the Book of Taoist statues?" Taoist's son shook his head. No, there was something he didn't dare to say out loud. The Taoist in front of him had an ordinary appearance. The whole statue gave people the feeling that it was nothing special. It was not even as shocking as the 4 heavenly king statues in the cavern. Chun Pingan stared at the statue. It seemed that when he traveled with the old Taoist in the East Sea Temple for more than 300 years in the lotus flower-blessed land, he would occasionally see the old Taoist in this sitting position. However, it was not common. Perhaps in the eyes of ordinary people, this sitting position was not strange. However, Chimpingan had a vague feeling. He felt that the true meaning of Taoist cultivation of the old Taoist was similar to that of the middle-aged Taoist statue in front of him. Chun Pingan remembered 4 words in a Taoist scripture, leaving the state of forgetfulness. Time flies. Cultivators do not know the winter and summer under the mountain. If a dead person leaves an empty statue, what can you do even if you have great Taoist skills when you were alive? You do not know the changes of the 4 seasons. How high will a Taoist reach in the end of his cultivation? Chun Pingan sighed in his heart. He took out 3 shan shui incense sticks, lit them, and inserted them into the small incense burner. Taoist's son felt that this fellow Taoist was really wishful thinking. Could it be that he was still hoping that the Taoist statue still had some primordial spirit left? Just because he lit the 3 incense sticks, a lucky chance would come? Huang Shi and Di Yuanfeng did not stop him from lighting the incense sticks. In fact, they wanted to judge whether the small incense burner would trigger a trap or not through the black-robed old man's reckless act of burning incense sticks. Or maybe it would trigger a trap and bring about a fatal disaster. Because the small incense burner must be taken away, it was better if someone was willing to take the risk and explore the way. After the 3 incense sticks burned out, there was no movement. Di Yuanfeng smiled. Brother Huang got a Taoist robe, and I got 2 ornaments. So, who should this incense burner belong to? Taoist's son or Brother Chin? Chun Pingan smiled and said, "Forget about me. There are so many buildings in the mountain, and I have not explored any of them. After we split up, I will be very busy. If Taoist's son wants this incense burner, just take it." Huang Shi said, "I can use the Taoist robe to exchange for the incense burner." Taoist's son felt his heart ache, but he still nodded and agreed. Huang Shi threw the Taoist robe to him and put the incense burner into his bag. Then he took out all the worthless clothes and bottles from the large bag and threw them on the ground. Then he tore the bag in half and threw one half to Di Yuanfeng to use as a bag. Huang Shi glanced at the embarrassed Daoist son. Daoist son is wearing such a big Daoist robe. If you take it off, won't it be a bag? Daoist son was enlightened and was filled with joy. Then the four of them busied themselves in the small Daoist temple. Di Yuanfeng found a snow-white praying mat, and Daoist son tore off a few pieces of golden cloth made of unknown material. Huang Shi guessed that there was a secret hidden in the statue, so he smashed the statue with a punch, but he did not get anything. At that time, Chun Pingan was squatting on the ground and touching the moist green bricks. Just as he was about to do something, he heard the commotion. He raised his head and looked at Huang Shi. The latter smiled at Chun Pingan. Daoist's son was shocked. Di Yuanfeng only glanced at the broken pieces of the statue. It was the most worthless painting, and he did not look at it anymore. The four of them walked out of the Daoist temple. Just as Daoist's son stepped over the door, a series of explosions sounded from the waist of the tall and thin Daoist. It was the pagoda bell that exploded. Daoist's son wailed, "How tragic! It must be our disrespectful actions that have angered this Daoist immortal." Huang Shi and Di Yuanfeng looked at each other. Without any hesitation, they went down the mountain to the other buildings to search for treasures. Daoist's son hesitated for a moment. He did not choose to follow Di Yuanfeng. Instead, he followed Huang Shi and shouted, "Wait for me!" Soon, the small Daoist temple behind the four of them collapsed. Dust flew and covered the sky. Chun Pingan did not rush down the mountain to search for treasures like the other three. Instead, he started to pick up the items that the other three were not willing to take. For example, those heavy green glazed tiles that occupied a lot of space. There were also those green bricks that were condensed with dense water fate. Other than the bag on his body, Chun Pingan still had the square-inch item and the foot-in-hand item. It just so happened that there was a lot of space for the Swan and Ice shop that he opened on Spring Dew Gardens Laohui Street. However, what Chun Pingan really wanted to collect was the broken pieces of the statue that Huang Shi destroyed with a punch. In the ruins of the Daoist temple, Chun Pingan's movements were neither fast nor slow. Pieces of glittering glazed tiles were first collected into the foot-in-hand item. At the same time, he gently threw the debris in the ruins of the Daoist temple onto the square. He carefully picked up the broken pieces of the statue. As he searched for the broken pieces, he loaded them with the glazed tiles. It was said that the glazed tiles of the White Emperor City's glazed pavilion were made of a secret glazed tile. They were layered on top of the roof. It was said that the tiles of the glazed pavilion reflected the sea of clouds like blue waves. After collecting all the broken pieces of the statue, Chun Pingan also loaded 120 glazed tiles. His thoughts were a little strange. When he looked up, it seemed that he had moved the ruins of the Daoist temple from its original location to the White Jade Square. Furthermore, those green bricks that contained strands of water fate and were not ordinary spiritual energy caused Chun Pingan to fall into a dilemma. If he wanted to collect the glazed tiles of the Daoist temple and the green bricks on the ground, Chun Pingan might not be able to do it even if he had a few more foot-in-hand items. However, Chun Pingan did not have the slightest hesitation about this. Instead, among the foot-in-hand item, there were some worthless old objects. Compared to the green bricks that contained strands of water fate, or the other treasures that he would find in the halls and pavilions, the difference was like heaven and earth. Chun Pingan squatted down and covered his sleeves with his hands. Chun Pingan raised his head and touched the stubble on his chin. He stood up and moved as many green bricks and glazed tiles as he could. Among the foot-in-hand item, none of the old objects were lost. Finally, Chun Pingon lit 3 incense sticks and inserted them between 2 green bricks in the ruins of the Taoist temple. When the incense sticks burned out, he gently blew a breath of air and blew away some of the ashes. When Chun Pingon dug up the green bricks, he did it in a neat row. There were no scattered pieces, and he also wiped away the traces of digging on the ground. In the end, he did not even let go of the foot and hand item. Together with the foot and hand item, he filled more than 30 green bricks. After thinking for a while, Chun Pingon put another green brick and 2 glazed tiles into his slanted bag. It was heavy and made him feel at ease. Thus, Chun Pingon stuffed another 2 green bricks into his bag. Only then did he go down the mountain. He went to see the soft-hearted fellow Taoist Sunday. If there were no accidents, when fellow Taoist Sun found another treasure that even Master Huang coveted, it would be the time when fellow Taoist Sun died. Before fellow Taoist Sun shouted to Master Huang to wait for him, he actually told Chun Pingon in his mind, "Be careful of that Qin Jiu. Fellow Taoist Sun better not appear again. Take this opportunity to pick up the treasure and run." The further the better. Life is worth more than money. Chun Pingon felt that with these words, there should be one less accident for fellow Taoist Sunday. The treasures obtained during this trip to the mountain had far exceeded Chun Pingon's imagination. It was the kind of treasure that could wake him up from his dreams with a smile. Therefore, what followed next was a trip through the mountains and rivers. It would be better if there were some unexpected gains. Even if there were no gains, it would not be bad. However, fellow Taoist Sun's pagoda bells shattered for no reason. It was very strange. However, compared to the strangeness of this cave, it was not strange at all. Even when Chun Pingon lit another Yang Qi lantern lighting talisman, there were still signs of heaven and earth being clear. There was no filth or evil aura. Chun Pingon was at his wit's end. It was just a matter of dealing with whatever came his way. Many natural disasters were actually just natural disasters. Chun Pingon went around the ruins of the Taoist temple on the White Jade Square. Chun Pingon was meticulous and skillful in his previous search. He would not have missed anything. If he really missed something, there was no need to think too much. Chun Pingon stood at the top of the stairs and looked up. Finally, the second group of people came. Compared to the first group of people who were sneaky, this group of people was much more ostentatious. It was the little Marquis of Biting Country, Zhan Qing, and the female disciple of the Water Dragon sect, Bai from Fuyo Country. Chun Pingon stuck a steel-carrying talisman on himself and flew down like a bird. "542. Taoist Sun followed Huang Shi to search for treasures. The two of them had a tacit understanding. They went their separate ways, but not to the extent of distancing themselves from each other. Taoist Sun was afraid of being too far away from Huang Shi. If he were to encounter danger, he wouldn't be able to escape with his meager cultivation. On the other hand, Huang Shi didn't want this tall and skinny Taoist to slip away after obtaining the treasures. Taoist Sun was in a 2-story building. Most of the books in the library had already been reduced to ashes. He found a Taoist book that couldn't be opened. It was still emitting a colorful glow. Even though it was wrapped in a Taoist robe, it still shone brightly. Taoist Sun couldn't recognize a single one of the golden ancient seal scripts. There was nothing he could do about it. Only an immortal master with the word clan would be qualified to come into contact with the long-lost ancient seal scripts. After meeting with Huang Shi, Taoist Sun felt a little awkward. It was troublesome if the treasures were too good. Huang Shi smiled and pretended not to see anything. Taoist Sun asked, "Brother Huang, did you obtain any treasures?" Huang Shi nodded. "Not too bad." The two of them went their separate ways. Once more, looking for other treasures and immortal artifacts. Huang Shi was even later. He glanced at the back of the tall and skinny Taoist and his smile deepened. Previously, Huangshi saw two withered skeletons sitting opposite each other in a pavilion. There was a chessboard carved on the stone table. There were only 17 lines on the chessboard. The two of them were in the final stages of the game. Huangshi wasn't interested in the game at all. However, seeing so many chess pieces placed on the chessboard, he knew that the two of them were close to victory. It was a pity that Huangshi couldn't be bothered to look at the chessboard. In the small pavilion, not only did Huangshi obtain 2 Daoist robes, he also obtained 2 jars of chess pieces. The chess pieces had a natural arc. Huangshi couldn't identify the material, but under the light, the white chess pieces shone with a faint golden color. Only the center of the black chess pieces was opaque. Under the light, it rippled with a jade-green halo. As long as one wasn't blind, one could tell how precious the chess pieces were. The 2 robes were still badly damaged, but the 2 jars of chess pieces were a blessing in disguise. They were like ordinary stones that had been soaked in the deep mountains for thousands of years, becoming more delicate and round. It was a delightful sight. When Huangshi collected the black and white chess pieces from the stone chessboard, the white chess piece was scalding hot, causing Huangshi's soul to feel as though it was being burned. The black chess piece was bone-chilling cold. After picking up the 2 black and white chess pieces and tossing them into the chess jar, Huangshi discovered that there wasn't the slightest injury on his fingers. Huangshi was pleasantly surprised. This chess jar was undoubtedly a magical artifact. When ordinary offensive spiritual artifacts were used by cultivators, they might be able to injure the physique of a golden body realm cultivator, but they wouldn't be able to injure Huangshi's soul. However, this chess piece was something that Huangshi was unwilling to hold on to for too long. From this, Huangshi could conclude that the stone table that was able to hold the chessboard for thousands of years must be an immortal artifact. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the chessboard to remain undamaged for so long. However, Huangshi didn't want to run around while carrying a stone table. Back then, Huangshi wanted to destroy the stone table. If he couldn't obtain it, then no one else could. However, when he slammed his palm down, the stone table didn't budge at all. Not only that, it seemed to be a table that could withstand the force of his fist. This made Huangshi feel even more regretful that he couldn't obtain the stone table. Otherwise, with the 2 chess jars, he would definitely be able to sell it for an astronomical price. At the pavilion, Chun Pingan quietly appeared. Perhaps because the chess pieces had been rooted in the chessboard for too many years, they seemed to have seeped into the stone table. At this moment, faint golden and faint green ripples could still be seen on the chessboard. Chun Pingan scanned the remaining spiritual energy of the chess pieces on the chessboard and closed his eyes, memorizing the chessboard in his mind. When he opened his eyes, he felt that a good memory was inferior to a lousy pen. Thus, he took out a pen and paper from his fengzuan object and recorded the ancient chessboard on the paper. There were 17 lines on the chessboard instead of the 19 that had been popular in the world for a long time. This in itself was a clue. In addition to that, many chess moves and life and death moves could also reveal the secrets of heaven. The martial artist Chun Pingan didn't care about these clues at all. Although Chun Pingan cared about it and put his heart into it, he was destined not to be like Lu Tai and Cui Dongshan, who could deduce the approximate age of the chessboard just by looking at it. Chun Pingan was somewhat envious of the heaven and earth in the sleeve technique from the mountain, together with the technique of mountain and river visualization in the palm. They were the divine abilities that Chun Pingan wanted to learn the most. However, only Earth immortals of nascent soul realm could barely master these 2 superior divine abilities. The only way to master them and reach perfection was to reach the upper 5 realms. Chun Pingan felt that this pavilion was a very suitable place for cultivating energy. The 2 jars of chess pieces had accumulated a large amount of spiritual energy that didn't disperse after a long time, which was the essence of water. Moreover, It was far less eye-catching than the ruins of the Taoist temple that was paved with green bricks. This place was rich in spiritual energy and couldn't be missed. Chun Pingan took off his bag and placed it on the table. Then he took off the 100-eyed Taotai robe and put on the highest-grade golden necklace robe. Finally, he put on the snowflower robe that he got from the female ghost in Greasy Skin City. Finally, he put on the black robe again. In this way, with 3 robes on his body, he could use the robes to absorb and store more water chi. Chun Pingan leaped into the pavilion and sat down cross-legged, relying on the steel-carrying talisman. He restrained his breathing and remained as still as a mountain, trying his best to see the whereabouts of Huang Shi and Taoist Sunday. From the pavilion, the spiritual energy of the chessboard, which contained light gold and dark green, gathered at the top of the pavilion and slowly seeped into the robe. From this, one could see the purity of the spiritual energy on the chessboard. Under Chun Pingan's purposeful guidance, the golden necklace robe was the first to eat and drink to its fill. The spiritual energy of water that was attracted by the chess pieces and lingered in the pavilion for many years had also been absorbed. It was about the same level of spiritual energy as other halls. Chun Pingan hesitated for a moment and did not absorb all the spiritual energy in this place to prevent any clues from being exposed. If he did a good deed and took all the advantages, he would have to consider whether it was a blessing or a curse. After all, the various immortals would ascend the mountain one after another. Following that, there would be a series of scheming and scheming. This would be the true test. Luck was an item. If he could save some, he should save some. At the end of the day, earning less now was for the sake of earning more in the long run. Only when the overall situation was set could he talk about profit and loss. Chun Pingan then changed his strategy. He no longer kept an eye on Huang Shi and secretly followed Taoist Sunday. If Taoist Sun was wholeheartedly chasing after Huang Shi before obtaining the Taoist book, then even if Taoist Sun wanted to run away, Huang Shi would not let him succeed. As this mountain was not a true temple, the central axis was the white jade stairs that led all the way to the top of the mountain. It was more like an immortal sect without any obvious inclination towards the 3 religions and 100 schools of thought. What made Chun Pingan feel the strangest was that there was no ancestral hall on this mountain, especially on the mountainside. There were scattered thatched nunneries and majestic halls and mansions. It was messy and without any order. After entering and exiting each building, Taoist Sun intentionally or unintentionally distanced himself from Huang Shi. Every time he passed by the vermilion railings of the winding corridors, he would not swagger. Instead, he would walk quickly and hide his body as much as possible. In the end, he hid in a small and exquisite secluded hall. The inscribed board fell to the ground and was in tatters. One could vaguely make out the 2 words Water Hall. Inside the hall, there was a statue of a female deity. Ribbons fluttered in the wind, giving off a mysterious feeling of ascension. Using his Taoist robe as a bag, Taoist Sun walked through the corridors, halls, and pavilions again and again. He gained a lot of things. As long as they had not turned into ashes, he put them in his bag and carried them on his back. Even the Taoist robe that he exchanged with the incense burner from Master Huang was used as a bag and carried on his shoulder. What a fruitful return. Of course, the prerequisite was that he could leave this immortal mansion alive. Taoist Sun closed the door to the hall. However, after a moment of contemplation, he recalled that none of the buildings he had passed by had their doors closed. Thus, he discreetly opened the door to the hall, so as to prevent Huang Shi from noticing anything amiss. Chun Pingan, who was using the steel-carrying talisman as a cover, was sitting on a roof. He was worried for Taoist Sunday. Isn't this the same as stealing the silver and inserting a wooden tablet to tell Huang Shi that Taoist Sun did not steal the money? Fellow Taoist Sun, in any case, you should at least run a bit more. Open the doors of more palaces, pavilions, and houses, and pretend that you've crossed the central axis of the flight of stairs and fled in the direction of young Master Qin of Jiao country. Otherwise, if Huang Shi has a brain, he'll have to start his search from this small palace. If it was Chun Pingan, he would have to open or close those doors from the beginning. However, along the way, Dao's son often had to choose between the items in the big and small bags. In any case, the tall and thin Daoist did not know whether the new item was better or the old one was more valuable. In the end, it all depended on fate. Chun Pingan picked up the trash behind him. On the other hand, if there was not enough space in Huang Shi's bag, every time he changed the items he did not want, he would break them with a punch. If he could not break them, he would have other plans. Perhaps he would have to change them again. Most of the treasures left behind by the immortals here were like this. Most of them were on the verge of breaking. Repairing them might require a large amount of money, but breaking them was a piece of cake for Huang Shi, who was a golden body realm cultivator. The items that he intended to discard were naturally kept by Huang Shi if they did not break with a single punch. This could be considered an alternative method of inspection. However, this trip to the mountain to search for treasures was a huge opportunity. Usually, when the immortals saw the light of day again, a group of mountain cultivators would fight to the death. After splitting the loot, if each person could obtain 2 or 3 immortal artifacts, it would be enough to make them go wild with joy. However, Huang Shi was still not satisfied. As expected, after suddenly losing track of Dao's son, Huang Shi began to give up on searching. He followed the path of the door and hurriedly found this small hall. When Huang Shi approached, Chun Pingan no longer sat down. He lay down on the roof and held his breath. There was no sign of breathing at all. Huang Shi glanced at the plaque on the ground and smiled. Dao's son, there are more treasures in the water hall. Why don't I give you a hand? Don't worry, according to the rules we set, whoever opens the door first will have all the treasures in the house, no matter how valuable they are. In the water hall, Dao's son was trembling in fear. He silently prayed to the 3 pure ones of Taoism to ask Huang Shi to leave quickly. Probably because Dao's son was not a disciple of the 3 branches of Taoism, praying was useless. Huang Shi directly stepped over the door and smiled. Dao's son, what's wrong? You want to turn your back on us after obtaining some treasures? You even have to be wary of your allies? Don't we have to be wary of Di Yuanfeng, who is holding a magic saber? I'm just a 5th realm martial artist. Why do you have to be so wary of me? Dao's son, who had nowhere to hide, could only walk out from behind the statue. He smiled bitterly. Brother Huang, you must be joking? Huang Shi joked. We've only walked through 20 to 30% of the Immortal Mansion's territory. There's still a long way to go. Let's not talk about other things. When we were at the Mountain Ridge Taoist temple, we saw beautiful scenery at the back of the mountain. Why did Dao's son lose the magic robe package so early? I know that it's not good to walk back after entering the temple to burn incense. Dao's son had no choice but to walk back the way he came. He picked up the package that he carefully placed on the ground behind the statue and carried it on his body. Sweat seeped out of his forehead. Brother Huang, why don't we work together to guard against that Di Yuanfeng? Wouldn't it be better if we hurt our relationship and let Di Yuanfeng reap the benefits? Huang Shi nodded. Can you let me have a look at the secret manual that exudes the brilliance of the Taoist robe? Dao's son sighed and said, Brother Huang, you've already gotten the incense burner. You should stop while you're ahead. Besides, this secret manual of mine is a Taoist classic. It's meaningless for Brother Huang to take it. Huang Shi smiled. It's not up to Dao's son to decide whether it's meaningful or not. Dao's son's face was gloomy. Huang Shi, then I have to give you a piece of advice. I'm a sea-viewing Taoist priest who's good at close combat. Huang Shi said, it would be troublesome if that's not the case. I know that your trump card is the broken pagoda bell. You used it for defense, but it's gone just like that. Other than that, it's nothing more than an offensive natal item. Do you know that I'm actually a 6th realm martial artist? Killing you in 2 or 3 punches will be as easy as taking something out of my pocket. Dao's son was shocked. 6th realm martial artist. Dao's son sneered. Who doesn't know how to scare people? If I say that I'm still a gold core earth immortal, are you afraid? Huang Shi was about to end this old Taoist life with a punch when a series of footsteps came from outside the water hall. Huang Shi turned his head and saw that it was the black-robed old man, Daoist Chen, who didn't go to Di Yuanfeng's place to search for treasures. Huang Shi glanced at the guy's slanted bag. It seemed that it was filled with some glazed tiles and a few Taoist temple bricks. Was he too cowardly, or was his luck too bad? He rushed all the way here and crashed into the gates of hell. Did he not gain anything else? If that was the case, Huang Shi felt that it would be a waste of energy to kill such a pitiful person with a punch. Daoist's son saw that Daoist Chen had rushed over. He was both happy and helpless. Why didn't Daoist Chen listen to his advice? Well, since things had come to this, let's see if there's a chance for the two of them to work together to prevent Huang Shi from taking all the treasures that they had painstakingly searched for. After glancing at the guy's shabby, slanted bag, Daoist's son thought that if there was no other way, they could work together to escape and give Daoist Chen a few worthless treasures. Chun Pingon wiped the sweat from his forehead. Just now, I was looking for you all the way, so I skimmed over the roof. I didn't expect to see 2 groups of people climbing the mountain. I quickly landed and saw 2 young disciples in one group. They looked like immortal masters that we can't afford to offend. They were all wearing Taoist robes. The second group was the young Marquis of Biting Kingdom. There were 5 of them. One of them guarded the arch bridge at the foot of the mountain, while the other ran directly to the Taoist temple at the top of the mountain. It was obvious that they wanted to occupy the main road. The other 3 slowly climbed up the mountain. Sooner or later, they will bump into us. What should we do? Huang Shi's heart was heavy. There were 2 pure martial artists in the dilapidated pavilion at the side of the winding path. They were both true grandmasters. If he had to deal with the 2 of them alone, he would have to risk his life. Together with the other 3, Huang Shi did not think that he could escape with the treasures. Therefore, the situation had changed. He could not kill the 2 Taoists inside and outside the water hall for now. Huang Shi smiled. I was just joking with Taoist Sunday. Please don't take offense. Daoist's son said angrily, Brother Huang, it's better not to make such hurtful jokes. Huang Shi was vaguely angry. He almost killed Daoist's son with a punch. After all, a so-called wild Taoist who was good at close combat was far inferior to the black-robed old man who was proficient in long-range talisman attacks. If he killed Daoist's son and handed all the treasures to the black-robed old man, Huang Shi did not believe that Daoist Chen would not be tempted. Daoist's son suddenly said loudly, Daoist Chen, let's make a deal. Can you give me a few talisman? Chun Pingon smiled. I can buy it. Daoist's son was speechless. Huang Shi frowned. He almost forgot that Daoist's son was also a half-baked Taoist cultivator. Although he could not draw talismans, it was not difficult for him to control the talisman. It was not a bad news. With Daoist's son and the black-robed old man holding the talisman working together with him, a golden body realm martial artist, and meeting with Di Yuanfeng, the 4 of them should not be underestimated. Huang Shi walked out of the doorway of the water hall and made way for the black-robed elder, who had stopped in his tracks. He stood sideways and looked at the 2 Qi refinement warriors from the corner of his eyes. He smiled and said, Whether or not we can grab hold of the opportunity in our hands will depend on whether we are willing to cooperate sincerely. I, Huang Shi, am a cultivator of the 6th level, and I am not lying. I will not hold back in the slightest once I engage in a battle with someone. However, as long as we leave this place, each of you will have to give me a fortuitous encounter in return. Chun Pingon patted his bag. The outline of the green brick could be vaguely seen. He said straightforwardly, "Just take it." Huang Shi looked at him, and his eyelids trembled. Daoist's son gritted his teeth and said, "Apart from the Daoist book, Brother Huang can take whatever he wants from the 2 bags." Huang Shi hesitated for a moment and nodded. "Deal?" Chun Pingon stepped over the threshold and looked at Daoist Sunday. They did not need to communicate telepathically. They came to the back of the statue, worshipped in the water hall. They squatted on the ground. Daoist's son asked, "How many types of talisman do you have?" "How many talismans?" Chun Pingon said, "There are 3 types. Apart from the most precious thunder talisman, the talisman of 5 thunders, the talisman of flowing river, and the talisman of earth mountain." Daoist's son, "You can guess from the names that they are the most precious talismans. As for how many of them," Daoist's son looked at him hesitating and became impatient. He said firmly, "Apart from the thunder talisman, you can keep it for yourself. I will take the rest." Daoist's son still had a lot of confidence in Daoist Chun. As for the names of the talisman, one more domineering than the other, Daoist Chun. "Are you trying to fool a kid?" Chun Pingon asked Daoist's son. "Do you have so much immortal money?" "I lost half of it. The talismans that I got from the ruins of other immortal residences are not cheap." Daoist's son was confused. "Didn't you say that you drew the talisman yourself?" Chun Pingon said, "Daoist's son also believes in this. If I could draw such talismans myself, why would I be a rogue cultivator at the foot of the mountain? I would have been worshipped by the top immortal residences like the Sparrow Mansion or the City Above the Clouds. I could just lie down and enjoy every day. Why would I go through all this trouble?" Daoist's son grimaced and rubbed his cheeks. "Daoist Chun, tell me, how many talisman do you have? I will buy all of them." Chun Pingon shook his head. "Daoist's son, you are a senior, but business is business. You have to show me the immortal money first. These are precious, life-saving talisman. Every time I sell one, my heart will tremble." Daoist's son said angrily, "Daoist Chun, you have to be honest." Chun Pingon did not back down. "Daoist's son, you have to be fair in business." Daoist's son was a little discouraged. Damn it, this Daoist Chun was not easy to fool. Daoist's son hesitated for a while, then opened the bag in his robe and spread it on the ground. He said earnestly, "Water and earth talismans, 3 of each. Sell me 6 of them. Then you can pick a priceless magic treasure on the mountain." Chun Pingon took out 2 talisman made of ordinary yellow paper from his sleeves. Then he twisted the talisman in one hand and moved it behind him. His other hand began to flip and pick. He said, "2 talisman in pairs. I will buy a broken immortal residence relic with Daoist Sunday." Daoist's son's face was livid. He was about to roll up the bag. Only then did Chun Pingon put the 2 talisman at the foot of the bag and said, "After I finish picking one, I will give Daoist's son 2 more talisman." Daoist's son finally gave up. "Daoist Chun, I will suffer a great loss in such a transaction." Chun Pingon stared at the 20 or so celestial objects. His eyes wandered as he carefully sized them up. As he looked, he grumbled, "Daoist's son, since you're from the Thunder God's residence on the Infant Mountain, why didn't you bring a few thunder talismans down the mountain?" Daoist's son relied on the fact that you're the immortal master of the register and acted carelessly. Only now did Daoist's son remember his identity as an immortal master. He stroked his beard and smiled. Traveling down the mountain, there are thousands of accidents. How can everything be calculated with one's fingers? If there really was no room for error, would there still be a need to go down the mountain to train one's Dao heart? Chun Pingon nodded and continued to pick. Chun Pingon saw 2 items at first glance. After rummaging through them, he saw another one. The first 2 items caught his eye the most. One of them was because he felt that it would be best to give it away. As for its quality, Chun Pingon did not care too much. He could give it to Li Huai. It was a wooden statue of a deity with the height of a palm. This statue depicted the figure of a Taoist progenitor. Her face was similar to the female statue in the water hall. Her figure was graceful, slender, and elegant. Her slender fingers were pinching a spell. Her expression was peaceful. She wore a crown on her head. Her robe was exquisite and delicate, like silk and satin in the human world. The hem of her robe hung down on the seat. There were 16 characters of seal script at the base of the robe. It was clear inside and not confused by external demons. Chun Pingon. There was also an antique small round fan. It looked very valuable. In the future, if he placed it in a shop on Lao Huai Street in the Spring Dew Garden or in a shop on the Oxhorn Mountain, he might be able to meet a spendthrift. After all, the female cultivators in the world were not different from the women at the foot of the mountain. They were more willing to spend a lot of money than men. As long as they liked something, there was no need to talk about reason and quality. The last item was the one that surprised Chun Pingon the most. It was a pair of small bamboo cages that were pulled by golden threads. The color of the bamboo was green and lustrous. However, similar to the items here, there were fine cracks on them, which greatly damaged their appearance. The 2 small cages were the size of a fist. They looked like cricket cages in the market. They were inscribed with the words Fighting Dragon and Hidden Pan. Looking at them, Chun Pingon's forehead was sweating for the first time. He was a little nervous. He always felt that if there was a chance, he must travel Jianghu with Priest's son, visit famous mountains, and search for treasures. Dao's son felt that something was wrong. This was destined to be a profitable business. Why did fellow Daoist Chun look so awkward? Could it be that he suddenly realized the truth? No matter how valuable the items in his bag were, they were actually not as valuable as the talisman. One more talisman meant one more chance of survival. Beads of sweat appeared on Dao's son's forehead. He reached out and stealthily grabbed the 2 paper talismans, thinking, fellow Daoist Chun, considering how close we are, there are only 2 paper talismans left. Dao's son tucked the paper talismans into his sleeve and let out a sigh of relief. He was just about to say that there was no need for the remaining 2 paper talismans. Unexpectedly, Daoist Chun took the round fan and kept his promise. He took out 2 more water and earth talisman from his sleeve and handed them to Priest Sunday. After that, he took off the slanted bag and took out another folded bag from among the green bricks and green glazed tiles. He gently shook it open and put the round fan into the bag. Priest's son was surprised and envious. Daoist Chun actually carried so many green cloth bags with him. He was very experienced. Chun Pingon took out 4 more talisman and put them on Priest's son's robe on the ground. He then put the wood-carving progenitor into the bag. Priest's son was in a good mood. He smiled and said, Daoist Chun, do you want 4 more talisman? Take your time and pick the treasures on the ground. Chun Pingon hesitated and dilly-dallied. In the end, he took out a stack of more than 20 talisman from his sleeve. There were 3 golden talisman among them. It should be 3 golden talisman. Priest's son looked at the stack of talisman in his hand and lowered his head to look at it. It should be the last talisman of Daoist Chun. Priest's son swallowed a mouthful of saliva and warned himself to be calm. However, his smile was still stiff. He asked softly, Daoist Chun, is there something else you like? Good things come in pairs. I can buy 1 and get 1 free. You just need to give me a talisman of 4 attacks. Chun Pingon shook his head. Forget it. After selling 8 talisman, I only have a lot of talismans left. No. Priest's son reminded. Daoist Chun, After leaving this place, don't you want to return to the Thunder God's residence on the infant mountain with me and become an immortal record master with backing? Chun Pingon shook his head and said, "It's hard to say whether I have the chance to leave this place alive." Priest Sun was very regretful. He sighed and said, "It seems that Daoist Chen's heart is not firm enough." Chun Pingon glanced at the bag on the ground and turned around. He should be taking out 4 talisman of attack to buy another item. Priest Sun reached out and grabbed his wrist. He smiled and said, "Daoist Chen, I only want the 2 talisman of attack in your hands. If you want to buy something, you need to buy another one. If you want to enter my Thunder God's residence, you only need 2. How about it?" The black-robed old man laughed and said, "Priest Sun, you have good eyes." Priest Sun stroked his beard and smiled. "Fair trade, fair trade. If you miss this village, there won't be a shop like this. Daoist Chen, you have to be very careful. You have to cherish this hard-won opportunity." The other party was hesitant. Outside the water hall, Master Huang, who had been waiting impatiently, reminded them, "Brothers, are you planning to stay in this hall for a few days?" In the end, the black-robed old man gave Priest Sun 2 golden talisman. However, only one was a thunder talisman, and the other was a mountain and water barrier breaking talisman. However, Priest Sun knew when to stop. He only mocked Daoist Chen for being unkind. In the pile of talisman, there was only 1 golden talisman left. It should be the talisman that Daoist Chen kept for himself. However, Priest Sun did not insist. In any case, he should at least leave a life-saving talisman for the other party. However, in this way, Priest Sun was even more certain that this Daoist Chen, who claimed to be from a small Daoist temple in the Wuling Nation, was not a Daoist cultivator who was proficient in talisman drawing. Chun Pingon took the pair of bamboo fish cages that Daoist Sun couldn't even guess the details of. Just when he was about to take another item, Daoist Sun had already put away the stall smilingly. 2 small bamboo cages, just 2 items. Without waiting for the other party to bargain, Priest Sun had already rolled up the bundle and slung it over his body. Chun Pingon turned around. When his back was facing Priest Sun, he first quietly kept the 3 items in his bag. Then he put a few replaced glazed tiles and a green brick into the new bundle. He crossed the 2 bundles over his body. When the 2 of them crossed the threshold and walked out of the water hall, Master Huang's face was displeased. "There are sounds of fighting on the other side of the stairs. I wonder who bumped into who." Currently, there were 3 groups of people mixed together on the mountain. The 4 of them should be the first to enter the mansion's secret realm. Huang Shi did not know who the second group of immortal masters were. They were most likely cultivators from the city above clouds. After all, there were only female cultivators in the Sparrow Mansion. The third group was the most troublesome. Therefore, the best-case scenario was that the 2 young immortal masters had a conflict with the young Marquis of the Biting Nation. If Di Yuanfeng was the first to fight, it would not be a good thing. Based on Di Yuanfeng's character, if he was really in danger, he would definitely lead the trouble to Huang Shi. Once he was in a desperate situation, Di Yuanfeng's first thought would definitely be to drag the 3 of them down with him so that they could accompany him on the road to hell. Huang Shi suddenly leaped onto the roof ridge and saw that the caisson, well, was like dumplings in a pot. There were more than 40 people falling down continuously. It seemed that more people would fall down here soon. The commotion was huge, far greater than the intermittent fighting on the other side of the stairs. Huang Shi was a little perplexed. To him, the benefits of such a chaotic situation far outweighed the disadvantages. As long as he could find a way out and snatch the Taoist book from Daoist Sun, he could just leave. He was a pure martial artist. He had no desire for the spiritual energy of heaven and earth here. The rest of the people were killing each other like trapped beasts. It had nothing to do with him. Huang Shi said, "Let's not go up the stairs." we'll take a detour to the back of the mountain." Chun Pingon asked, "Are we going to wait for Mr. Qin?" Dao's son sighed. He was really a Jianghu newbie who did not know how sinister people were. Dao's son could see that this Daoist friend of his was cautious and frivolous when he was doing business in the water hall. Huangshi smiled and said, "Old brother Chen, you can go greet Mr. Qin, Dao's son, and I will wait here." Dao's son saw that this Daoist friend of his was embarrassed and did not say anything else. Dao's son told him telepathically, "Dao's friend Chen, you must remember that the more you speak, the more likely you will make mistakes. Once you enter the mountains of gold and silver, you will obtain the treasures based on your own luck. Don't add any more unnecessary things. Who knows, Mr. Qin might have already obtained a great fortune over there. It's hard to say if he's still willing to meet you. If you go, won't you be making things difficult for him?" Chun Pingon smiled and replied, "As expected of Daoist Sunday, you're experienced and steady in your actions." At that moment, Chun Pingon's best plan was to find an outsider to confirm the speed of time flowing in this small world. After confirming that it would not delay his journey along the great path of blasphemy, he could stay here for a few days and strive to live in harmony with the other immortals. This would allow him to cultivate here steadily and store spiritual qi in the 2 aperture acupoints of the water mansion and the mountain temple. He would try to absorb as much of the essence of water as possible from the green bricks of the Daoist temple. The water hall and mountain shrine of the 3 realms had limited water storage. As for the other qi residences, due to the existence of the pure vital qi, they could not retain much spiritual energy. Even if they were added together, they would not be able to gather as much spiritual energy as the 100-eyed Taotai robe. However, even if the spiritual energy in the water hall and mountain shrine overflowed, it would not be a problem. Chun Pingon could draw talismans here. Using the best immortal cinnabar from the spring dew garden to draw talismans on golden talisman paper, the more spiritual energy consumed, the higher the rank of the talisman. Cultivating qi, studying talisman, earning immortal money, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Chun Pingon even planned to use this spiritual energy to try to open up the 3rd key aperture acupoint to make room for the 3rd life item of the 5 elements in the future. This was because Chun Pingon had an intuition that the wood-type natal item of the 5 elements had already been found. In fact, from another perspective, being in the small world was not entirely a bad thing for Chun Pingon, who was in the North Continent, because this would cut off his connection with He Xiaoliang of the Qinliang sect. She followed him into the Skeleton Beach and the Ghost Valley. She went to the Jingwan city to keep an eye on him. After being implicated by him, she had to take the initiative to cut off the connection between them. She should have hidden in that small cave to avoid being trapped by Chun Pingon again. It was the same reason. Therefore, all the gains and losses in the small world were Chun Pingon's own business. This was actually a good thing. The worst-case scenario, of course, was that Chun Pingon would break the restriction of heaven and earth with 1 sword and escape, even without talking about the green glazed roof tiles and the green bricks on the ground of the Taoist temple. Just the 2 small and exquisite bamboo fish cages surprised Chun Pingon. It was very likely to be the Dragon King basket, even if the 2 small bamboo cages were seriously damaged and of the lowest quality. It was still worth spending money to repair them, and then use them to catch the flood dragon. Then, Taoist Sun's accident. Should he continue to be unable to control it? Should he really give Taoist Sun 2 golden talisman so that he could be at ease and have a clear conscience? Or should he simply get rid of the martial artist Huangshi, who was the cause of the accident, in order to save effort and energy? Should he judge by his actions and not his intentions? Or should he judge by his intentions and not his actions? Or should he need both? Gukan did not need to do so. Ma Kushwan did not need to do so. All the wild cultivators in the world may need to do so. As for Cui Dongshan, Lu Tai, Zhong Kui, and Qi Jinglong, they might have their own choices. Regardless of whether their choices were the same or different from Qin Pingan's, they shouldn't be in a difficult position like Qin Pingan's. When Qin Pingan really embarked on the path of cultivation and became half a cultivator, he would discover all the principles that had supported him to this day. It would really make him feel like a burden. Just like when he was young and climbing the mountain, the big basket on his back already made him feel heavy even before it was filled with herbs. But the difficult part was that it was precisely these burdens that had brought him all the way to this day. Making things difficult for oneself was the difficulty of cultivating the Tao and climbing the mountain. At this moment, Taoist's son told Qin Pingan telepathically, "Fellow Taoist Qin Pingan, be careful. This talisman Huangshi has hidden his strength and is actually a sixth realm martial artist. Fellow Taoist, you don't have many offensive talisman left. This poor Taoist is good at fighting. When the time comes, just back off a little. But don't forget to hold the line for this poor Taoist. Don't be too stingy with your talisman. Don't injure him accidentally." Qin Pingan was stunned for a moment. His mind suddenly became clear. He smiled and replied, "Taoist son, don't worry. To be honest, other than the Tao of Talisman, I'm also very good at fighting enemies." Taoist's son said helplessly, "Fellow Taoist Qin, don't be like this. Hearing such big words from you, this poor Taoist won't feel relieved at all." "It will only make my heart tremble." Qin Pingan smiled and said, "Taoist son, you come from a high immortal family, and your Tao is profound. Maybe you don't even need my help." Taoist's son didn't say anything else. He thought to himself, "I don't feel any sense of accomplishment being flattered by a short-sighted guy like you." Huang Shi's intuition was sharp. He roughly guessed that the two of them were secretly communicating. But he didn't think that these two Taoist trash could talk about anything. How to die, how to hold each other's arms in front of the gates of hell. After Qin Pingan understood some things, he felt that the sky was far, the mountains were far, and the scenery was amiable. But when he looked again, Qin Pingan frowned. He shook his head, and the phenomenon disappeared. Qin Pingan couldn't help but remind Taoist's son, "Be careful." Taoist's son smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist, don't talk nonsense." On the other side of the stairs, it was indeed a conflict between Di Yuanfeng and the two immortal masters of the city above clouds. The two young man and woman of the city above clouds inadvertently found an ancient immortal's place of cultivation. Then, by chance, they opened a mechanism from a book. They actually found the remains of a golden branch and jade leaf glittering like a treasure. For such a scene to exist for hundreds of years, or even thousands of years without weakening, it must be a nascent soul earth immortal, or it must have obtained a shocking fortune that belonged to the remains of those legendary cultivators of the pure jade realm. As for the even more unbelievable remains of the immortal realm, they wouldn't turn into bones and dissipate flesh and blood. The robe on the remains was almost perfect and flawless. It didn't look damaged at all. Originally, Di Yuanfeng secretly tailed the two inexperienced young cultivators. He didn't have much hope. He didn't expect to see a big door. Whether the remains were precious or not could be seen from the appearance of the robe. Moreover, one of the young male cultivators even kept the remains and the robe in a white jade pen that was surrounded by white mist. It was obviously a legendary item. There was no doubt that it was an immortal realm item. Di Yuanfeng measured the opponent's cultivation and felt that there was an opportunity. He hid at the exit and waited for an opportunity. He planned to kill the opponent in one strike and seize the treasure before fleeing. A pen, an immortal realm item, the remains of the immortal realm, and the robe. These were three precious treasures. Unexpectedly, The young male cultivator's Taoist robe was damaged and his body was seriously injured, but he was still able to protect the brush. Di Yuanfeng wanted to take advantage of the situation and kill the panicked and useless female cultivator. However, an old cultivator appeared out of nowhere. Not only did he repel Di Yuanfeng, but he also almost left Di Yuanfeng in the cottage where the immortal died. Di Yuanfeng relied on the ancestral blade to break open a spell cage and escaped with injuries. He cursed in his heart that King, immortal master of the archives, actually wore two robes. The young male cultivator's face was pale. He stretched out his hand and wiped it. His palm was full of blood. If he hadn't been careful and wore two robes, he would have died without a doubt. The female cultivator felt her heart ache. She hated that treacherous villain even more. She didn't care about her own safety and wanted to chase after him. The other party was heavily injured. She might be able to beat him when he was down. The old Dragon Gate consecrator said indifferently, "Don't chase after a cornered enemy. Moreover, you have obtained such a great opportunity. You should know when to stop. What you should consider next is how to leave this place. The young Marquis of Biting Country has already arranged a martial arts grandmaster at the foot of the mountain and at the peak to guard the exit. You can discuss among yourselves." Then the old consecrator's figure disappeared. The young man and woman of Cloud Above City, who had survived the disaster, felt emotional. Therefore, they didn't notice the struggle in the old consecrator's eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that there was an extra Taoist protector, the old Taoist Huan Yun, who had been the chief consecrator of the city above clouds for almost 100 years, he would have let these two young juniors who were carrying precious treasures know what it meant to be unpredictable. Not far away, an old perfected one, who used a talisman to hide his figure and chi movement, had a complicated expression on his face. He seemed to be glad that the Dragon Gate Realm's consecrator did not make a move. He also seemed a little disappointed. Huan Yun muttered, "Cultivation isn't easy. It's even harder to cultivate the heart." After sighing in his heart, the old perfected master's figure disappeared again. Previously, there were some treasures and opportunities that had fallen into his eyes, but he didn't take them. Now, Huan Yun could reach out and take them. This was because these two Shinjin's direct disciples were no longer in the mood to search for treasures. Instead, they were thinking of how to get out of this predicament. As for the Dragon Gate consecrator, he should have similar thoughts and plans. Other than the immortal artifacts in the halls and pavilions, Huan Yun wanted to take a look at the mountain-headed Taoist temple. The glazed tiles that he saw from afar were more precious than anything else. However, he wasn't in a hurry to get them. With the Biting Country's golden body, realm, martial artist guarding the mountain peak, this old perfected master wouldn't snatch them away, unless he had no other choice. Di Yuanfeng, who was carrying a bag, hid behind a fake mountain. After swallowing an elixir, he panted heavily. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth as he cursed in his heart. Since he still had the energy to curse, it meant that he hadn't hurt his foundation. Di Yuanfeng didn't regret snatching the treasures. Since his attack didn't succeed, he didn't have the intention to continue fighting. On the steps halfway up the mountain, little Marquis Zhanqing held a folding fan and gently fanned it. The water dragon sect's golden core realm female cultivator, Bai stood at the side. The Fuyo country's general Gao Ling stood at the foot of the mountain at the end of the White Jade Bridge. The consecrator of Zhanqing's House of Marquis went to the top of the mountain. The remaining Fuyo country's imperial consecrator, who came with Bai went to search for treasures after receiving Bai's approval. Zhanqing looked at the strange phenomenon in the distance and frowned. How did so many people get in? Did someone break the cave's restriction? Bai sighed and said, "This place itself is the biggest problem. I'll go around the mountain and see if I can send a flying sword message to the sect." Zhang Qing stood up and said, "I'll go with you." Bai shook his head and said, "Go to the foot of the mountain. Gao Ling knows what's important and will definitely protect your safety. Don't rush to the top of the mountain. There are too many variables there. I won't be able to rest easy and explore the borders of this place." Bai rose into the sky and turned into a rainbow. Zhang Qing was fascinated. This was the elegance of a golden core realm earth immortal. Zhang Qing slowly descended the mountain. A golden body realm martial artist, Gao Ling might not be able to stop all the treasure hunters. However, as long as the guests who were rushing to the top of the mountain didn't have the ability to gather together, they would be like a plate of loose sand, allowing Zhang Qing to do whatever she wanted. After entering the secret realm and discussing with Sister Bai, Zhang Qing changed her mind. Therefore, Zhang Qing didn't plan to start a massacre. Instead, she planned to make a deal with those cultivators and martial artists who crossed the border. They could go up the mountain, but when they went down the mountain, they had to meet with Zhang Qing in private and hand over one of the mountain artifacts that she took a fancy to. One was enough. As for the other items that were carried by the lucky ones, Sister Bai would, of course, silently record them and hand them over to the Water Dragon Sect's ancestral hall so that those Earth immortal cultivators could capture these ants one by one and take back the treasures. In this way, Zhang Qing didn't have to kill anyone personally. Harmony breeds wealth. At the moment, it could save a lot of trouble and accidents. Mountain cultivators, unless they felt that they were in a situation of certain death, were generally very afraid of death and cherished their lives. Everything was negotiable. On the contrary, those mountain sect's immortal masters who didn't rely on either side couldn't see the situation clearly. His nascent soul master, who was a wild cultivator, was now a nominal consecrator of the Water Dragon Sect. Sister Bai was his future immortal Tao companion. No matter how one looked at it, they were family. Therefore, this immortal mansion ruins were in the bag of the Water Dragon Sect. Before this, Sister Bai had discussed with him that they would try their best to pick up a few precious treasures and try their best to ensure that there were no more than 5 treasures. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to explain it to the sect. Moreover, Zhang Qing and her must be very secretive when picking up the treasures. During this period, the two of them must not touch the treasures that even nascent soul cultivators dreamed of. Otherwise, the several ancestors of a sect were not easy to deal with. Once they heard the news in the future and successfully occupied this place, they would certainly not miss anyone who entered the realm. When they got to the bottom of the matter, they would use endless methods and often work on the cultivator's soul. At that time, as long as Zhang Qing was tracked down and exposed, she, Bai, would also be blamed. She would be labeled as a traitor by the ancestral hall, and the gains would not make up for the losses. However, with 3 to 4 treasures, the two of them were the greatest contributors to the expansion of the sect. Even if the ancestral hall found out about it, with the face of her teacher and Zhang Qing's master, the dozen or so great cultivators who had the qualifications to set up seats in the ancestral hall would turn a blind eye to it. Any immortal record master on the mountain would be protected by rules and resources, but they would also be bound by rules and commandments. When Zhang Qing arrived at the foot of the mountain, she amiably instructed Gao Ling, a golden body realm martial artist who had just been promoted to a primary 3rd-grade martial general, had no objections. On the day he escorted the female cultivator, Bai, back to the capital, the imperial edict arrived at Gao Ling's general mansion. Therefore, Gao Ling knew one thing. In the Fufu Kingdom, where military merits were as difficult as ascending to the heavens, establishing a relationship with the Water Dragon Sect was more useful than anything else. Zhang Qing stood at one end of the white jade arch bridge, gently tapping the strange beast on the bridge with her folding fan. She was elegant and graceful, her white robes flowing elegantly. Gao Ling loudly informed the people near the arch bridge of the rules that they should abide by. Of course, no one was convinced. Some people didn't dare to force their way through, so they wanted to leap over the dark green river that was like a moat. In the end, Gao Ling swept over and blocked their way with a punch, killing them on the spot. The cultivator's corpse was shattered into 7 or 8 pieces. Gao Ling didn't hold back much in this punch. Therefore, there were cultivators who exclaimed that he was a golden body realm martial artist, as well as the great name of the #1 martial artist in the Fufu Kingdom, Gao Ling. After the punch, the clamor on the other side of the river immediately quieted down, leaving only whispers in 2s and 3s. It was unknown who or where, but they must have used a celestial secret technique. A hoarse voice shouted with the ripples of the Heart Lake, "We have the advantage in numbers. Let's work together to kill these two. When the time comes, we'll go up the mountains separately and take our own treasures. Wouldn't that be better? Why do we have to look at other people's expressions? If our luck is average, and we can only take one treasure, don't tell me we have to offer it up with both hands and give it to this biting country's profligate son for free? If we don't work together now, when the time comes to descend the mountain, it will be even harder to unite as a fortress, right?" Many people were tempted by these words. 2 female cultivators of the Sparrow Mansion who had cast a camouflage spell looked at each other and smiled. The person who said these bewitching words was one of the direct disciples of the ancestral Master Hall, who was their Tao protector. She was young, but had a good temperament. They were the Sparrow Mansion's mansion master, Sun Qing, and the ancestral master of the ancestral Master Hall, Wu Jiong. Originally, Wu Jiong alone was enough to be their Tao protector. However, Sun Qing felt that it was very boring to stay on the mountain top of the Sparrow Mansion, so she came along to relax. She didn't expect to hit the jackpot while relaxing. Wu Jiong secretly communicated with the young mansion master. Could that young earth immortal be the Fufu Kingdom's by? Sun Qing sneered and said, "So what if he's the direct disciple of the Water Dragon sect in a chaotic battle? If he's not shrewd enough and weak enough, his death will be in vain." After saying this, Sun Qing said with a calm expression, "It's the same for you and me," Wu Jiong said worriedly. However, the mountains and rivers on the other side of the caverns suddenly became chaotic, and the restrictions were opened. There are entrances to secret realms everywhere. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Sun Qing glanced at the sky and said slowly, "Since we're here, let's just take things as they come." Wu Jiong sighed and looked at the calm, young mansion master beside her. It was no wonder that she was the youngest golden core mansion master in the history of the Sparrow Mansion, while she was just the ancestral master of discipline who had reached the end of the line year after year. On their side of the shore, there was an uproar. Everyone was shouting to kill. They said that they wanted to kill the general of the Fufu Kingdom and skin the young marquis of the Biting Kingdom. In the end, Zhan Qing smiled brightly. She opened her folding fan and gently fanned it in front of her. She only said one sentence, "You can kill me, but first come, first serve." Sun Qing smiled and elbowed Wu Jiong lightly. "You go first. Otherwise, both sides will fight for 100 years. Wu Jiong understood. Wu Jiong, who was wearing a hedgerow on her head and concealing her appearance, strode out of the group and took the lead to walk onto the white jade arch bridge. Her footsteps were not fast at first. This time, she wore 2 sets of robes. The inner one was the first-class robe of the Sparrow Mansion, while the outer one was the robe that she had asked someone to buy from the city above clouds at a high price. However, the outer robe of the city above clouds had a small concealment spell cast on it. Otherwise, it would be too obvious and others would be treated as fools. In fact, The two direct disciples of the city above clouds, Shunjinza, did the same. They changed their robes on the inside and outside. Their own robes were on the outside, and the Sparrow Mansion's robes were on the outside. Wu Jiong walked slowly previously. Some of the people on the other side of the arch bridge moved, but they walked even slower. They were afraid that they would be tricked by this woman of unknown origins. They ran too fast and became the first bird to stick their heads out. Gao Ling punched them until their flesh and blood scattered. However, after that, all the wild cultivators, immortal masters, and martial artists of the Jianghu felt as if they were relieved of a heavy burden. Their moods instantly surged, and they no longer had too many doubts, because the woman actually walked faster and faster. In the end, she directly flew over and used an immortal attack spell. Then she took two of Gao Ling's punches. One punch broke the spell, and the other killed. The female cultivator was beaten like a kite with a broken string and fell back to the other side of the arch bridge. The woman was really unyielding. After struggling to get up, she didn't say a word and actually walked towards the bridge again. With someone really taking the lead, the rest of the people no longer hesitated. They began to shout and roar as they crossed the bridge one after another. Zhan Qing flew into a rage. She hated the woman who took the lead to her death. Without any hesitation, she turned her head and pinched her fingers, blowing a whistle that resounded through the clouds. The seventh realm martial artist that was worshipped by the clan at the peak of the mountain flew down the mountain. He charged forward and jumped high from the white jade square, landing heavily on the stairs that led up the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, there were already some sharp-eyed people who saw this scene. They trembled with fear, and the momentum of their attacks weakened. Unexpectedly, a horsewoman's voice rang out heavily. "First, I killed the two by the bridge. So what if one more comes? One move from each person, and there'll still be a pile of meat paste." At the foot of the mountain, a chaotic battle had already begun. In the distance, Bai hovered on the edge of a boundary. Beyond a line, there was boundless white fog. No matter how she used her magic, she couldn't see the scenery beyond that line. She slowly descended and drove the stone into the white fog, like a clay ox entering the sea. There was no news of her. Then she tore a large piece of the ground and crashed into the fog. Still, there was no movement. This was even more terrifying than the mountain and river restriction. The thing in front of her was called Unknown. In the history of the Water Dragon sect, there was a pure jade realm ancestor and a nascent soul great cultivator who died one after another in the secret realm. After that, the sect couldn't even find their bones. Bai was deeply worried. She should think of a way out. The ruins of this immortal abode, which had originally been seen as a shallow pond, definitely had a powerful origin. The Desolation River that traversed the central part of the North Continent was the foundation of the Water Dragon sect. The most important ancestral hall was one of the 3 ancient Desolation temples. As for the other 2, one was occupied by the Great Yuan dynasty and was regarded as an authentic Desolation temple. It was still flourishing with incense. The other was occupied by a destroyed sect for many years and was also built into an ancestral hall. However, it was destroyed in a battle with the sword cultivator sect. The atmosphere here was somewhat similar to that of her ancestral hall. This was also the reason why Bai had the confidence to let Zhan Qing take the 4 Dharma treasures. If it really was the ruins of an ancient Desolation temple, her and Zhan Qing's contribution to opening the door would be too great. But for some reason, Bai was worried. She was afraid of the worst outcome. Wasn't it just that they couldn't find a way out? Because if she and Zhan Qing disappeared for too long, the Water Dragon sect would follow the clues and come looking for them. What Bai was really worried about was that this place would become a new burial ground for everyone. Just think about it. What if those seemingly orderly skeletons were also the corpses of newcomers, and not the old members of the immortal abode? This meant that this place was actually a huge trap waiting for outsiders to come in and die. They thought that they were blessed by the heavens, and that everyone who saw it would have a share. Of course, this was just in case, but Bai was anxious. He felt that this in case seemed to have become 1 in 1,000 or 1 in 100 as time passed. For a moment, Bai's state of mind was in a mess. He didn't dare to stay at the border of the small world. He quickly rode the wind and returned to the Green Mountain to find Jianqing and try to discuss a foolproof plan. After Bai's figure disappeared, a tall old man with an ethereal figure walked out of the white fog. He smiled and said, 3 golden core cultivators, 2 golden body cultivators. There's also a little guy who's a little strange. It's enough for a full meal. A wisp of sword chi descended from the sky and pierced through the old man's head. The old man's ethereal figure gathered elsewhere. He smiled and said, "How many years have we been neighbors? You still have such a bad temper. Can't you change it? With those damned layers of restrictions, I can't refine this mountain and this water. But outside, there are layers of mountains and mountain roots that wrap around this small world. Little guy, you've been targeting me for so many years, but you can only barely protect this place from being lost. What can you do to me?" The old man's head was pierced through by the wisp of sword chi again, but he still appeared elsewhere. He said with a calm expression, according to the old rules, only one person will be left each time. I'll let him die a little later, and let him talk to me about the recent situation outside. At that time, he'll know how ingenious this trap is. Those treasures, where are you going to take them? There's food on the plate, food in the stomach, and a blessed place to be buried. This group of children's luck can be considered not bad. It's just a pity for a Taoist temple. That little boy with a sword on his back really has good eyesight. But I can't let you take those things away. How many times has it been since I was implicated and had to piece them together again? Piecing them together and moving them again. It's really tiring. The old man's figure was once again torn apart by the entangling sword chi. After his figure gathered, he stepped back and his tall figure gradually disappeared into the clouds. He reached out his hand and patted his abdomen. He laughed happily. "Ha, what a great world! What a unique world in my stomach! Which world doesn't have people killing the most? It's really boring." After the old man's trace disappeared, the wisp of sword chi still patrolled nearby for a long time. It swept across the ground and flew in circles. In the end, it went straight into the clouds and returned to the sky. Chun Pingon suddenly turned his head and looked into the distance. He was probably the only one who noticed the wisp of sword chi landing and flying. End of chapter. "543. There were many exotic flowers and plants in the back of the mountain, but there were no birds or insects. Moreover, Chun Pingon discovered a small matter. When they first entered the immortal mansion, they saw the red-crowned cranes circling around the mountain. When the 4 of them climbed up the mountain, the red-crowned cranes were nowhere to be seen. Whether it was Chun Pingon looking up at the foot of the mountain, overlooking the mountains and rivers in the Taoist temple, or following Huang Shi and Dao's son to search for treasures, Chun Pingon did not see the red-crowned cranes again until they reached the back of the mountain. If there was really an otherworldly expert guarding this place, and the worst-case scenario was that the owner of this place had ulterior motives towards all visitors, then the other party was definitely an expert in scheming. Ordinary people and woodcutters might have entered the mountain and given up after glancing at the red-crowned cranes. Most of them were shocked by the white jade arch bridges, memorial arches, and horizontal boards, and saw this place as a paradise on earth. Coupled with the white skeletons everywhere, they would naturally see this place as an ownerless place. However, for cultivators, those inadvertent sights were the truth. Especially the first sight, it would affect one's mind even more. It was silent and undetectable. As long as one was a chi cultivator, regardless of their level, they would repeatedly ponder over the following matters. Chun Pingan was no exception when he first saw the green mountains, clear waters, and snow-white red-crowned cranes. The first thought that came to his mind was that this was an immortal mansion with beautiful mountains and clear waters. What he saw after that was nothing more than an immortal mansion with the suffix of a historical site. Immortals were still immortals, and their fortune was still fortune. The clues were extremely complicated, as if there were mysteries everywhere. After seeing too many of them, one would feel confused and lazy to think too much. Chun Pingan also did not have many clues. However, the sudden descent of the sword aura, as if it was rising into the sky, if the red-crowned cranes were some kind of ingenious trick, and coupled with the string of bells on Daoist Sun's waist that exploded for no reason, then he could barely draw a line. Or rather, the worst possibility, this kind of meticulous mind of looking at the best and the worst of both ends of the line was the key to Chun Pingan's ability to walk out of the Ghost Valley alive under the watch of Jing, Guan City's Gaocheng. The affairs of the world are complicated. To see or not to see, to think or not to think, is learning. It is the work of one's temperament. Of course, there were also those who stumbled upon it by accident. They either died in a daze or stumbled upon a fortuitous opportunity. The three of them continued to tour the back of the mountain. Compared to the life and death battles in the front of the mountain, at least it looked much more leisurely. As for Di Yuanfeng's life or death, Chun Pingan didn't feel the slightest burden. If he was not a father, mother, or ancestor, Chun Pingan might have interfered and done a fair business, or something like that if he was a kind-hearted person. At this moment, there was a green bamboo on the side of the road. It was quite eye-catching. In the eyes of the three, it was lonely, and the shadow of the bamboo swayed. The bamboo pole was as thick as the mouth of a bowl, and the bamboo leaves were verdant. It was not a rhetorical statement, but verdant in reality. Many bamboo leaves had water droplets on their tips. When the wind blew, they swayed. As the three of them stared at the bamboo, a drop of green water droplet fell to the mud and disappeared instantly. Chun Pingan looked at it attentively. Although it did not give birth to the essence of water like the green glazed tiles and the green bricks of the Taoist temple, it had reached the exaggerated stage of condensing spiritual energy into water. When Daoist Sun passed by, he tapped his finger gently and put his ear to listen. He exclaimed and said, "There's a way." When the two of them were staring at the green bamboo, Chun Pingan turned around and took off his bag. He first took out the blade-strengthening gourd from the items close to him. He held it in his hand and put the bag back on. He then smiled and said, "I'll have to trouble Daoist Sun to shake the bamboo so that I can collect some water from the tips of the bamboo leaves." Daoist Sun was a genuine sea-viewing cultivator after all. He could roughly see the depth of the bamboo. He shook his head and said with a smile, "Daoist Chun, I advise you not to do anything unnecessary. These bamboo leaves and water droplets are born from spiritual energy. Ordinary objects can't contain such rich spiritual energy. Even if you pick a handful of bamboo leaves and water droplets and carefully store them, as long as they leave this strange bamboo, they won't be able to retain them." Although the tall and thin Taoist said so, he didn't stop him from taking off his bag and taking out a small celadone bottle with a picture of a green pine hermit. Huangshi disliked the two of them and kicked the bamboo pole. Suddenly, water droplets fell like a drizzle. Daoist Sun laughed loudly. His body swayed, and he used the gang steps to collect water, from the celadone bottle. Chun Pingan was no exception. He didn't want any water droplets to fall to the ground and dissipate. Under the premise of not fighting with Daoist's sun, he used a water spell to gather the water droplets that were about to fall to the ground into a line and slowly collected them into the blade's strengthening gourd. Huangshe glanced at the black-robed old man's technique and didn't find any suspicious flaws. He didn't care about it anymore. Since Chun Pingan took out the blade's strengthening gourd, he didn't put it away. He hung it on his waist and gathered the water droplets formed by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The amount of 7 or 8 tails of wine was about 10 kilograms. The 3 of them continued on their way. Chun Pingan looked back at the green bamboo. Was it the same as the bamboo forest that Wei Pai painstakingly planted on the Chiduan mountain? If they really wanted to recognize their ancestors, they all came from the green immortal mountain of the bamboo sea cave. Otherwise, according to the immortal book that he bought from the inverted mountain, the numerous immortal bamboos in the world and dozens of different species didn't seem to be so powerful in the matter of gathering water fate. It was a pity that, like the chessboard stone table, they couldn't be carried away. Daoist's son didn't feel satisfied. He stretched out his hand and said with a smile, "The bamboo sky is connected to the gods. It lightens the body and replenishes the qi." In my early years of cultivation, I read many books. I once saw an ancient book that made tea with bamboo leaves is the best way to quench thirst and clear the heart. In the summer, you only need to hold the bamboo leaves and a few lotus seeds on the mountain. 1 or 2 cups of tea will make you feel as light as an immortal. Chun Pingan glanced at Daoist's son and then looked at the slender green bamboo that didn't give him any face. In this case, he really couldn't say some words of flattery. Daoist's son retracted his hand and said with an indifferent expression, "Forget it. I'll leave this fated chance for the future generations." Huangshe added, if these bamboo leaves were refined into a natal item by a cultivator of the lower 5 realms who cultivated the water element, they might be a supreme treasure. The treasure is right in front of you. Be careful that you don't take it. Daoist's son, are you sure you don't want to take a few? Even if you don't use them to make tea, you can give them to the juniors of the Thunder God residents on the Infant Mountain as a gift for returning to your sect. Daoist's son said casually, "The matter of cultivation involves the fundamentals. How can I give away fated chances carelessly? I'm not the disciple of those juniors. If the gift is too expensive, it won't be nice. Forget it, you." Chun Pingan praised softly. Daoist's son's words are as good as pearls and thought-provoking. Daoist's son carefully put the small celadone bottle into his sleeve and walked slowly. He stroked his beard and smiled unfathomably. Huangshe couldn't stand this itinerant Daoist from the Wuling country. From the beginning to the end, after knowing that Daoist's son was the disciple of the Thunder God Residence's Daoist Jingming, he had been fawning over Daoist Sunday. Huangshe suddenly used his golden body realm movement technique and the strength of a fist of the 5th realm to show some mercy. After measuring the Qi refinement warrior's physique, he punched the black-robed old man beside him without any warning. With a bang, the old man was sent flying. He rolled on the ground and struggled to get up. He seemed to be dazed and sat on the ground. Suddenly, his throat moved slightly and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He seemed to have just regained his senses. He stood up and hid his hands in his sleeves. It was obvious that he was already holding a talisman at his fingertips. Qi ripples lingered around his sleeves as he cursed, "Surnamed Huang, are you courting death?" Huangshe's heart calmed down. He was indeed a good-for-nothing. Daoist's son was so frightened that he quickly ran several feet away. He also held an offensive talisman that he had just bought from Daoist Chen. The 3 of them were in a triangular situation. Huangshe didn't even look at the black-robed old man. He turned his head and smiled at Daoist's son. "Daoist's son, we have to be careful. We are allies with young Master Qin. However, We met this person by chance. If he's a scourge, who knows how to feign ignorance? Wouldn't we fall into his trap? In the end, all the treasures and opportunities we have will be sacrificed for him. I don't think Dao's son is willing to do that, right? Dao's son used the Heart Lake ripples to talk to Qin Pingan. Daoist Qin, what do you say? Do you want to fight? This Huang Shi isn't a kind person. If we really fall out, we're in the same boat. Let's not hide anything. In comparison, Dao's son trusted the black-robed old man more. Along the way, he had some relations with good and evil, but not much. He felt that this Daoist Qin was weak and didn't pose much of a threat. Of course, if the black-robed old man's words and actions were shrewd and cunning, Dao's son wouldn't be willing to cooperate with him. He would risk his life to confront Huang Shi together. Although he was speaking to Qin Pingan in his heart, Dao's son's mouth was full of nonsense. Daoist Qin, old brother Huang's actions are a little too much. However, the situation is unpredictable. If we fight among ourselves, we'll only be helping others. Why don't the two of you give me some face? Daoist Qin, don't be impatient. I'll ask old brother Huang to apologize, and we'll consider this matter over. How about it? Qin Pingan was flustered and exasperated. How about it? After taking such a punch and suffering such an unexpected calamity, my vitality is greatly damaged. If an apology is enough, why don't I let Huang Shi eat one of my lightning talismans, and we'll call it even? Huang Shi's mouth twitched. He opened a corner of his bag and took out an item. He tossed it to the black-robed old man and smiled. If an apology isn't enough, I'll add on another one. The black-robed old man's eyes lit up after a moment of hesitation. He still secretly held the talisman with one hand hidden in his sleeve. His other hand was already out of his sleeve, trying to reach out to catch the antique bronze mirror. Daoist son's expression changed drastically. He quickly reminded the old man telepathically, "Don't catch it." However, it was too late. Huang Shi took a step forward. With his peak 6th level cultivation, he arrived in front of the black-robed old man in an instant and punched him. The black-robed old man was dumbfounded. He stood rooted to the ground, his entire body stiff. Not only did he fail to catch the bronze mirror, he even had to take the punch. However, Huang Shi suddenly stopped punching. Only a gust of wind blew past the old man's face. The hair on his temples flew backwards. Huang Shi actually withdrew his fist. He turned around and walked away. After taking a few steps, he turned his head and smiled. "Brother Qin, I'll give this bronze mirror to you." Daoist's son lamented in his heart. Why did he find such an idiotic ally who didn't know any better? It was tough. The road ahead was not going to be easy. Daoist's son saw Daoist Qin smiling apologetically at him. He squatted down and picked up the bronze mirror from the ground. He placed it in a somewhat shriveled green cloth bag. Even though this old man was trying his best to hide his fear, his hands were still trembling slightly. Daoist's son felt a headache coming on. He shook his head and turned around to follow Huang Shi. Perhaps he was angry at this old man for being so unlucky, but his words were filled with resentment. "Daoist Qin, remember your position. Don't get too close to Huang Shi. It's best if you keep me between you and Huang Shi. Otherwise, once Huang Shi gets close to you, no matter how many talismans you have, they will all be useless. Why can't even Qi refinement warriors let a pure martial artist get close to them? Don't you understand this simple principle?" Daoist's son, I understand the principle. However, when I really fought with Huang Shi, my mind went blank and my limbs did not listen to me. I really can't keep up with these principles. After that person obtained a bronze mirror, he quickly caught up with Daoist Sunday. He slowed down his pace and didn't walk side by side with Daoist Sunday. Instead, he simply followed behind Daoist Sunday, Daoist Sun's side, and didn't say anything more. In any case, he was someone who had learned his lesson. He wasn't incurable. Chun Pingon walked to the back and gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. When ordinary martial artists roamed the pugilistic world, if they were unlucky, they would often be beaten until their faces were covered in blood. Chun Pingon, on the other hand, had to do it himself. However, when he thought of the ancient bronze mirror, Chun Pingon did not feel any resentment. The seal words were extremely small. On the front, it read, "Don't block the army," and on the back, it read, "Resist the evil and eliminate the middle." Without a doubt, it was the warding off evil mirror. Moreover, it was an antique mirror. When Chun Pingon examined it carefully, he found the 2 words created by the Gong clan. However, this was the most valuable part, because daring to secretly add the word created on the bronze mirror artifact was a guarantee of its quality. There were related documents about this in the Immortal Book, among them the created by Li Paub on the ancient grape-patterned mirror of the sea beast, the created by Nailan Sanshan on the Guangming mirror, and the created by Nailan Sanshan on the Immortal's Night Turing mirror were the 2 most valuable antique mirrors. As for the bronze mirrors of the later generations, they were often used to cheat half-baked chi cultivators. Even if they were very exquisite and flawless, they were still a big scam. If someone thought that they had picked up a treasure and sold it at a high price, it would be fine. However, if they excitedly refined it into their natal item, it would probably make the cultivator regret it so much that he would vomit blood. Just now, Chun Pingon almost could not hold back. He wanted Dao's son to touch it first, under the pretext of helping him to take a look at it, and then he would seriously keep it in his pocket. This Dao's son's hands were comparable to Sui Jingqing's. They must have been consecrated, right? Not to mention this time's harvest, the small cage that was very likely to be the Dragon King's bamboo whip basket, and the string of pagoda bells hanging on the tall and thin Daoist waist was obviously not an ordinary item. Otherwise, the string of pagoda bells would not have taken the initiative to break outside the Taoist temple on the mountain. The buildings at the back of the mountain were far fewer than the buildings at the front of the mountain. There were only 3 buildings that could be called towering and magnificent. The 3 of them went down the mountain. As far as the eye could see, the buildings were sparse. This saved them a lot of trouble. According to the old rules, Huang Shi went to a temple complex in front of him to look for treasures. Dao's son went to another place, which was a tall building. Chun Pingon was assigned to a hall that was closest to the foot of the mountain. After Chun Pingon and Dao's son separated, he did not walk in a hurry. It was as if he was taking a leisurely stroll. He took off the blade strengthening gourd and drank a mouthful of bamboo leaf spiritual water. It was really refreshing. It was just that the taste was a little bland and did not have the taste of wine. However, when he thought of the green bamboo, leaf dripping with spiritual energy, which was precious and rare, and its price was far higher than the wine brewed by immortals, he suddenly felt that the taste was extremely delicious and the aftertaste was endless. This mouthful was not drinking tea, but a large amount of divine money. How could it not be delicious? Looking back, he did not see any trace of Huang Shi and Daoist Sunday. Chun Pingon put away the blade strengthening gourd bent his body and suddenly ran forward. In an instant, he swept past the high wall and landed lightly on the ground. It was as if he was in harmony with heaven and earth. That was why he could be so silent and not cause any unnecessary ripples. At the foot of the mountain, there was a chaotic battle at the White Jade Arch Bridge. In the language of the North Continent, it was said that a true hero was someone who had smashed his brains out and drank them as wine. The battle to seize the bridge was very tragic. Even the Fu Chu imperial consecrator, who was looking for treasures on the mountain, heard the commotion. He had no choice but to give up the treasures that were, at his fingertips and hurried to the battlefield. However, this Fu Chu consecrator was a little more cautious. He picked out a portion of the treasures that he felt were valuable and hid them on the roof of a loft. As for the rest of the items, he casually wrapped them up and moved them to a corner of another room. When the time came for him to return with Bai and the young Marquis, he would not give himself away. As for how he would bring the treasures out of this place, he would just have to take it one step at a time. Gao Ling had already taken out the military armor pill and put on a deity's armor. He joined forces with the consecrator of the House of Marquis to protect Zhan Qing's safety as much as possible. Zhan Qing, a qi cultivator of the cave-dwelling realm who was taught by a nascent soul cultivator, also pretended to be in a panic. This trick of the number one foppish son of the Biting Kingdom, together with the domineering words from before, was very effective. Almost no one believed that this rich and powerful son of the Biting Kingdom would be a real cultivator of the Middle Five States who had two powerful attack magic treasures. The battle was originally one-sided, but with the addition of the Fufu Kingdom's consecrator, the situation was slightly reversed. Zhan Qing bore the most hatred towards the female cultivator who wore a hedgerow on her head and the robe of the city above the clouds. It was this person who crossed the bridge first and spoiled his plan to make a fortune. Not only that, this female cultivator who hid her head and tail was very careful in the following battles. She did not fight with the martial artists of the Golden Body realm, but she also did not sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, allowing the cultivators and martial artists to die. Every time Gao Ling could kill with his fist, the female cultivator would interfere. In less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn, she used 2 defensive treasures to receive from Gao Ling and the martial artists of her clan, saving the lives of 7 to 8 people. The 2 defensive life objects of the female cultivator, one was a green jade bracelet that was swirling with light. The other was a bright yellow mattress embroidered with 5 dragons. Even if it was hit by Gao Ling's fist, it only caved in and made a flapping sound. The force of his fist could not break it. However, after a punch, the luster of the 5 golden dragons would often dim a little. Only the jade bracelet and the mattress would take turns to fight, and the mattress would fly back to her vital qi palace. After being soaked in spiritual energy, the golden luster would quickly return to normal. As for the siege of more than 40 people, everyone used their offensive treasures together. The momentum was great. If it were not for the fact that the cultivators were unfamiliar with each other, some of the pure martial artists of the 4th and 5th realms would not dare to fight too close. Most of them used bows and crossbows to attack from afar, or send out force of their fist to disturb the other side of the bridge. They could not link up well with each other, and Gao Ling and the others would have a harder time dealing with them. However, once the cultivators of the mountains and lakes chose to fight with their lives, not to mention Zhan Qing, who rarely saw blood, even Gao Ling, who was born as a martial artist, and the clan's consecrator, who was used to living like a prince in the House of Marquis, would feel their hearts palpitate. The consecrator of the House of Marquis was ambushed with a secret treasure. His abdomen was pierced, and blood flowed endlessly. He could only rely on the physique of a martial artist to hold on. On the other hand, Gao Ling was proficient in battle formations and close combat. He was no stranger to being surrounded by a large army of spears and halberds. Therefore, he could be considered to be more daunting than dangerous. As for the consecrator of the Futsiu imperial family, he was even more miserable. He was smashed by a wave of offensive spiritual weapons. If it were not for Gao Ling's help to disperse most of the attacks with force of his fist, and if it were not for the fact that Zhan Qing used the secret treasure in her hand to summon a celestial screen depicting a snowy night, this Futsiu imperial family's consecrator would have lost his life on the spot. However, the 2 martial artists of the Golden Body realm, including Gao Ling, were not to be trifled with. Even with the help of the Sparrow Mansion's Wu Jiao to resist the force of their fist, they still killed 7 to 8 people. Their deaths were tragic. Without exception, it was as if they were being dismembered by 5 horses on the execution ground. Therefore, the Earth Immortal of the Water Dragon sect, Bai, rushed over as fast as he could. He was not the icing on the cake, but the timely help. However, just as Bai used his 2 natal magic treasures, one for offense and one for defense, the young master of the Sparrow Mansion, Sun Qing, flew into the air and chose to fight with this disciple of a large sect. Bai was surrounded by a set of 18 winnings given to him by the Water Dragon sect's ancestral hall. Bai was a genius cultivator who was born to cultivate the water spell. Those winnings were profound and contained a trace of the fate of the nation. They were once used to cast coins and open furnaces in an ancient dynasty. After that, they were scattered everywhere. They were either placed on the beams of ancient Taoist temples buried in ancient tombs or kept in the royal treasury of the later generations. The Water Dragon sect collected them into 2 sets and gave them to Bai when they gathered 10 sets. In fact, this set of winnings was considered a good item even in the Water Dragon sect's ancestral hall. It was both offensive and defensive. However, Bai still used a treasure from the mountain. It was the proud work of a zither master in the history of the North Continent. The zither was called Scattered Snow. After the 2 golden core cultivators attacked, the battle became even more intense. Once again, the hoarse voice reminded everyone loudly, "Let's kill the young duke first." Zhan Qing was furious. This guy was the one who was really difficult to deal with. The few times he opened his mouth to speak, it was very effective. However, the other party had obviously used a secret technique from the mountain. Coupled with the thrilling battle, it was a mess. Zhan Qing and the others could not clearly identify his location. The military general Gao Ling and the 2 high priests would not dare to watch him be killed by spells and weapons. However, if they took care of him too much, they would inevitably lose sight of him. Once there was a mistake, it would affect the whole situation. It was very easy to cause Bai to be distracted. Zhan Qing dared to say that if one of the golden body cultivators on her side died in battle, or if someone was seriously injured and temporarily lost the ability to fight, they would have to retreat from the battlefield and return to the mountain. This group of wild cultivators and martial artists would definitely fight even harder. In fact, Zhan Qing had reminded Gao Ling and the 2 high priests in her mind from the beginning that every time they worked together to kill someone, it would be best to choose 1 or 2 people and wipe out a small mountain with 3 or 4 people in one go. Not only would it have a deterrent effect, but it would also prevent the other party from avenging their friends and becoming outlaws. However, man proposes, God disposes. Zhan Qing had many plans, but in the end, it could be because she did not check the almanac before leaving this time. It could be said that everything was not going well. As the battle progressed, Gao Ling and the 2 high priests could no longer act so cautiously. They had identified a target to kill, but the other party had the advantage in numbers. They did not care about the consequences. Until this moment, Zhan Qing began to regret. She should not have been so conceited. She thought that seizing all the local fated chances was as easy as taking something out of her pocket. She should have done it step by step and defeated them one by one. She should not have thought that it was not difficult for her group to kill a nascent soul cultivator. So why should she care about a group of wild cultivators? In the end, Zhan Qing swaggered and blocked everyone's path, imitating the novel of "One man can hold back 10,000 men." Then she began to chew on the Chinese gold thread. In fact, it was not that Zhan Qing's previous plan was bad. It was just that on the path of cultivation, when the situation came to a head, everything would be over. Bai suddenly found that he a dignified Jean Dan of the Water Dragon sect, was no match for the young female cultivator in front of him, who covered her face. Bai said angrily in his mind, Sun Qing of the Sparrow Mansion, you dare to kill me? Are you not afraid of becoming enemies with the Water Dragon sect? Can the Sparrow Mansion of the Peach Blossom Mansion withstand a few slaps from the ancestors of the Upper Five Realms? The reason why Bai did not directly announce it. After all, he was born as an immortal master. Compared to the wild cultivators of the mountains and lakes, he had more scruples and more considerations. Sun Qing controlled the offensive magic weapon and stirred the snowflakes that were produced by the zither strings. Then she replied with a smile, What are you talking about? Why can't I understand? Bai was extremely annoyed. Sun Qing, do you really want to fight to the death with me? With the 18 beads protecting the surroundings, Bai wasn't in a difficult situation. Not to mention, this set of formation treasures was both offensive and defensive. It was obvious that Bai hadn't used his full strength yet. Not to mention, the Ancestral Hall's immortal masters all had at least 1 or 2 trump cards that could be used to destroy jade and common stone, or escape thousands of miles away. Therefore, Bai's shame and anger were more similar to Zhan Qing's state of mind. He lost the great situation of monopolizing the benefits and lost the face of a Jean Dan cultivator of a large sect. However, compared to Zhan Qing, who was already in a dangerous situation at the end of the bridge, Bai's current situation was much better. Sun Qing still did not admit it, and said with a smile, We, the wild cultivators of the mountains and lakes, pay attention to whether a person dies or not. For a female cultivator to say this, it was really too much. Bai took a deep breath, and suddenly his state of mind was as calm as still water. There were no more distracting thoughts, and he could even completely ignore the situation on Zhan Qing's side. Since the rules and principles of the immortal masters of the Ancestral Hall could not be discussed, and both sides were of the same generation of Jean Dan cultivators, they could only fight in a battle of cultivation. Although Sun Qing had a calm expression and was far more relaxed than Bai, a direct disciple of the Water Dragon sect, who had just ascended to the Gold Core stage a few days ago. The truth was that the youngest Gold Core prefecture master in the history of the Sparrow Prefecture did not relax at all. Facing a young genius from a sect with a profound background, Sun Qing was waiting for an opportunity to kill him in one strike. If it did not succeed, then it would be time for both sides to sit down and discuss matters with the immortal master. If the other party was a foot too high and beat Sun Qing to death, Sun Qing also felt that it was nothing. I can kill, but others can kill me. That was why the sword cultivator, who looked like a teacher when they were traveling together, said that there was no one in the world who could not die. However, the land dragon of the North Continent actually said the second half of the sentence, but everyone in the world can be reasoned with. Sun Qing did not really listen to the second half of the sentence and felt that it was unreasonable. It was only because she liked him that she did not compete with him. Of course, if she really wanted to argue with Lu Jinglong, she would definitely be asking for trouble. She could not win against him in an argument. Back then, Lu Jinglong was only a sword cultivator of the Jean Dan stage. He had relied on his eloquence to persuade an old monster of the unpolished jade stage who was about to go on a killing spree. Not only that, he had also become friends with that old monster. In turn, the old monster had protected them on their journey, which could be considered as sending all of them out of the country. The last time Sun Qing and Lu Jinglong met by chance, after some polite greetings, they did not have much to talk about, so she casually asked about this matter. Lu Jinglong said that when he went south, he met the old senior and had a good chat. He just wanted Lu Jinglong to return to the Taihui sword sect and go into seclusion to break through the realm after returning to the north, and he did not need to go to the mountain again. There were not many corpses in the place where Chin Pingon searched. He silently apologized in his heart, then squatted on the ground and gently weighed the bones in his hand. They were still no different from the bones of the mortal world, and there was no strange phenomenon of the bones being tainted by yin qi and the white color of the corpses. It was the same at the front of the mountain. This meant that almost none of the local cultivators had truly attained the Tao when they were alive, and at least they had not become earth immortals. There was another strange thing. In the pavilion where the stone table was carved with a chessboard, the robes of the two chess players were clearly of excellent quality, but after being stripped by Master Huang, Chin Pingon found that the two corpses still did not have the quality of golden branches and jade leaves. Wherever Chin Pingon went, the winding path led to a secluded place, and there was still abundant spiritual energy, and it did not make people feel uncomfortable at all. Therefore, Chin Pingon wasted another Yang Qi light-lighting talisman. Chin Pingon's harvest was very little, and there were only a few badly cracked objects on the mountain. As expected, he should have traveled with Priest Sunday. He came to a dried-up pond with withered leaves. From the looks of it, if the water was full, it should be a spring. Chin Pingon had been thinking about the handwriting at the entrance of the cave. The person who left the words must have been someone who had entered and exited this immortal ruins. Either a hidden expert left a clue to open the door for future generations, or he was afraid that the fish was too stupid to even bite the bait and be unable to take the bait. Chin Pingon flipped over the railing and jumped into the pond. The withered leaves shattered as soon as he touched them, and there was nothing mysterious about it. The spiritual energy of water in the back of the mountain was indeed the thickest near the green bamboo. Luapa Mountain lacked a good bamboo. If it could be like the brave bamboo ancestor that Wei Pai cherished so much back then, year after year, it would grow branches and leaves, and the bamboo whip would stretch under the ground. The father would give birth to a son, and the son would give birth to a grandson, and there would be a lush bamboo forest for free. Of course, in Chin Pingon's eyes, Luapa Mountain lacked everything. Chin Pingon rubbed the soil slightly, and it quickly turned into debris at his fingertips, scattering in all directions. Chin Pingon knew quite a lot about the blasphemy in the North Continent. However, he knew very little about the inside story of the blasphemy, the rise and fall of incense in the ancestral temples, and the changes in history. He only heard Wei Pai mention that there was once a blasphemy in the Liuxia continent that went from east to west, and it meandered for 30,000 miles. Every time the mountains and rivers met, a group of sages and land immortals would emerge. There was also a blasphemy in the Fuyao continent that was breached by a huge river that only had the word river in its suffix. It took the blasphemy to enter the sea, and from then on, the entire blasphemy was affected. In just a short 300 years, the blasphemy disappeared. This meant that all the water gods, river immortals, and river immortals of that blasphemy would disappear. As for the conferment of the gods along the blasphemy, the etiquette and rules were extremely complicated. It was far more complicated than a dynasty's monarch conferring the gods of the mountains and rivers within his jurisdiction. It was said that a letter was required. Chin Pingon looked around and saw no movement. He took off the blade-strengthening gourd and took a big gulp. In a spurt of energy, he drank all the spiritual water in the blade-strengthening gourd. He then immersed his mind, and his thoughts were as small as a mustard seed patrolling the underwater residence. He saw that the door of the underwater residence was wide open, and it did not even close. There was a green stream at Chin Pingon's feet from all over the skeleton. Water lines gradually converged and turned into a stream, slowly flowing into the pond in the underwater residence. The busy green-clothed children did not even look at the one who had done the most meritorious service. They were all running back and forth in high spirits. This scene made Chin Pingon feel a little sad. To have someone like him as the head of the household, the little guy was probably really afraid of being poor. Chun Pingon went to the mountain temple to take a look. In fact, in the underwater residence there was a more slender stream, gurgling and flowing to the key aperture point where the mountain temple was located. This stream, because the essence of water had been retained in the underwater residence, was clear and colorless, without the wisps of green color. The thick water-like spiritual qi, after reaching the qi residence where the mountain temple was located, began to seep into the ground like a sweet rain soaking the earth. Chun Pingon thought about it and withdrew his mind. He did not stay in this mansion where there were no treasures to be found. With the cultivation and footsteps that a fellow Taoist should have, he ran all the way and secretly ran to the green bamboo that was most likely from the green immortal mountain. He pressed his palm on the bamboo pole and shook it slightly. The green bamboo swayed gently. Then he held the blade-strengthening gourd and waved his sleeves to collect the remaining drops of water from the bamboo leaves into the blade-strengthening gourd. Chun Pingon was quite complacent. He was indeed an expert in picking up scraps. Then Chun Pingon put away the blade-strengthening gourd and began to climb up the bamboo. However, he did not expect that the slender bamboo branches, which looked like they could be easily broken by a child, could not be broken easily. Chun Pingon looked at the distant temple. Huang Shi was standing on a wall and had been sizing this place up for a long time. Chun Pingon, who was slow to realize, grinned and waved his hand. Huang Shi took a step and landed on the ground. He was really a pitiful person who was crazy about money, but had no way to make money without Huang Shi prying on him. Chun Pingon tried bending the bamboo branch to pluck the bamboo leaves. With his current cultivation, he was barely able to do so. Thus, he plucked handfuls of bamboo leaves and stuffed them into one of the sling bags. Relying on the bamboo leaves, the abnormally shriveled bag was filled to the brim with bulging bamboo leaves. Huang Shi, the martial artist who continues to size up the man holding the bamboo in the distance, looks at him with endless admiration. If this kind of person is the legendary hidden expert, Huang Shi, will put his own neck on Di Yuanfeng's magical saber. It was only after Huang Shi left that Chun Pingon began to chop down the various bamboo branches with his fingers and swiftly stored them into the items within his reach. Between the square-inch bag and the close-inch bag, the dark green glazed roof tiles and the large green bricks could not fit. These slender bamboo branches were just enough to fill up the gaps. After the job was done, the close-inch bag and the square-inch bag were filled to the brim. Chun Pingon hugged the green bamboo and stayed there for a long time without sliding to the ground. He vaguely remembered the time when he was young, when he climbed trees to catch cicadas with two people. One was his best friend, who was used to protecting him. The other was half a family member he was used to protecting. At that time, it seemed like they lived in poverty, but for years, months, years, they did not have any worries. Chun Pingon sighed. He retracted his thoughts. Soon, a teasing voice came from afar. "Brother Chin, what are you doing?" Chun Pingon turned his head and laughed. "It's cool up there. The scenery is nice." It was Di Yuanfeng who changed his name to Qin Jiyuan. His face was slightly pale. He should have suffered some serious injuries. Jiyuan, giant ape? Is it the largest ape in the world, the mountain-moving ape? That's why this name is a little annoying. Di Yuanfeng did not look at this black-robed old man anymore. He looked at the nearest temple building and asked, "How's son, Daoist, and Brother Huang's harvest?" Chun Pingon smiled. "The three of us are doing well." Di Yuanfeng could not help but glance at the old man hugging the bamboo. The two bags on his shoulders were either tiles or bricks. "What, are you in a hurry to go home and build a house to marry a wife?" Unfortunately, Chun Pingon could not guess what this person was thinking. If not, he would give him a thumbs up from the bottom of his heart and praise him for being a god. The old perfected master Huan Yun had already returned with a full load. A talisman's feng-shui item was already filled. The old Dragon Gate guardian of the city above clouds was also almost satisfied. He carried a big bag on his back and 2 bags in his hands. He could not hide the joy on his face. After the 2 old men met, they stood on the top floor of a pavilion and looked down at the battle at the mountain gate. The old venerable smiled. What a dogfight! Huan Yun smiled and did not say anything. On the path of cultivation, one step slower would lead to another. If Shun Jinza's 2 direct disciples did not have his protection and entered this place first, they would be later than the young Marquis of Biting Country. Similarly, they could only risk their lives and fight below. However, Huan Yun's eyes were sharp. He immediately saw through the traces of the 2 great cultivators of the Sparrow Manor. They were most likely Sun Qing and Wu Jiong. As for the young female cultivator, who was flying in the air with a guqin in her hand, it was obvious that it was the scattered snow guqin. However, this guqin was the natal item of a female nascent soul cultivator of the Water Dragon sect. There was once an earth-shattering battle near the water. Using the guqin and the geographical advantage, she beat up an old nascent soul cultivator of the same level. In the hands of the female golden core cultivator of the Water Dragon sect, she could only use 50% to 60% of the guqin's unique abilities. The old venerable asked softly, "Next, should we take a detour to that Kaisan well and leave secretly, or should we go to the back of the mountain to take a look?" Huan Yun smiled. "We are the guardians. Let the 2 children make the decision. We only need to hide ourselves and not get involved. This trip should be fine." Huan Yun glanced at the sky above his head and looked down into the distance. It was the border of this small world. The old perfected master had already confirmed the abnormality that Bai had sensed earlier. However, he had secretly hidden a talisman underground at the Kaisan well. As long as the talisman did not make any mistakes, it meant that there was still a way out. Although there were many mysteries in this place, the atmosphere did not seem to be filthy or evil. There was not even a trace of murderous aura. This made the old perfected master feel much more at ease. The atmosphere of a place was the hardest to fake. Even if you were a nascent soul realm mountain lake demon, you would still be able to find clues in an immortal mystic realm that was full of illusions and camouflage. Huan Yun was an expert in the Tao of talismans. The Taoist sects of the world had many factions in the past. It was a good time for them to be in full bloom. However, many of the powerful side branches had already withered and were no longer of any importance. Some of them had even been lost. For example, the sword immortal lineage of the Central Plains Tao sects was once at its peak. That was truly a phenomenon. Back then, even though the North Continent was filled with sword cultivators and sword immortals, they still did not dare claim that they occupied 80% of the world's sword Tao's light from Providence. In the early years, the sword immortals of the Taoist sect occupied one of the 4 troublesome ghosts on the mountain. They were known as the sword immortals of the world. Back then, the sword immortals of the Taoist sect did not consider themselves as sword cultivators. Huan Yun sighed as he looked at the bloody fights at the foot of the mountain after the change in the Taoist sect. In the old perfected master's eyes, those who were fighting for the opportunity at the mountain gate should be juniors. They were children. The old perfected master suddenly thought of a poem that said, "In the eyes of 10,000 youths, their intentions are all rugged." When later generations of poets read this sentence, they would write, "Rugged is the opposite of suave." Hence, this sentence revealed the unpredictability of human emotions. The rugged path of a person's heart was far better than the steep path in the mountains. Huan Yun thought of his greed and killing intent and felt even more helpless. In the eyes of the sages of the three sects, who was not a youth in their eyes, Huan Yun suddenly said, "Go, and protect them in the future to search for opportunities. I will go to the foot of the mountain to mediate. The fewer deaths, the better." The old guardian wanted to say something but stopped. His thoughts turned quickly. After weighing the pros and cons, he understood the old perfected master's intentions and nodded. Unless the group from the city above the clouds left quickly, the mess at the foot of the mountain, especially the death of the direct disciple of the water dragon sect, would cause the wrath of the cultivators of the upper 5 realms of the water dragon sect to descend from the sky and engulf the biting country and the Fufu country. The sparrow residents and the city above the clouds would not be able to escape. Perhaps the one who would benefit more today would suffer more. Furthermore, if the old perfected master could help the two parties who were in a stalemate and allow both parties to sit down and come up with a plan, this would be the favor that Huan Yun earned. The water dragon sect, the sparrow residents, and the biting country marquis residents would all acknowledge it. Huan Yun took out a talisman and passed it to the old guardian of the city above the clouds. He smiled. "If there is trouble, take out the talisman, and I will rush over immediately." The old guardian of the Dragon Gate territory kept the talisman and disappeared in a flash. Huan Yun was actually not feeling relaxed. He is going to stir up trouble. Don't try to be a good guy and end up being a troublemaker for both sides. After Huan Yun took action and attacked, he did not help either side, but also helped both sides. The talisman took action and tried his best to stop the two groups from continuing to kill each other. At the same time, he moved them emotionally and reasoned with them. He said that there were many opportunities on the mountain, and if they trusted him, they could search for treasures together. Why did they have to kill each other here and cause both sides to suffer? The originally chaotic situation was like a raging river that suddenly changed its course and entered a huge lake. Hence, it quickly calmed down, especially when Huan Yun called 5 people to have a secret discussion. Among them were Biting Country's young Marquis Zhan Qing, Sparrow Residence's Sun Qing, Water Dragon Sects by Bai, and the 2 most powerful leaders of the mountain cultivators. As such, they came up with a plan where both sides of the bridge would take a step back. Of course, Zhan Qing and Bai would take a step back. The reason was simple. As long as they continued to kill each other, the only one who would survive to the end would be the Golden Core, Bai, who was forced to flee. Of course, on the other side, only a few would survive. At most, 10 would survive. If they were unlucky, they might only be able to survive. Hence, Huan Yun's appearance was great news for both sides. Otherwise, everyone would be in an awkward situation where they couldn't back down. The only way to stop was to smash the other party's head. At the same time, under Huan Yun's lead, they came up with a rough agreement on the compensation for the people who died in the battle. Under Huan Yun's secret discussion with Bai threw the ripples in his heart. Bai even took out a sum of divine money on the spot and handed it to the other 3 so that they could discuss the distribution of the compensation among themselves. On Bai's and Zhan Qing's side, one of the Marquis household's worshippers had died. Gao Ling was also severely injured. The dew armor on his body was already on the verge of collapse. The worshipper of the Fu Kingdom's royal family was not much better. Zhan Qing herself could not even find the secret treasure that was not refined as her natal item. Who knows if it fell into the river or was secretly kept by some black-hearted bastard. This young Marquis White's hair was disheveled, and his Taoist robe was already in tatters. He no longer had any of the elegance of a noble family. However, his family had lost a mainstay of the 7th-tier martial artist. Not only did Zhan Qing not complain to Bai, her expression was as usual. She did not say a word and handed over all the authority of the discussion to Bai Bai. This made Bai Bai very happy. During this time, Sun Qing took the initiative to speak telepathically to Bai Bai, who was at a disadvantage in the battle. Since this place belongs to you, the Palace of Sparrows is willing to help you hold out until the elders of the Water Dragon sect arrive. We will try our best to prevent the city above clouds from leaking information to other sections. However, if Shinjinza from the city above clouds arrives first with other great cultivators, don't blame the cultivators of the Palace of Sparrows for leaving. With just these words, Bai Bai's impression of the mansion master of the Sparrow Mansion changed greatly. Previously, both sides had held back their strength in the battle. Other than the old Taoist Huan Yun, no one else could see it. Therefore, after they made a verbal agreement, Bai had the idea of building some personal friendship with the Palace of Sparrows in the future. Huan Yun saw that both sides had come to an agreement and felt relieved. It was easy to be a peacemaker, but difficult to be a good peacemaker. It was not as simple as having a high enough level of cultivation. The key was to have a good grasp of the people's emotions. At the old site of the Taoist temple, a tall old man appeared out of thin air. He glanced at the ruins of the Taoist temple and shook his head. He walked slowly to the top of the stairs and sneered. "Children, do you think this is over? Is there money in the world that is so easy to get? Humans kill the most. It's human nature. Otherwise, where's the fun in watching you children fight?" He stomped his foot lightly. When he walked to the stairs, he looked down at both sides at the foot of the mountain. After a glance, the wisp of sword chi destroyed the ethereal figure. However, the green river water at the foot of the mountain had already started to change. First, there were ripples, then it started to boil. Huan Yun was the first person to notice the change. He waved his sleeves and talismans flew out like water. In just an instant, the river water under the bridge became still and still. Then, on both sides of the white jade arch bridge, a god who was 15 yards tall and green walked out. One of them was holding a silver spear, while the other was holding a metal mace. They went ashore and stood still. At the same time, the white jade bridge also started to shake. Finally, a white-robed deity condensed. She had golden eyes and an expressionless face. She held a scroll that looked like a Taoist treasure. She floated into the sky and opened the scroll. Her voice was like the sound of nature as she slowly spoke. Even the knowledgeable old perfected Huan Yun felt that the white-robed deity's words were ridiculous after hearing them. However, he had to believe them. The general meaning was that this was the place where the ancient perfected person ascended. It was once the 36th grotto heaven and the 71st blessed land. This was a tranquil place. It was both a fortuitous opportunity and a sin for them to recklessly trespass into the mansion. Before the perfected person ascended, he had left a decree for the three of them. He promised that the future cultivators would decide their opportunities based on the number of treasures they obtained. In the end, 5 of them would be left behind. Not only would they be able to leave behind all the treasures and immortal secret manuals, the leader would also be able to become a direct disciple of the ascended perfected person. The rest would temporarily be registered and would be taught a Taoist technique that would lead them directly to the immortal realm. In the next 10 years, only 5 people would be able to survive. Otherwise, everything would be useless. Not only would they lose all their opportunities, they would also be struck to death by the heavenly tribulation as direct disciples and registered disciples. If they couldn't cleanse the filth for their master, they wouldn't be worthy of this opportunity. After the scroll was opened, it suddenly became as big as a waterfall and fell from the sky to the ground. There were 5 portraits on the scroll. They were the 5 people who had obtained the most treasures and were the most fortunate. In addition to this water screen, There was also a small water screen hanging in the air, somewhere on the mountain or behind the mountain. As long as there were people, the white-robed deity's voice wasn't loud, but it resounded through the world. Everyone in the secret realm heard it. The young male cultivator, who carried the white jade brush from Shinjinza in the city above the clouds, was dumbfounded. He was on the list, and his ranking wasn't low. He was ranked second. The female cultivator beside him was both worried and happy. The person at the bottom was a young man with a saber. Diyuan Feng. This handsome young man with a slightly pale face was dumbfounded. The person ranked fourth was a sloppy man who stood in front of the stone tablet with his arms crossed and his eyes narrowed. The third person was a tall and thin Taoist who was carrying what seemed to be a Taoist robe. It was Dao's son, who claimed to be the immortal master of the Thunder God residence. At this moment, the tall and thin Taoist was already sweating like rain. The first person, it was a black-robed old man who was holding a bamboo and hanging in the air. Chun Pingan. Everyone saw that the guy on the scroll was still unwilling to land. He stretched out his hand and scratched his head hard. Then he looked at the landscape scroll that was hanging in the air and said sincerely, "What are you doing?" "I made a mistake. I really made a mistake." You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.